Chapter 2402, Divine Children Legion. Chapter 2402, Divine Children Legion. Commander-in-Chief of the Human Race 3 Armies, Ni Xian, pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. In front of Yi Yuan was a 60-year-old-looking old man. This Ni Xian was the commander of the human army, a Deva 5th Blight supreme powerhouse. It was just that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already notified all races that Saint Azure had returned and must be treated with the highest courtesy. Ni Xian was currently sizing up this young man, being incredibly shocked in his heart. He was a supreme powerhouse who attained Tao in this epoch and did not experience that era before. He was somewhat unable to understand why Lord Profound Secrets would be so respectful toward a junior. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Talk about the current situation." Regarding Yi Yuan's attitude, Ni Xian was a little unhappy about it in his heart, but he still reported the current situation strictly according to the facts. The divine race came out of the West Realm's abyss, suppressing 8 realms. They were like a hot knife cutting through but along the way and were already approaching the middle realms. The myriad races coalition force fought as they retreated. It was very difficult to stop the divine race army. The divine race's individual combat power was extremely strong. After reaching a large scale, it became even harder for the myriad races to resist. The 8 great supreme demon races that were originally living in the abyss suppressing 8 realms suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the myriad races' reinforcements arrived, barely managing to stop the divine race army. But even so, the fallen powerhouses of the myriad races were already too many to count. However, both sides' top experts were still maintaining restraint at the moment and did not really come to blows. Otherwise, the battle situation would be far from just this. Of course, this day would not be too far away too. When Yi Yuan heard this, his brows furrowed slightly too. In his view, the divine race SMARS plussing into enemy territory like splitting bamboo was not because they were too strong, but that the coalition forces were too scattered. Was the representation of the unpredictable children also not a microcosm of the myriad races presently? Regardless of whether it was the human race, demon race, or fiend race, the current fighting could not be compared to back then at all. Lacking the courage to look death calmly in the face, how could they resist the powerful divine race? Also did not know whether the comfortable life that Shonghang they all used blood to exchange for was right or not. Regarding this kind of situation, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was helpless too. Some things could not be changed by human strength. Profound Secrets contacted 1 million unpredictable children, but in the end, he could only recruit a 100,000-strong army. This 100,000 army was handed to Yi Yuan to command now, arriving at the front lines. Under 9 marks, I want to go to the most dangerous place, Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Ni Xian thought about it and said, because of Lord Saint Azure saying so, there's really something that needs your excellency to make your way over. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, "Oh, let's hear it." Ni Xian said, "A few days ago, the Dragon Clan had an army who suffered the sudden ambush of the divine race, suffering heavy losses. Fortunately, this army had a young girl with an unusual gift. Under her crying, it brought down a great catastrophe, avoiding a disaster. However, they are still trapped in Upper Essence Valley, unable to get away. I sent an army to go and rescue them but was ambushed by the divine race army, and it was completely wiped out. With my judgment, this army might very likely be the divine race's Divine Children Legion, their strength incomparably formidable. This army of Lord Saint Azure's can just nice come in handy." Yi Yuan listened halfway and his expression already changed. Bringing down a great catastrophe with crying, wasn't this Long Xiaochun? Long Xiaochun was currently trapped in Upper Essence Valley. He frowned and said, "Then is there still hope of survival for this dragon race army right now?" Ni Xian shook his head and said, "This can no longer be ascertained. Upper Essence Valley is a dangerous place to begin with, incomparably perilous. They also relied on geographical advantage to barely avoid a calamity. Even if they can avoid the pursuit of the Divine Children Legion, they might not be able to escape the dangers of Upper Essence Valley too." Yi Yuan's heart immediately sunk to the bottom. "All right, the matter brooks no delay. I'll go to Upper Essence Valley now. After that, Yi Yuan did not say a word and turned around and left. Along the way, Yi Yuan led the army and went at lightning speed. At the thought of Long Xiaochun, that adorable little girl, Yi Yuan felt a gut-wrenching pain. He only hoped that nothing happened to Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan even heard Ni Xian saying that this Divine Children Legion was an army of the divine race that had a great reputation. One could say that it was virtually ever victorious. There was once a human army led by a Deva Second Blight as the commander. They were crushed by this Divine Children Legion, and the Deva Second Blight commander was killed in battle. It could be seen how strong the combat power of this army was. It was said that this Divine Children Legion was all composed of divine children who had been eliminated in the past. The numbers were no less than 200,000, and they were virtually all late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Dao Realm superpowerhouses. The divine race's divine children, each of them had extremely strong combat power. Even divine children who were eliminated, their combat power could not be underestimated too. Even if they were not as good as divine children, they were likely not far off either. This scale of powerhouses, the numbers reached 200,000. Their combat power was simply too terrifying. Beside Yi Yuan, Wen warned, Lord Saint Azure, if we rush over like this without due consideration, if we get ambushed by this Divine Children Legion, we'll suffer heavy lossy. Humph. Even though you're Saint Azure, I hope that you cherish the lives of these unpredictable children too. Everyone came to train themselves, not to court death. Pang Zhen said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not get angry, he just said coolly, relax, they won't be able to ambush us. It was a rapid march throughout the journey, the army did not even send out scouts. Although Wen they all had never experienced war before, they also knew that this way of doing things was very unreliable. According to normal methods, they should send some powerhouses with keen perception over to scout information. But Yi Yuan was seemingly not being cautious. In order to save people, he forgot about even this. At this time, Wen was also a little angry in his heart. Yi Yuan traveled through Spa Setami and returned as Saint Azure. Could it be that he would not listen to other people's advice anymore too? When Ni Xian was talking, he was present too. He knew that Yi Yuan had kin who were trapped in Upper Essence Valley. His kin's lives were lives, while these unpredictable children's lives were not lives. The army had not started fighting yet and differences already appeared within. Suddenly, Pang Zhen's figure paused and he said in a solemn voice, "Everybody stop." When he did so, the army just had to stop. Pang Zhen was the descendant of a Dao ancestor. Even though his status was not as lofty as Yi Yuan's, his rallying power was rather strong too. Most importantly, he was in the right this time. These unpredictable children were here to train. They could accept dying, but they could not go and die without rhyme or reason. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "Apologies, Lord Saint Azure. It is not that I, Pang Zhen, am afraid to risk my neck. It's really that your way of commanding the army is too dangerous. Any further in front and we might suffer the ambush of the Divine Children Legion at any time. You want to save your kin, I won't stop you, but you can't let everyone die in vain." Even Wen was also standing on Pang Zhen's side at this time. He said in earnest, "Yi Yuan, could it be that after you became Saint Azure, you won't even listen to everyone's earnest advice anymore?" The rest also revealed indignant looks, clearly being very unhappy with Yi Yuan's action. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm as he said with a faint smile, "I'm very gratified that you all can think for the safety of your officers and men. However, I'm not letting you all go and seek death. The Divine Children Legion is hidden in the forest 300,000 miles away. I'm bringing you all to go and ambush them, and not letting them come and ambush us." Chapter 2403, How did they find us? Chapter 2403, How did they find us? You know this? Pang Zhen had a suspicious look on his face. He spread his divine sense out but did not discover any activity at all. Wen was the same as him, also unwittingly letting his divine sense out, and likewise did not notice anything. Hence, they expressed doubt in Yi Yuan's words. "How do you know that they are in the forest 300,000 miles away? Even if they are there, they have the means to hide their auras too, right?" You can even discover it from so far away. Wan Zhen said in amazement. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no matter how deep they hide, it can't escape my perception either. If you don't believe it, just go and take a look. But before this, let's cover up our auras first. When Yi Yuan's realm was very low back then, he could already vaguely perceive Heavenly Emperor profound secrets probing. Now, Yi Yuan already became the supreme powerhouse of his generation. There were really not more than a few people who could hide from his eyes and ears in this world. Especially after comprehending SPA Setimi law, Yi Yuan's perception could even penetrate time and SPACE. Although the Divine Children Legion hide very covertly, how could they hide from the present Saint Azure? While talking, Yi Yuan laid down a large formation, enveloping the entire army in it. Inside this large formation contained extremely profound spatial law. Even if a Deva realm powerhouse was here, it would be hard to detect it too. When Wan Zhen and the rest saw Yi Yuan's means, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan became increasingly unfathomable in their eyes. Utilizing sword formation to battle was one thing, covering an entire army of 100,000 people in an array formation was another matter altogether. This kind of thing, probably even ordinary Deva realm formation gods were unable to easily accomplish it. Only then did everyone somewhat understand why profound secrets, Shonghang, and the rest were so respectful towards Yi Yuan. This existence who created an eternal legend was indeed not what mortals could gauge. The army concealed their aura and advanced quietly. But the Divine Children Legion opposite was completely clueless. A blue SHI plus RT middle-aged man in the Divine Children Legion said, Commander Tian Shu, we've already completely wiped out a human army the last time. Is there still a need to carry on waiting here? Tian Shu was ranked second among the Divine Race's Heaven Lineage's 9 elders and was also this Divine Children Legion's chief commander. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that the one speaking was none other than precisely the 9 Origin who injured him badly back then. Now, not only did 9 Origin recover fully, his strength even went a step further, reaching peak 8 marks Heavenly Dao. He was merely a step away from being a 9 marks sovereign. 9 Origin was an unsuccessful divine son from the previous generation. But his strength was at the top of the list among the failed divine children too. That was why he would enter the profound lineage's 9 elders. As for those true divine children, they had long already stepped into 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm, becoming supreme powerhouses of the divine race. Now, his strength improving further, he already summed the post of Tian Shu's deputy. Think about it, this army was composed of powerhouses at Ninja Raijan's level. How formidable was their combat power? When Tian Shu heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, relax, there will definitely still be an army coming. I've already ordered people to spread the news out. Right now, the coalition forces that side should have gotten the news. Regardless of whether it is the human race or the demon race, they must come and save people. Otherwise, they will get hit with the reputation of abandoning comrades. At that time, the coalition forces will be divided in heart and divided in practice. Of course, I'd prefer that they don't come. Ninja Raijan's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up as he praised, as expected of Lord Commander. This blatant scheme, the coalition forces won't be able to crack it no matter what. If they come, who is our Divine Children Legion's match? Not coming, they will be divided in heart and divided in practice, and crumble even harder when the hearts of people are scattered. Got to admit, this move of Tian Shu's was very brilliant. Large-scale battles were mostly below Deva realm. And on this level, it was impossible for anyone to be the Divine Children Legion's match at all. As for Deva realm or 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm level powerhouses, their numbers were too few and large-scale battles rarely broke out. Furthermore, their fighting power was extremely destructive. So before the final battle began, both sides maintained relative restraint. Of course, it was also not that there were no Deva-level fights. Both sides clashed many things and most of it ended with the victory of the divine race. The Doomsday battle fighting until now, it was virtually a one-sided victory for the divine race. Tian Shu smiled smugly and said, therefore, we'll stay here calmly and wait for them to come and die. This aura-concealing grand array that Lord Tian Yu laid down is really useful. There are already quite a number of Deva realm powerhouses who came over to investigate, but they didn't discover us. Boom. 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 Tian Shu's words had yet to fade when all of a sudden, the earth shook and mountains swayed. A horrifying energy undulation instantly smashed into the Divine Children Legion. For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. Enemy attack. Quickly retaliate. There's an enemy attack. Damn inhumans, to actually dare ambush us. How did they discover us? This Divine Children Legion was obviously well trained. After encountering an enemy attack, although they were surprised, they did not panic. After a brief panic, an effective attack was organized very quickly. Furthermore, the Divine Children Legion was superior in numbers. Although the sneak attack this time caused heavy losses, it did not break the bones. But they had a question in their minds. How did the human army discover them? One had to know. Even Deva realm powerhouses came to investigate before but left in disgrace. Nine Origin was alarmed and said, "This. How did the humans discover us?" Furthermore, our hidden sentries actually didn't discover them. Tian Shu's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like we ran into an expert. But, no need to panic. Even if they already discovered us, there's no return for them either." Done talking, he released his divine essence and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, don't panic. All get into position and face the enemy." Sure enough, under his word of command, everyone lined up into formation systematically and started confronting the enemy. On the other side, Yi Yuan also marveled endlessly. Circume stances changed with the passing of time. The myriad races and the divine races situation already quietly reversed. As the saying went, an army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Although the divine race was still haughty, they were the oppressed soldiers now. The rise of the myriad races was a humiliation to them. This time, they wanted to take it all back. And the last Doomsday battle just happened to be the opposite. The Divine Children Legion's fighting spirit was not what the humans could compare to at all. If his own army encountered an enemy attack, they would probably instantly be routed like a landslide. But this Divine Children Legion in front of him secured their positions very quickly. But Yi Yuan also understood that this was only the beginning. Without bloodshed, how could it create true powerhouses? He led his men in a charge, the true Nirvana sword formation blooming, charging into the enemy army. The true Nirvana sword formation was ever victorious. But in such a scale of battle, especially when the opponents were all Divine Children level powerhouses, it was impossible for him to reap wantonly anymore. But even so, he was still like a sharp knife, stabbing into the enemy's chest ruthlessly. He alone carved out a huge opening. And behind him, the likes of Wen Zhen and Pang Zhen were similarly incomparably courageous, killing until heaven and earth dimmed. The Divine Children Legion's formation was not formed yet and was burst through by Yi Yuan. However, just as Tian Shu opened his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan's divine sense captured a familiar figure. A hint of an imperceptible smile showed at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2404, Really Admire Your Courage. Chapter 2404, Really Admire Your Courage. 9 Origin. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually ran into 9 Origin here. It was precisely this person who forced him into a hopeless situation. It was also precisely this person who took Leah away from his side, making them unable to be together. At that time, how high and mighty was this person? As if he looked down on everything in this world. But the Yi Yuan back then nearly died on the spot even if they used their final trump card. That battle was also the most disastrous battle that Yi Yuan had experienced in his life. He practically fought until he reached the brink of collapse. Later, if he wasn't lucky, he would probably have long already died. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately go find trouble with 9 Origin. He already locked onto 9 Origin and was not scared that he would run away. If he left alone right now, that was being irresponsible to the whole army. Without him charging into battle, this human army would likely fall apart very quickly. However, when Yi Yuan charged, the outcome was akin to a no man's land. It still dealt a tremendous impact on the Divine Children Legion. Under his leaders, HI plus P, these unpredictable children were also all boundlessly fired up, being unrestrained and excited from killing. Although the opponent was very strong, a great battle with a scale of more than 100,000 people, momentum was similarly important. Once unpredictable children were defeated, they would immediately fall apart. But similarly, once they became excited from killing their opponents, they would also go out of control. Currently, as they faced the Divine Children Legion, which was twice as many as them, they actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. How is it possible? Our Divine Children Legion is actually being suppressed. Where did this human army pop out from, to actually have such formidable strength, especially their commander? His realm is clearly not high, but his lore comprehension is extremely terrifying. Where did this guy pop out from? The Divine Children Legion's warriors were all incredibly shocked. Since they first made their appearance in the world, they had even killed before a Deva Second Blight Supreme Powerhouse, and had never tasted defeat. But today, they were actually being suppressed all around. In their eyes, humans were too weak to stand up to a gust of breeze. An assault and they would be gone. However, this army's combat power was strong beyond imagination, especially Yi Yuan. They unleashed all of their abilities but were still unable to stop him. Wherever Yi Yuan charged, there would definitely be a swathe of divine children who fell. One had to know, although these were unsuccessful divine children, for them to be able to compete with divine children, they had formidable strength to begin with. But they actually could not even block a same-rank human. This kind of thing simply subverted their understanding. The commotion on Yi Yuan's side was noticed by Tian Shu very quickly. Tian Shu was a qualified commander. He used a very short time and determined where the soul of this army lay. Ignore the others. Gather all your strength to deal with that white SHI plus RT human. Remember, at all cost. Tian Shu said with a solemn look. Under his word of command, the Divine Children Legion's various leaders immediately brought their own squads and rushed over toward Yi Yuan crazily. They simply ignored the consequences and were completely using lives to stuff it up. For a moment, Yi Yuan's pressure rose sharply. It was true that he was strong, but one person facing the 200,000-strong Divine Children Legion was clearly too strenuous. After all, these were all not ordinary members of the divine race, but the heavy pressure on his side liberated the rest of the unpredictable children. The likes of Wen Zhen and Pang Zhen brought their teams to rush and kill non-stop. The Divine Children Legion suffered heavy casualties. This battle entered a white-hot stage very soon. Large-scale casualties started appearing on both sides. Beside Tianshu, Ninja Raijan's entire body suddenly trembled and he exclaimed, I tease him. Tianshu frowned and said, You know him? Nine Origin said in shock, I'll recognize even if he turns to ashes. It was him who forcefully knocked me down a realm, but how is this possible? At that time, his small world had already collapsed. He should have completely become a cripple. But it's just been a short 1,000 years' time, and his strength actually already grew to such a terrifying level. Yi Yuan's current temperament had already undergone earth-shaking changes from back then. Back then, he was still just a tender youth. But currently, Yi Yuan regained the name of Saint Azure and was already having the air of a sovereign. Furthermore, he was augmented with SPA Setemi lore, giving people a mysterious and hard-to-fathom feeling. Therefore, Nine Origin did not recognize him at first. But he was too familiar with Yi Yuan after all. For so many years, this had been a nightmare-like existence to him. Although he had a Pyrrhic victory in that battle, his opponent was merely just an Empyrean realm brat. This kind of victory was a humiliation to him. Nine Origin thought that Yi Yuan would become a cripple ever since then. Who knew that meeting again after 1,000 years, Yi Yuan already grew to the extent of making him have cold feet. Just looking at his current combat power, fighting one-on-one, he would really be killing him like killing a chicken. Tian Shu naturally knew about Ninja Raijan's matters. Hearing him say so, he was extremely shocked too. It's him. A human's small world collapsing, how could he possibly cultivate to such a boundary within 1,000 years? Tian Shu said in shock. 1,000 years, cultivating from a puny little Empyrean to an invincible heavenly emperor. This rate of progress was really too horrifying. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Ninyarijin's eyes and he said in a chilly voice, "Lord Commander, you mustn't let this boy continue to grow. He must be killed today." Tian Shu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "This boy is too terrifying. Furthermore, he's already close to the Deva realm. If let him continue to grow, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. I previously received news that there just happens to be 3 9 marks experts in the vicinity. I'll send an instant message crystal to them right now and request them to come over and kill this guy." 9 Origin said in pleasant surprise, "Lord Commander is wise." Tianshu said, "This boy is too strong. We can't let things continue like this anymore. I'll go and face him." Done talking, he leaped and joined in the battle. Although Tianshu was peak 8 marks, his strength was matchless in the entire Divine Children Legion. His status was like Yi Yuan's status in the human army. His addition immediately greatly roused the morale of the Divine Children army. Soldiers against soldiers, general facing general. "Boy, I'll challenge you." Tianshu looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice. A hint of contempt showed in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said coolly, "Are you a divine child?" Tianshu could not help choking when he heard this. He was indeed not a divine child. But that was because the compet. One Taion in the heaven lineage was too fierce. His strength when placed in other branch lineages was even somewhat stronger than divine children. Yi Yuan looked at his expression and immediately understood, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Even a divine son isn't my match, based on just the likes of you. Still say soldiers against soldiers, general facing general, I really admire your courage." Tianshu gave a cold laugh and said, "Brat, you're too arrogant. My heaven lineage strength isn't what you can imagine. Although this commander isn't a divine child, my strength isn't the slightest bit worse than a divine child too. Dealing with you, it's sufficient." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and said, "Is that so? Then, bring it on." Tianshu was sent into a flaming rage by Yi Yuan's contemptuous attitude. It was only to see his aura being released, and a horrifying heavenly Tao pressure suddenly descended. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation suddenly activated. Pew, pew, pew. Countless sword intent surged. Tianshu did not have time to even make a move and was pierced into a sieve by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2405. Devastating the Divine Children Legion. Chapter 2405. Devastating the Divine Children Legion. In an instant, it was as if the air solidified. The battle that was originally fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, suddenly came to a stop. Both sides stopped at once. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's side, being shocked to the extreme. Their chief commander, an existence close to invincible beneath 9 marks heavenly Tao realm, was actually one-shotted in a single exchange. It turned out that Yi Yuan did not use his full strength previously. His true Nirvana sword formation was not even integrated with SPA Setimi law. Dealing with Tianshu, Yi Yuan fused spatial source inside, and the power immediately increased several levels. One had to know, before Yi Yuan went to the SPA Setimi turbulence, his strength already crushed WN Zhan and the rest. Now, returning domineeringly, his SPA Setimi law already reached an elusive realm. Dealing with a mere peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm was seriously nothing much. Forget that Tianshu was not a divine child. Even if he was a divine child, it would not be hard for Yi Yuan to kill him too. Chief Commander. This isn't possible. How can Chief Commander be dead before unleash? HI plussing a single move? Aren't humans all a bunch of ants? Why is he so strong? The moment Yi Yuan made his move, the impact that it dealt to the Divine Children Legion was seriously too strong. The strongest person in their legion was one-shotted by Yi Yuan. Before this, any one of them could easily kill same-rank humans when they took action. But now, what kind of situation was this? Especially 9 Origin, his 2 eyes became wide saucers, somewhat wondering whether he saw wrongly or not. Was this horrifying to the extreme major power before his eyes? Really that young man who stood in front of him back then, and yelled out, "Why would I, Yi Yuan, fear a fight?" How lowly was he at that time? But after 1,000 years, this lowly youth already became a top major power that left him dead in the water. He touched his heart and felt that he already regarded Yi Yuan highly enough. But only at the end did he discover to his dismay that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. No way. Allowing him to continue growing unchecked, he'll definitely be my divine race's mortal calamity. Got to hold him back. After the 3-9 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses come, he'll be dead for sure. 9 Origin shouted in his heart. Thinking up to here, he had no more thoughts in his heart and roared angrily, "What are you all still in a daze for? Everyone, attack together. Avenge Chief Commander. Kill this guy, at all cost." This voice immediately shattered the brief stasis. All of the divine children were immediately startled awake. Tian Shu's prestige was extremely high in the Divine Children Legion. Ninja Raijin's shout immediately aroused their fighting spirit. Hence, the divine children pounced over toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives. They completely disregarded casualties, each and every one killing until their eyes turned red, only wanting Yi Yuan's life. As for the army behind Yi Yuan, they did not care about it at all anymore. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. When 200,000 Divine Children Legion pounced on a person at the same time, the combat power practically already closed in on Deva Second Blight. A threat of death immediately rushed over. But Yi Yuan was not alarmed when he saw this situation, but happy instead. What he wanted was this kind of feeling. Only a fight between life and death could stimulate his potential. Furthermore, him sharing other people's pressure, the others could also get corresponding training. If let the others clash head-on with the Divine Children Legion, that would be a one-sided slaughter and not training anymore. Although unpredictable children were strong, facing the well-trained Divine Children Legion, they still fell short by a lot. Let alone that they were even at a disadvantage in numbers. This situation in front of them could be said to be the most ideal state already. Facing the Divine Children Legion's frenzied assault, Yi Yuan could not hide his strength anymore. The complete version of the true Nirvana sword formation was fully released. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into Yi Yuan's tempo. The profound sword formation law reverberated back and forth inside the sword formation, the power terrifying to the extreme. However, the Divine Children Legion's frenzied attacks similarly could not be underestimated. The divine race only cultivated heavenly Tao, they brought the coercion of great Tao to contend with Yi Yuan. One person's strength might not be much, but 200,000 people added together, it was terrifying. Inside the sword formation, intense rumbling sounds erupted. The entire battlefield already became an utter mess. The forest in a radius of 100,000 miles was long already razed to the ground. But the more they fought, the more alarmed the Divine Children Legion became. Yi Yuan's combat power was simply hair-raisingly strong. Him alone practically shouldered close to half of the entire Divine Children Legion's offensive power. It was equivalent to him alone blocking half of the Divine Children Legion. How could this sort of thing happen in reality? If Yi Yuan was Deva realm, then forget it. But Yi Yuan was just a heavenly emperor realm martial artist. They did not dare to believe that this sort of thing was actually real. Yet, it was happening before their eyes. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's sword formation made them want to vomit blood very much. The advantage of numbers was diminished to the extreme by the true Nirvana sword formation. It was impossible for them to want to deal with Yi Yuan like dealing with that Deva Second Blight powerhouse. When those divine children arrived before Yi Yuan, they would be divided naturally by the sword formation, unable to form a powerful cohesive force at all. Even for the current Yi Yuan, if he clashed head-on with the Divine Children Legion, it would be the outcome of certain death too. Hence, he naturally would not be so silly. However, the 9 Origin in the Divine Children Legion, the shock in his heart grew even stronger. He was already unable to describe the feelings in his heart. Yi Yuan's means of one-shotting Tian Shu was actually still not his full strength. This guy actually cultivated Sword Dao Source, Formation Dao Source, as well as SPA Setami Law, to such a horrifying realm at the same time. This kind of thing was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Yuan himself would not be relaxed too. The Divine Children Legion was well-trained and extremely cohesive, far from what the human army could compare to. The extremely tragic battle still caused him significant injuries. Even with his current strength, these divine children were very hard to kill too. Fortunately, he was extremely tenacious and not afraid of a battle of attrition. This was a fierce battle, true for the Divine Children Legion, and similarly the same for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know that danger was currently slowly approaching. Extremely far away, 3 streaks of flowing light actually met together without prior agreement. MN. Tian Zhao, Li Qing, you guys actually came too. Looks like Tian Shu, that kid ran into a considerable problem. The one speaking was the profound lineage's 9 marks powerhouse, Yuan Zhen. This person was precisely a divine son of the same period as 9 origin. At present, he already entered the realm of 9 marks, looking down on the world, becoming a profound lineage ancestor class. SS powerhouse. His strength was much stronger than even Deva First Blight, closing in on Deva Second Blight. As for the other 2, Tian Zhao and Li Qing, they were respectively the Heaven lineage and Yellow lineage's 9 marks powerhouses. Their strength similarly should not be underestimated. These 3 people gathering together would absolutely be a nightmare to the Yi Yuan, who fell into a fierce fight. Yuanzhen, you actually came too. Looks like the Divine Children Legion really met its match this time. We need to hurry up. The Divine Children Legion is an important army for suppressing the world. Nothing must happen. Tian Zhao also said with a slightly dark look. The other 2 deeply felt that way too and said, can't delay anymore. Hurry up. Chapter 2406, Battling 3 Great 9 Marks Powerhouses Alone. Chapter 2406, Battling 3 Great 9 Marks Powerhouses Alone. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the losses of the Divine Children Legion were more miserable. After more than half a day, the combat power that the Divine Children Legion lost was already several tens of thousand. This scale of loss was the first time in the history of the Divine Children Legion. Everyone wanted to kill Yi Yuan, but the final results were their own deaths. Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation was like a bottomless hole, continuously devouring the lives of the Divine Children. Presently, Yi Yuan alone already killed close to 10,000 Divine Children, but he himself stood firm like a mountain. 9 Origin wandered outside of the sword formation, screaming frantically in his heart, hoping for those 3 great 9 marks heavenly Dao realms to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, he was virtually parsing each second as if it was a year. Seeing one companion after another die in front of him, he was almost going insane. Of course, along with the sage of time, the effect of the sneak attack was already lost. Under the positional warfare, their casualties started to intensify. In a short half a day's time, the army of 100,000 people already lost close to 20,000 people. A loss of this scale was still because Yi Yuan contained the vast majority of the military force. Pang Zhen and the rest became more and more terrified as they fought. Only now did they know how strong the divine race's combat power was. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was shuttling back and forth indeterminately inside the army, they could not help but admire. If not for Yi Yuan, even if they could find this place, even if they ambushed, it would likely be the outcome of complete annihilation too. This point was not worth the slightest doubt. But they also discovered that this battle fighting until now, even though the casualties were heavy, the casualties were gradually decreasing. Some unpredictable children already made considerable improvement after experiencing a tragic battle. Indeed, as Yi Yuan said, a battle at one's limit was the fastest way to increase one's strength. As long as they survived this battle, this human army would become an elite division. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed. He sensed that several powerful auras were moving quickly to this side. This shock was by no means insignificant. These few auras were very powerful, virtually arriving in an instant. When Yuanzhen 3 people rushed over and saw this miserable scene, they were also dumbstruck with shock. They had never thought that the Divine Children Legion would actually be forced to such an extent. This Divine Children Legion before their eyes was already close to half lost. The army of over 200,000 was only left with 120 to 130,000 people already. It could be seen how strong this battle's opponents were. Where did this human army pop out from? How can they be so strong? Tian Zhao said in shock. Yuan Zhen's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "Looks like we underestimated the humans. However, Tian Shu is actually not in the army. Could it be that he actually fell?" The moment the two people looked, they indeed did not find Tian Shu, and could not help being shocked. The piece of intel was sent by Tian Shu, but Tian Shu was no longer in the army. Then there was only one possibility. Tian Shu already died. But the army was still there and the commander was already dead. This kind of situation was really too surprising. Yuan Zhen's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Yuan and his pupils could not help constricting. That human restrained close to half of the military might by himself, truly terrifying. Tian Shu probably called us here for him. I really didn't think that the humans actually had such a terrifying genius, Yuan Zhen exclaimed. But right at this time, Nine Origin finally discovered these three people and was immediately overcome with joy, calling out in a loud voice, "Lord Yuan Zhen, Commander Tian Shu has already been killed by Yi Yuan. This boy's talent is too monstrous. We definitely can't let him live. Three Excellencies, please take action and kill this guy." Yuan Zhen's eyes turned slightly grim and he said with a nod, "Understood. Tian Zhao, Li Qing, attack together and kill this boy." At the same time with him being shocked, Yuan Zhen's apprehension toward Yi Yuan also became extremely strong. He already saw through that Yi Yuan's sword formation contained 4 kinds of terrifying power of laws. Furthermore, all of them practically reached the level of rank 2 source. This kind of talent was simply too inconceivable. How could this sort of person be left on this earth? Boom! Yuan Zhen released his aura. The pressure of 9 marks heavenly Dao realm suddenly spread out. Only then did many unpredictable children notice Yuan Zhen 3 people. Their expressions immediately changed wildly. "Lord Saint Azure, things are bad. 3 9 marks powerhouses actually came from the divine race. This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Let's hurry up and retreat," Wan Zhen exclaimed. Suddenly, Yi Yuan yelled out, "All hold steady for me. It's already too late to retreat now. It will only cause more casualties. Leave these 3 people to me. Wan Zhen, Pang Zhen, the Divine Children Legion will be left to you all." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly turned into nothingness. When he appeared again, he was already facing Yuan Zhen. Rumble. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already clashed with the 3 people. A single rumble made everyone present extremely shocked. Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed under the pincer attack of the 3 great 9 marks powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan came and went as he pleased. If he wanted to go, nobody could keep him at all. It was easy for him to leave, but it would not be that easy for the other unpredictable children to want to leave. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not leave. Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were all sensible people. One looked and they knew what was going on. This sudden turn of events was what everyone did not expect. But Yi Yuan's action made them inexplicably moved. He alone blocked more than half of the pressure. Wan Zhen said in a clear voice, "Brothers, hold on for me. Lord Saint Azure fought dauntlessly in a bloody battle for us. So we can't hold him back either. The Divine Children Legion is merely like this. Let's kill, 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 kill." For some time, the human army was greatly encouraged and erupted with a powerful combat strength. However, the moment Yi Yuan left, the Divine Children Legion's combat power was instantly liberated. Their combat strength suddenly increased by a huge margin. In virtually an instant, both sides fighting escalated again. The battle became even more miserable. While on Yi Yuan's side, Yi Yuan actually blocked 3 great 9 marks powerhouses with his power alone, and among them, there was even a true divine child, Yuan Zhen. Although these 3 people just entered 9 marks, their combat power already closed in on Deva Second Blight. But even so, Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation still resisted them stubbornly. Blazing Flame Heavenly Pit. True Martial Universe. Tai Heaven Seal. Yuan Zhen 3 people did not hesitate in the slightest, unleash HI+ing powerful moves. But when they faced off against Yi Yuan, they felt like they had fallen into a quagmire. The vortex of SPA Setimi law greatly reduced the power of their formidable moves. The more the three fought, the more shocked they became. A mere human late-stage Heavenly Emperor martial artist actually jumped realms and blocked the teaming up of three great Nine Marks powerhouses? When Nine Origin saw this scene, he was shocked until he was staring dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape. To the divine race, 8 marks to 9 marks was a heavenly chasm. This heavenly chasm was far from what Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor to Deva First Blight could compare to. But crossing this heavenly chasm, it was tantamount to standing on top of the summit, and one could roam the world unhindered. Even if a powerhouse who just entered 9 marks faced off against a Deva First Blight, it was virtually rolling them over too. But now, Yi Yuan actually blocked the teaming up of 3 great 9 marks powerhouses with his power alone. Chapter 2407, Heavenly Tao True Martial. Chapter 2407, Heavenly Tao True Martial. Our divine race only cultivates Heavenly Tao, and fights the enemy with the power of Heavenly Tao. But the Heavenly Tao contained within this sword formation is actually much stronger than me. How can the human race have such a monstrous person? While fighting fiercely, Yuanzhan's heart shook wildly. Heavenly Tao was the foundation of all things, towering above laws. As the saying went, Tao gave birth to one, one birthed two, two birthed three, three birthed all things. Heavenly Tao was the root of everything. The divine race enjoyed exceptional advantages in cultivation innately. Their combat power was several times that of other races of the same rank. But now, they were actually beaten by a human junior. How could they not be surprised by such a thing? No wonder Tian Shu called us over so anxiously. If this boy doesn't die, he'll be my divine race's mortal calamity. Li Qing also said. His injuries aren't light. Take his life while he's injured. Tian Zhao also said. After the shock, a strong killing intent surged in the three people's hearts. The sense of danger that Yi Yuan gave them was too strong. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan was currently still entering the battle with injuries. If Yi Yuan was not killed today, after he grew up, he would become even more terrifying. He might bring indelible damage to the divine race. Therefore, Yi Yuan must be nipped in the bud. The three people's auras increased tremendously. Previously, they still more or less harbored slight underestimation of Yi Yuan and were holding back to some extent. This time, they were going all out. Yuanzhan looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of indifference as he said, "Boy, you're very good, you can even match ancient human powerhouses already. Being able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud." Celestial Avatar. Yuanzhan roared fiercely. The 9 dark marks on his body suddenly became extremely dazzling. His body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, he expanded to 3 times his original size, becoming a big and tall giant. The explosive power that surged from his body made everyone's faces change drastically. When Nine Origin saw this scene, he could not help laughing wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha. Celestial Avatar. Lord Yuanzhan's Heavenly Tao True Martial. He finally used this move. Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure." He and Yuanzhan competed for the position of divine children at the same time. At that time, Yuanzhan relied on this move to sweep away his opponents in the same generation and to establish his position of divine son in one stroke. This move borrowed the power of Heavenly Tao to strengthen one's physical body. The divine race merged body and spirit. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful to begin with. Even if it was inferior to Yi Yuan's perfect 9th transformation, it was also not far off. But this move could borrow the power of Heavenly Tao to break the shackles of the physical body, making one's strength skyrocket dozens of times all at once. This kind of level already Serpa said the category of the 9 transformations, and reached the level of Tao. That kind of explosive power made people tremble. Being able to become a divine child, each one had formidable combat power. The true power of the divine race, apart from Tian Qing, was accumulated by precisely the divine children of the past. Heavenly Tao True Martial, as the name suggested, it was a powerful martial art created by borrowing the power of Heavenly Tao. The power was simply unimaginable. The divine race looked down on all races. What they relied on was also precisely Heavenly Tao True Martial. Once Heavenly Tao True Martial was exhibited, It could break through the limits of one's body, reaching the level of Tao. Furthermore, one was only qualified to comprehend Heavenly Tao True Martial after reaching 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm as well. Back then, when Yi Yuan battled Divine Sun Xin, if the other party had comprehended a Heavenly Tao True Martial, Yi Yuan absolutely would not have won that easily. What powerful strength! The power of the fleshy body can actually reach such a terrifying extent. I finally understand why Lord Profound Secrets they all are so wary of the divine race. Turns out that we never encountered the divine race's true powerhouses. 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm is when they are truly terrifying. On the human army's side, the faces of the group of unpredictable children turned ashen, being deeply shocked by Yuan Zhen's might. Only at this time did they understand what right the divine race had to dominate the heavenspan world. Who could block this level of power? This was still just an initial stage 9 marks powerhouse. Once a peak 9 marks powerhouse executed Heavenly Tao True Martial, what kind of degree would that strength soar to? Today, under Yi Yuan's compulsion, they finally witnessed the true divine race. Heavenly Tao True Martial, this name that was unfamiliar but also incomparably powerful to the human race, appeared on the stage of history. Even Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably serious too when he saw Celestial Avatar this move. It was also his first time witnessing the divine race's true power. It was impossible for his perfect 9 transformations golden body to reach such terrifying power too. Heavenly Tao True Martial is it? Just what kind of terrifying battle did Shang Hang they all experience back then? Yi Yuan could not help as he said with a rueful sigh. Yi Yuan had always heard that the divine race was strong, but in his eyes, the divine race was merely SOSO. Shang Hang as the Grand Ancestor SPA Setimi, he comprehended SPACE and time, 2 great supreme laws. His combat power was extremely terrifying. Even if the other Grand Ancestors' strength was not as good as Shang Hang's, they were definitely extremely terrifying too. But 18 Grand Ancestors, there was actually not a single one who survived. It was not just that. Among the 5th Blight and 4th Blight powerhouses back then, less than 1 in 10 was still alive. What right did the divine race have? Today, he finally understood. A puny little Yuan Zhen was so terrifying after using Heavenly Tao True Martial. Then what about Tian Qing? Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, stared at Yuan Zhen, and said with surging fighting intent, Heavenly Tao True Martial, is it? Then I'll take a look at how strong the divine race's true combat strength is. Ha ha ha, you'll experience it very soon. My divine race is invincible in the world. Yuan Zhen gave a loud laugh, waved his enormous arm, and smashed a fist over. An unremarkable punch, without any flass. HI plus Ness. But this punch gave people a feeling of obliterating heaven and decimating the earth. Without the slightest sound of a tear through the air, no earth-shattering explosions. It was as if everything reached the boundary of returning to one's original simplicity. Although it was plain, no one felt that this punch was not strong. When the two came to blows, it would be an earth-shattering moment. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The true Nirvana sword formation suddenly lit up. This time, he did not hold back at all, urging the true Nirvana sword formation to the limit. Boom! One strike, the true Nirvana sword formation collapsed and dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, fresh blood hurling wildly from his mouth, already adding injuries on top of injuries. 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm plus Heavenly Tao True Martial, the power was formidably strong. Since Yi Yuan created the true Nirvana sword formation, he had virtually yet to taste a single defeat, but today, he lost. The giant Yuan Zhen was high up in the air proudly as if he was really a celestial deity who represented Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao True Martial, what it represents is the power of Heavenly Tao, towering above laws. Time law is fine, spatial law too, they can all be ignored. Young man, being able to receive my Heavenly Tao True Martial's one punch and not die, you're really very strong. If you can reach Deva realm, probably even I won't be a match too. Therefore, you must die today. Done talking, he turned to Tian Zhao and Li Qing, and said, attack together. Kill him, and don't give him any chance. In front of Yuan Zhen, the two of them paled much more in comparison. But they were also 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses no matter what. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. The 3 people attacked together, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. His life and death were hanging by a thread. Chapter 2408, Sword of Spa Setimi. Chapter 2408, Sword of Spa Setimi. How can this be? If Saint Azure dies, wouldn't our human race's hope be all shattered? Wen Zhen's face was full of despair. Yi Yuan was the human race's only hope. If he died, this doomsday battle would no longer have any hope. He never thought that 9 marks powerhouses actually still had Heavenly Tao true martial, this kind of heaven-defying martial art. But now, facing Yuan Zhen 3 people's fatal blow, he felt that he was so powerless. 3 powerful to the extreme auras rushed toward the already seriously injured Yi Yuan. Especially Yuan Zhen, that explosive momentum was almost making this mountain and river crumble apart. If his punch landed solidly, there was no possibility of surviving at all. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 people did not stay at the rear in the slightest, unleash. Plusing a wanton bombardment toward Yi Yuan. How horrifying was the power of 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm? The SPACE that Yi Yuan was standing at was reduced to fragments. Everything there was completely annihilated. People were simply unable to imagine what could still survive in the face of such power. Everything was over. Ha ha ha. Being able to let me run into this boy today, it's also my divine race's destiny that made it so. The myriad races ought to be destroyed and the divine race should prosper. Yuan Zhen said with a loud laugh. Killing Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably delighted in his heart. Such a genius dying at his hands was equivalent to throttling the hope of the rise of the human race. As long as there was no longer Grand Ancestor Spa Setimi, that kind of heaven-defying powerhouse who appeared, it was simply impossible for the myriad races to have any hope of victory. Lord Yuan Zhen is mighty. Lord Yuan Zhen is mighty. Lord Yuan Zhen is mighty. With Yi Yuan being killed, the divine race's morale was greatly boosted, and the human army's morale was greatly reduced. For some time, the 2 armies' battle situation was greatly reversed. The humans' casualties started to grow bigger and bigger. Yuan Zhen laughed loudly and said, 9 Origin, dispose these trash as soon as possible. This army should be the human race's elite division. Each person's law comprehensions are all very high. Don't let a single one of these people get away. 9 Origin was overjoyed and said, yes, Lord Yuan Zhen. Although he knew that this army was not ordinary, Yuan Zhen, this level of powerhouse, was disdainful to take action against them at all. Yuan Zhen patted his hands and said coolly, all right. Now that this is done, we still have other things to do and will leave first. This place will be left to you. As he was speaking, all of them were about to leave. The battle isn't over yet and you're leaving now? But right then, inside the shattered void, a voice suddenly came out. Everyone's expression changed. It was impossible for the voice emitting from there to be someone else. It could only be Yi Yuan. He actually did not die. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, only to see a figure slowly walking over. When the human army saw Yi Yuan, they were immediately wildly ecstatic. Ha ha ha, didn't die. Lord Saint Azure didn't die. With him around, we have hope. Each step that he took, the imposing momentum on his body grew a fraction stronger. Heaven and earth spiritual energy that blotted out the skies and covered the earth engulfed everything and swept over. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum rose steadily up, getting stronger and stronger. Over the years, Yi Yuan's comprehension of laws became more and more unfathomable. But he did not deliberately cultivate his cultivation realm. Now, his rich account accumulations erupted. Under Yuan Zhen 3 people's stimulation, he broke through once more. When Yuan Zhen saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly and he said in a solemn voice, how is that possible? Under that kind of situation, even the human race's Deva second blight would have been killed by me too. You actually didn't die. As Yi Yuan broke through his realm, he said nonchalantly, Heavenly Tao true martial is indeed powerful, but you probably have some misunderstanding about one thing. You all are only borrowing the power of Heavenly Tao, and are not the Heavenly Tao that towers above all life. In front of Heavenly Tao, you all are still just ants. SPACE and time laws are similarly a party of heavenly Tao. The human race and the divine race, it's just that the cultivation system is different. There's no distinction between lowliness and nobleness. But you regard yourself as infallible and feel that you can ignore SPACE law? What a joke. Yuan Zhen's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph. The divine race is paramount and represents heavenly Tao. How can it be understandable by you, this sort of ant? Since you're not dead, then I'll just kill you again." As he said, the moment his aura released, he rushed up once more. The oppressive power erupted again. Yi Yuan was firm as a rock, still walking forward slowly. It was just that his right hand reached out and he said coolly, "Come, sword." In an instant, countless light dots condensed from all directions, finally condensing to become a pale yellow light sword. This sword actually gave people a feeling of wispy and etherealness. But Yuan Zhen paid no attention to it. Yi Yuan's breakthrough was not complete yet. So how could a single sword of source do anything to him? This punch still burst out. Go. Yi Yuan formed a seal with his hand, the light sword tore through the air. This sword came mistily. At first, Yuan Zhen did not care at all, and actually planned on extending his hand to go and grab the light sword. With his current bodily strength, he could crush ordinary Dao artifacts too. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. The sword had yet to arrive and the sharp sword energy already made him unable to open his eyes. The sharpness of this sword seemed to be able to sever heaven and earth. At this time, how could he still care about killing Yi Yuan? He forcefully twisted his body in the air, wanting to avoid this sword. People should not look at how his body was extremely huge. Actually, his movements were unbelievably agile. His body made a strange twist, the light sword brushed past his body. A few strands of hair floated down, already chopped off by the sword energy. Yuan Zhen's heart shook wildly. Just now, just a bit more and he would have been decapitated. This sword was too sharp. How could this sword be so sharp? Ordinary swords, he would not pay attention to them at all. Even if it was a sword of source, he could wrestle it with his bare hands too. But that sword earlier, it had clearly already exceeded the scope of source swords. He did not doubt in the slightest that if he went to grab it with his bare hands, it would definitely have been sliced in half. How could this be? He had fought with Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation previously and did not have misgivings about Yi Yuan's swords at all. But now, just a condensed light sword was actually so sharp. How is this possible? Just what the hell is this sword? Yuan Zhen said in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you say that heavenly Dao true martial can ignore laws? Thanks to you, I fused time, SPACE, sword, 3 great sources, and comprehended this move, sword of SPACE. You can give it a try whether you can ignore it or not." What did you say? You, fuse time, SPACE, sword, 3 great laws? Yuan Zhen somewhat doubted whether he heard wrongly or not. The moment these words came out, everyone's hearts shook wildly. Fusing time, SPACE, and sword, 3 great source laws, could this sort of thing really be what human strength could accomplish? Fusing the power of laws was originally an extremely difficult thing. Furthermore, the higher the level of laws, the greater the difficulty of fusion. The fusion of SPACE and time, 2 great laws, could be said to be the most difficult fusion in this world. But fusing time, SPACE, and sword, 3 great laws, this difficulty was simply unable to use words to describe. If one had to insist on using words to describe it, then there was only one word: impossible. But Yi Yuan actually did it. True Nirvana sword formation was just a move that Yi Yuan created with several great source laws as the foundation, and not a fusion. What Yi Yuan truly fused in the past were only spatial law and sword law. But now, Yi Yuan actually fused 3 great laws. Chapter 2409, Eradicating 9 Marks with Ease. Chapter 2409, Eradicating 9 Marks with Ease. Sword of SPACE. It could annihilate SPACE. It could even annihilate SPACE, let alone people. How could the sharpness of this sword be what human strength could block? Even on the human side, each and every one of them, their hearts shook wildly too. This sword of source looked not much different from before, but it was actually a terrifying existence that fused three great laws. Wen said in shock, "The fusion of time and spatial laws is 100 times harder than fusing the 5-element laws. Lord Saint Azure's talent is truly too terrifying." Pang Zhen also said, "Fusing time and spatial laws, that is nothing. After all, Grand Ancestor Spa Setemi had once done it before too. But, fusing time, Space, and sword, these three great laws, and creating this sword of Spa Setemi move, it's terrifying. Lord Saint Azure is mighty. No wonder he said, if people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. In this battle, I also gained a lot. After going back, I'll definitely have breakthroughs." The others nodded one after another, agreeing with this. The struggle between life and death was best at stimulating potential. Many companions died in this battle. But those who survived would benefit endlessly. None of those present were mediocre people. Each one was a proud child of heaven. After a bout of fierce fighting, they already benefited a lot. After going back, as long as they calmed down and tried to digest their gains, they would definitely make huge breakthroughs. Of course, no matter how big the breakthrough, it also would not be able to compare to Yi Yuan fusing three great laws. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising, already approaching peak world realm. Yuan Zhen's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was still mocking Yi Yuan previously, saying that his heavenly Dao True Martial could ignore Spa Setemi law. But now, facing the sword of Spa Setemi that was condensed from Spa Setemi law, he was unbelievably fearful. This sword was a sword that could cleave his celestial avatar in two. Its sharpness was already unable to use words to describe. Still in a daze for what? Attack together. Take advantage of the fact that he hasn't broken through yet and kill him. Use the lesser 3 origin formation. Yuan Zhen roared loudly. Tian Zhao and Li Qing received the order and formed a horn-shaped formation with Yuan Zhen. The three people's auras immediately rose significantly. This lesser 3 origin formation could actually enhance the strength of 9 marks powerhouses. However, when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he laughed. "Looks like your divine race is also advancing with the times. This array formation is quite profound. It's just that you guys don't know that I'm the ancestor of this array formation. Forming this array formation in front of me, you guys are displaying your slight skill before an expert." The divine race advocated individual combat power and did not have much awareness of group combat. But now, when the divine race came into being again, they changed a lot. This Divine Children Legion's fighting will was powerhouse. Their warriors cooperated with each other tacitly. They had clearly undergone strict training. While Yuan Zhen, this kind of 9 marks major power, could actually use this lesser 3 origin formation to this level, it also made people's jaws drop. Clearly, they had grasped the lesson of the last defeat in the Doomsday Battle. They learned a lot from the myriad races. This lesser 3 origin formation was one of them. But the reason why Yi Yuan laughed was that he saw too many of his own formation Dao signs in this lesser 3 origin formation. The 18 inheritance grand arrays that he left behind had the inheritance of formation Dao. This lesser 3 origin formation of the divine race, although it was very advanced, it was clearly secretly learned from the humans. Yi Yuan saw it clearly at a glance. It was just that how could Yuan Zhen they all know that the existence who influenced the direction of the Doomsday Battle an epoch ago was precisely this young man in front of them, and the things that they secretly learned had also evolved from precisely the inheritances that Yi Yuan left behind. Heh, truly a shameless boasting fellow. The lesser 3 origin formation was created by my divine race's formation pathmaster, Fei Liu. What has it got to do with you? To talk about ancestors, Master Fei Liu being your ancestor is adequate. Yuan Zhen could not help saying with a cold laugh when he heard that. Yi Yuan did not answer, he just smiled faintly, lifted his fingertip, and said, "Sword of Spa Setemi, go." Whoosh. H. Plus without any sound of tearing across the air, the sword of Spa Setemi was sent out once again. In a blink, the sword of Spa Setemi crossed a distance of 100,000 feet and slashed accurately somewhere between the three people. Boom. The lesser 3 origin formation collapsed instantly. The three people's skyrocketed aura also instantly dissipated without a trace, recovering to their previous state once again. Yuanzhan's eyes became wide saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. In this epoch, Master Fei Liu studied the human race's formation Dao, and he had long already reached the level of rank 5 source. Even if Yi Yuan's formation Dao reached rank 2 formation Dao, it was also impossible to crack the lesser 3 origin formation with one move, right? This lesser 3 origin formation was created by Master Fei Liu painstakingly. With 3 people as a small combat unit, it could greatly enhance the combat power of the divine race. To a powerhouse at the level of 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm, once they joined forces, then the combat power would definitely soar. Originally, their combat power was several times higher than that of humans. Once the lesser 3 origin formation was activated, the 3 of them working together, even if there were 20 human powerhouses, it would likely be hard to get close to. But such an array formation was actually cracked by Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. This kind of thing was simply puzzling. They did not understand the hidden meaning in Yi Yuan's words at all. They did not understand, but Wen Zhen and the rest were perfectly clear. The divine race secretly learned the human race's formation Dao but did not know that the human race's terrifying formation Dao later on came entirely from Yi Yuan's legacy. Although the things that the human race's grand ancestor formation Dao comprehended later on were already very different from Yi Yuan's, in terms of the source, they came from the same root. Using the array formation that Yi Yuan Par S said down in front of Yi Yuan, wasn't this teaching one's grandmother how to suck eggs? And this scene also made Wen Zhen, Pang Zhen, and the rest admire Yi Yuan even more. Lord Saint Ajure's influence on these 10 billion years was seriously too far-reaching. The formation Dao legacy that he left behind was secretly learned by the divine race. The alchemy Dao legacy that he left behind was feared by the divine race. The SPA Setami legacy that he left behind exiled progenitor Tian Qing in the turbulent flow of time and SPACE for 10 billion years. This kind of might already transmigrated time and SPACE. It was too fantastical. Sword of SPA Setami, kill. Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan controlled the sword of SPA Setami again, charging over towards Tian Zhao. This sword was swift to the extreme. Tian Zhao's expression changed wildly, wanting to avoid it madly. But this sword already locked onto him, not giving him any chance to evade at all. He was not Yuanzhan who could control a powerful physical body to avoid the sword of SPA Setami. Compared to Yuanzhan, he was too weak. Pucci. Under the one sword, Tian Zhao was beheaded. A 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm powerhouse died just like this. Everyone started dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, looking at this scene in incredible shock. A powerful 9 marks powerhouse was killed by a Heavenly Emperor realm human just like that. The Divine Children Legion's warriors felt like their world views had been subverted. 9 marks powerhouses had unparalleled combat power. One was actually leapfrogged and killed by a human. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? Lord Tian Zhao died just like this. That human, he killed a 9 marks powerhouse while breaking through his cultivation realm. When did humans become so monstrous? Could it be that our divine race isn't the strongest? Many people started doubting life. The morale that the Divine Children Legion had just roused up earlier was immediately suppressed. Chapter 24:10. Give you 10 breath. Chapter 24:10. Give you 10 breath. Sword of SPA Setami, go. While everyone was still shocked, Yi Yuan struck again with a sword. But this time, the target locked onto Li Qing. Yuan Zhen's expression changed wildly, having the mind to save, but could not muster up the courage. What would he use to save? Li Qing felt that every hair on his body was standing up. He did not have time to think too much, turning tail and running. Except, the sword of SPA Setami was too fast. How could it give him the chance to flee? Swiss. H. Plus the light sword flashed past lightly. Li Qing was similarly decapitated. Yuanzhan saw it clearly. The cuts on Li Qing and Tian Zhao's wounds were extremely flat, not even a trace of blood flowed out. As if that place was sealed by some kind of mysterious power. He understood that this wound was blocked off by the power of SPA Setami, and would never heal. This kind of murdering method was far more terrifying than a blade wound. If Yi Yuan were to chop at a vital spot, it would directly kill. If it sliced his finger previously, then his finger would never be able to grow out anymore. Thinking up to here, Yuanzhan finally gave rise to the thought of withdrawing. Staying here was just waiting for death. When the Divine Children Legion's warriors saw this scene, each of them was dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan killed 2 great 9 marks powerhouses as if chopping vegetables. When did 9 marks powerhouses become so weak? No, wait. It was not that 9 marks powerhouses were weak, but that Yi Yuan was too strong. Fusing 3 great power of laws, this sword move could virtually cut everything in the world. Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, Yi Yuan's imposing momentum suddenly withdrew, his realm being fixed at peak world realm. He looked towards Yuanzhan with a slight smile and said coolly, "Don't your divine race call yourselves the messengers of heavenly Tao, looking down on myriad races? Now, I'm going to jump realms and kill you. Give you 10 breaths, whether or not you can escape will depend on your ability." Then, he took out a bow and arrow unhurriedly. Limitless God killing bow. A surging power of great Tao as salted everyone's minds. In the past, Yi Yuan's realm was lacking and could not unleash the true power of a Tao artifact at all. Now, even though he did not reach Deva realm yet, he already had strength comparable to Deva realm. When he used the limitless God killing bow again, the power long already could not be mentioned in the same breath. The power of a Tao artifact coupled with the sword of Spa Setami, it was simply ever victorious. Seeing the limitless God killing bow, Yuanzhan's pair of huge eyes almost popped out. The threat of death hit him head-on. Flee or not to flee? This was a difficult problem. If he fled, Yi Yuan's words were too impudent. Where would his face as a divine child go? Not fleeing, the power of a Tao artifact plus the sword of Spa Setami, he would be simply powerless to resist it. Even if he used heavenly Tao true martial. This was really a huge irony. Yi Yuan actually said this kind of words to a 9 marks divine son with heavenly emperor realm. And he was actually still hesitating. But Wen Zhen and the rest had their faces flush red. This kind of heroic feeling really made people's hot blood burn with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan's sentence completely recovered their lost confidence. Before this, they were really wrecked by the Divine Children Army. The Divine Children Legions might completely exceeded their imagination. If not for Yi Yuan, they completely would not have been able to imagine what this battle would have been like. Ha ha ha. Awesome. So what if they are of the divine race? As long as our power of laws reaches a certain realm, we can similarly look down on you. That Lord 9 marks, are you fighting or running? On the human side, came endless ridiculing voices. Yuanzhan kept harping that they were trash, ants, they were long already unhappy. But the strength that Yuanzhan exhibited previously was too strong, making them not have the chance to say anything at all. But now, it was different. Yi Yuan saying this kind of word with the realm of Heavenly Emperor was really too satisfying and delightful. Listening to the taunting coming from over there, Yuanzhan's face became gloomy to the extreme. But on this side, Yi Yuan could not be bothered with his reaction, and he already started counting down. 10, 9, 8. Each count was like a death-hastening curse, striking on Yuanzhan's heart. Finally, when it counted down to 7, he could not stand it anymore and ran wildly. 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm coupled with Heavenly Tao true martial, how fast was the speed? In virtually an instant, Yuanzhan's figure disappeared. It was as if Yi Yuan did not see it, still counting down. 6, 5. His voice spread extremely far, no matter where Yuanzhan ran to, it could reach his ears accurately. The laws of time and SPACE were no joke. This kind of method to transmit one's voice through SPACE was not considered very high level. But when Yuanzhan listened to it, it was totally not the case. These continuous countdowns were like claps of thunder, sounding out in his ears. Over these countless years, how many tens of millions of life-and-death battles had he experienced before? But not once did he feel so hopeless like now before. At this time, he wished that his parents had given him 2 more feet, so that he could run a little faster. He urged his physical body to the limit, trying to run a little faster. In reality, he ran fast enough too. But he still felt that it was not fast enough. 3, 2, 1. When he heard one, Yuan Zhen had already escaped, no idea how far away from Yi Yuan. But these words still exploded in his ears. Then, he felt a terrifying aura erupt behind him. This aura drew closer and closer, and increasingly stronger. He desperately wanted to increase his speed, but that aura was still continuously closing in. Then, that aura disappeared. He discovered that he was still fine. Ha ha ha. I escaped. I escaped. Brat, scaring me is it? How can I, Yuan Zhen, die that easily? He could not resist turning his head to take a look. All of a sudden, he froze. When he turned back, he saw his lower body. His body below his neck was already separated from his head. I died. Then, his consciousness slowly became blurry. This sword was too fast, he did not feel pain at all and was already beheaded. Normally, this sword was not sufficient to be fatal. But, SPA Setami law seemed to isolate everything, cutting off all connections between his upper body and lower body. His life force was rapidly dissipating. Finally, it disappeared. Yi Yuan slowly retracted his bow. That appearance was like he had done something insignificant. The whole place was deathly silent. The powerful heavenly Tao True Marshal was actually defeated. 7 breaths of time were enough for Yuan Zhen to flee a distance of several tens of millions of miles. But Yi Yuan killed him with just one sword. Suffocatingly strong, the divine race never feared the human race. They were proud and arrogant. Even if they lost the doomsday battle to the humans, they also would not feel that they were worse than humans. But today, they felt terrified facing Yi Yuan. This humans might already exceeded their understanding. Yi Yuan put away the limitless God killing bow. Looking at the Divine Children Legion which covered the sky, he said coolly toward Wen Zhen and the others, "Stop looking, continue. Kill." The Divine Children Legion was still in a daze when Wen Zhen and the others already roared loudly and charged over. Chapter 24:11, Fooled. Chapter 24:11, Fooled. With the Divine Sun dying, the morale of the troops was lost. How could the Divine Children Legion still be the human army's match? They finally could not hold out but to collapse. A rout was like a landslide. The Divine Children Legion fell into utter disarray very quickly, their combat effectiveness plummeting. On the contrary, the human army's side, being inspired by Yi Yuan, each and every one of them erupted with powerful strength, completely overwhelming the Divine Children Legion. The Divine Children Legion scattered in all directions, running all over the sky. No one knew how many had died. The powerful Divine Children Legion collapsed like a house of cards at this moment. In the huge fleeing army, 9 Origin was mixed inside, trying to smoke his way through. Just as he was chuckling to himself, thinking that Yi Yuan did not notice him, there was suddenly a blur before his eyes. A figure was already blocking in front of him. Old friends meeting, not even saying hello, it's also too much, right? Yi Yuan's voice was very flat, but the indifference exuding from it made 9 Origin terrified. He sensed killing intent. "You. What do you want?" 9 Origin took several steps back in a row, his complexion deathly pale and his words full of fear. "What do I want?" "Who, my lord 9 Origin, don't you know what I want? Back then, when you took Leah away from me, you probably didn't think that there would be such a day, right?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Yeah, the 9 Origin back then showed disdain on the world. Why would he pay attention to a puny little Empyrean realm? Even if he was seriously injured, he did not think that Yi Yuan would be of any threat anymore either. But Sir Qum's stances change with the Pares Sing of time. When Yi Yuan was standing in front of him again, he actually fused 3 great laws, and he slew a divine sun with one sword. He was already completely reduced to an ant in front of Yi Yuan. When someone who once looked up to you stood in front of you again, but you were looking up to him, this kind of taste was really sour. Mentioning Leah, 9 Origin seemed to have grasped a final life-saving straw. He said, "Yi Yuan, you dare to kill me? Don't you want to know what happened to you Mengli? Let me tell you, if I die, she'll have to die too." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, indeed somewhat cautious in taking action. Nine Lives was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He said, "Let me tell you, Yu Mengli has been refusing to become a divine daughter. Now, she's locked up in the profound lineage's prison. It was me who kept persuading the ancestors in the clan to keep her life. If I die, she'll definitely die without a doubt." Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that, a look of worry appearing on his face. These few years, he had constantly been worried about Lia's safety. But with his current strength, he had no way of going to the divine race's territory at all. Now, seeing Nine Origin, this was probably the only channel to inquire about Lia's news. "Tell me, how is Lia now?" Yi Yuan said in a deep voice. Nine Lives smiled coldly and said, "You know Yu Mengli's temperament best. She has been refusing to become a divine daughter all along. Her personality is too stubborn and can't be persuaded no matter what. There was even a big quarrel over this before. The ancestors in the clan were enraged and wanted to sentence her to death. However, her talent is indeed high. I also used this as the reason and kept persuading the clan. That's how I saved her life. Now, she's being locked up in the clan's prison. If I die, she'll definitely be sentenced to death by the elders in the clan within half a year." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Just the likes of you have such a big influence in the clan?" Nine Origin laughed loudly and said, "I can't, but that doesn't mean that my father can't. My father is a middle-stage 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm powerhouse. He still has quite the authority to speak in the clan." When Yi Yuan heard that, a hint of worry flashed across in his eyes. As the saying went, losing yourself in concern. Even if Yi Yuan had a meticulous mind, he was also somewhat having reservation currently. Nine Origin ignored Yi Yuan's obstruction, directly walking past him, and said with a faint smile, "How about it? I'm going now. Do you still want to stop?" Done talking, he left with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan did not stop and actually allowed him to go freely. Nine Origin walked very steadily as if he did not care about Yi Yuan's attitude in the slightest. But, after he left the battlefield, he ran as if he was mad. What he said earlier, not a single word was true. They were all lies made up on the spot in order to live. He knew that Yi Yuan valued Yu Mengli immensely. Hearing the news that Yu Mengli's life was hanging by a thread, he absolutely would not make things difficult for him. In reality, Yu Mengli had long already become a divine daughter. Furthermore, Yu Mengli's present strength already reached the realm of 9 marks. The speed of progress was simply inconceivable, but he similarly knew that Yi Yuan was extremely clever. The lie definitely would be found out soon. After Yi Yuan calmed down, he would definitely be able to detect the fees. HI+ness. Hence, he had to flee for his life right now. The current Yi Yuan was too terrifying, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Even staying for a fraction of a second more was playing with his life too. There was a divine race camp roughly 3 days west of Upper Essence Valley. There were quite a number of 9 marks experts there. This place was his only chance of life. As long as he escaped here, he would be able to escape with his life. After 9 Origin left, Yi Yuan felt very irritated in his heart. Hence, he went on a killing spree. His current cultivation realm already reached peak world realm and he even fused time, SPACE, and sword, 3 kinds of power of laws, his strength terrifying to the extreme. The Divine Children Legion's warriors had long already fallen into utter disarray. How could they be his match? Yi Yuan brought the human army and carried out a bloodmar's Saker before stopping. In this battle, the Divine Children Legion had close to 3/4 die, virtually being wiped out. This scale of Divine Children Legion already existed in name only. This was absolutely a tremendous blow to the divine race. 2 days later, Yi Yuan gathered the army and counted the numbers. He discovered that the human army also had nearly 40% lost. The army of over 100,000 was only left with less than 70,000 at this time. One could say that it was a Pyrrhic victory. But these unpredictable children had experienced the baptism of war. Each person's mental outlook underwent massive changes. The impact of this battle on them was extremely far-reaching. Although the numbers fell, the combat power of this army grew even stronger. However, Yi Yuan's thoughts were not on this. Having ceased all activities at this time, he kept feeling that something was off. But he could not put his finger to it either. Wn Zhan, order the army to enter Upper Essence Valley and search for the Dragon Clan's remnant. Yi Yuan commanded. Yes, Lord Saint Azure. After this battle, they already prostrated on all fours toward Yi Yuan in admiration. The title of Saint Azure was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. This kind of monstrous comprehension ability simply made people despair. Of course, this was the opponent's despair, and also the hope of the human race. But right then, Yi Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped, the expression on his face becoming incredibly ugly. What's wrong, Lord Saint Azure? Wan Zhan asked in confusion. Yi Yuan's expression was livid and he said with a cold smile, didn't expect that I, Yi Yuan, would actually have times when I get fooled by someone. 9 Origin, I really underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can escape? The current Yi Yuan finally came to a realization. Lia's personality being unwavering, 9 Origin did not know about it until later. When they kidnapped Lia into the Black Flame Cave, she was already extremely resistant to becoming a divine daughter. With Ninja Raijan's shrewdness, how could he fail to see Lia's personality that would rather break than bend? If the divine race did not have the means to turn Lia into a divine daughter, then why would 9 Origin expend such a great effort to get Lia back to the Abyss World? Chapter 24:12, If I don't let you shout, you won't be able to yell out a single word. Chapter 24:12, If I don't let you shout, you won't be able to yell out a single word. After running long distance for 3 days and nights, 9 Origin was very tired. He felt like as soon as he stopped, he would fall asleep at once. To a peak 8 marks powerhouse, 3 days and 3 nights on the road was nothing. There was only one reason for his exhaustion. During these 3 days, he exhausted all of his strength. He did not know how fast Yi Yuan was, but he knew that Yi Yuan was definitely very fast. Therefore, he could only flee desperately. Heaven took pity on him. He finally saw the outline of the camp. As long as he returned to the camp, even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he would not be able to do anything to him either. Yi Yuan could kill the Yuan Zhan who just entered 9 marks with one sword, but it was absolutely impossible to beat so many 9 marks experts in the camp. Damn it, after going back this time, I have to report to the clan elders to have them mobilize middle and late stage 9 marks supreme powerhouses, and kill Yi Yuan at all cost. This guy is seriously too terrifying. Recalling Yi Yuan fusing 3 great laws, 9 Origin still had lingering fear in his heart until now. Being able to jump realms and kill the divine race's divine child, this kind of means was really too sick. If Yi Yuan reached Deva 4th or 5th Blight, who else in the entire divine race could be his match? At that time, probably even progenitor Tian Qing might not be his match too. Who's there? At this time, 2 figures rose up from the camp, questioning 9 Origin. When 9 Origin saw these 2 people, he could not help crying with joy. After 3 days and nights of suffering, he finally escaped with his life. It's me, 9 Origin. 9 Origin said in a clear voice. When those 2 people heard 9 Origin speaking, they immediately lowered their vigilance. But they still asked in surprise, 9 Origin, why did you return to the camp alone? Isn't your divine children Legion Ambus? Plusing the myriad races coalition forces in Upper Essence Valley? 9 Origin was one of the army's commanders. Leaving his post without authorization was a major thing. They naturally did not dare to be sloppy about it. 9 Origin was still fleeing towards this side in a hurry. Even if he was already so near the camp, he still did not dare to relax. As he sprinted, 9 Origin shouted, "The Divine Children Legion has lost more than half in terms of casualties. They are fleeing everywhere in disorder now. Chief Commander Tian Shu died in battle. Yuan Zhan, Tian Zhao, Li Qing, the 3 lords died in battle. Kong are you? Don't stop me. I have an important matter to report to Lord Daymeld." Daymeld was precisely that one who Yi Yuan encountered at the Azura blood pool back then. Now, his strength already fully recovered, and he returned to the clan. He became a commander of the Divine Race Army. However, he was not in his camp but in the base camp of the Divine Race. Nine Origin wanted to report to him, but he had to rely on this camp's powerhouses. Otherwise, he did not dare to leave by himself at all. Nine Origin was already scared out of his wits by Yi Yuan, while the two opposite were struck dumb with amazement by the series of news thrown out by Nine Origin. No need to guess, and they also knew that something big happened. Otherwise, why would Nine Origin be in such dismay? In virtually a blink of an eye, Nine Origin already rushed above the sky of the camp. Without the slightest hesitation, he landed toward the camp. He did not even have time to greet Kong Are You Two people. The moment his feet landed on the ground, Ninja Raijin's heart was finally at ease. Even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he also would not dare to come here and capture him. Ha ha ha. I finally escaped. I finally escaped. Yi Yuan, Nine Origin, escaped alive. The next time, it will be the date of your death. 3 days and 3 nights of desperate fleeing, Nine Origin did not dare to relax in the least bit. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would find out at any time, and then chase after. Now that this nerve was loosened up, he could not resist letting out a burst of wild laughter. Oh, is that so? If I capture you from here, would you feel even more despair or not? Right then, a voice seemed to come out from the netherworld, making Ninja Raijin's hair stand on end. He was too familiar with this voice. It was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually chased into the camp. Was he mad? Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void, having a look of amuse. EMENT on his face. His spatial lore already reached the level of rank 2 source. It was really rare for someone to be able to surpass him in movement technique in this world. Even if he set off 2 days later than Nine Origin, he caught up at the 11th hour too. When Kong Are You Two people saw Yi Yuan appear, their faces could not help changing wildly. Where did this guy who appeared like a ghost pop out from? Before this, they were actually completely clueless. When Nine Origin saw Yi Yuan, all the hair on his body stood up, and he turned around and ran without thinking. He wanted to run in the direction of the camp. That place had the divine race's major powers. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move, he just looked at Nine Origin with a sneer. Lord Yu Qing, help! Nine Origin shouted with all the strength in his body, his voice instantly spreading throughout the camp. He used the last of his strength, wanting to run towards the camp. But he discovered to his shock that even though he used all of his strength, his movements were slow to the extreme. His entire person seemed to be in slow motion, running forward. His movements were very exaggerated, but he did not even take a single step out. Time law. Yi Yuan imposed time law on his body. There was merely 100 steps away from the camp currently. But Nine Origin, who had time law imposed, felt like it was far on the horizon. When Kong Are You Two people saw this scene, their pupils could not help shrinking, looking toward Yi Yuan with a look of horror. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. However, Ninja Raijin's yell spread out. The entire camp was immediately alarmed. Several dozen powerful auras burst out of every corner of the camp in an instant. These powerful auras rushed over to this side one after another. But Yi Yuan ignored them. He just arrived behind Nine Origin at an appropriate speed and tapped lightly, and he fell to the ground softly. Time law vanished. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan with the appearance of a lump of mud, his eyes full of despair. Yi Yuan, you entered the camp to capture me, it's seeking your own death. Lord Yu Qin is a middle-stage 9-mark supreme powerhouse. You're dead for sure. Nine Origin said hatefully. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a light chuckle, do you think that you being able to yell out was your own ability? Ninja Raijin's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in horror. Could it be that this guy let him yell out on purpose? Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, restraining him then bringing him away in an instant, the people in the camp probably all would not have time to react. You, Nine Origin was shocked until he could not speak. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, do you think that your voice can be faster than time law? If I don't let you shout, you won't be able to yell out a single word. But I'm magnanimous. I'll let you shout. Let you alarm these people. Then I'll take you away in front of them. At that time, will you feel even more in despair? Nine Origin opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock as he muttered, "D-devil. You're a devil. However, you can't possibly take me away from Lord Yu Qin's hand." Right as he was talking, a powerful to the extreme aura arrived in an instant. This person's aura burst through the firmament, and he already reached peak middle stage 9 marks. A surge of heavenly Tao power instantly enveloped over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 24:13. You all are tired too, go back and rest. Chapter 24:13. You all are tired too, go back and rest. Where did this impudent person come from, to dare act atrociously in my divine race's territory? Yu Qin looked at Yi Yuan and said in rage. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. When did this human youth before his eyes enter the camp? With his strength, he actually did not notice it. You're Yu Qin. I'm bringing 9 origin away. Calling you out is just to inform you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Facing a lofty mountain-like pressure, it was as if Yi Yuan was completely clueless. This camp seemed to be like his own backyard. When had Yu Qin seen before such an arrogant human? After hearing, he could not help saying in a great rage, a tiny human and dares to be so impudent in front of this progenitor too? Forget about you. Even if your family's adults are here, they also won't dare to say this kind of arrogant word. If you have the ability, try bringing him away. The group of 9 marks powerhouses by the side snickered heavily when they heard that. Where did this babe pop out from? He doesn't know how high the sky is, and how thick the earth is, right? Did he run to the wrong camp and think that this is the human camp? Haha, a heavenly emperor realm little fellow really dares to talk big. If you can take him away, then wouldn't we become jokes? Although this camp was not the divine race's top combat strength, their strength was extremely strong too. Then a human little fellow ran up to them to posture. This kind of thing, even thinking about it felt funny. But Yi Yuan ignored everyone ridiculing him. Picking up the 9 origin who was like mud, he walked slowly out of the camp. That appearance showed utter disregard for these super powerhouses. When Yu Qin saw this scene, he could not help flying into a great rage. When did such a foolish young man emerge in the human race? Humph. Since you want to seek death, then this progenitor will fulfill your wish. Plus Yu Qin snorted coldly, the imposing aura on his body suddenly erupting. Although it did not reach the peak, it was more than enough to annihilate a swathe of heavenly emperors. Only to see him strike a palm over, even SPACE was trembling. How could the might of a middle stage 9 marks be ordinary? Boom. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at, SPACE shattered. His entire person seemed to have been shredded by SPACE, being torn apart into pieces. Ha ha ha. To dare posture in front of this progenitor was wondering how strong you were. After a farce, it's just a braggart. Yu Qin said with a big laugh. At this time, a 9 marks powerhouse next to him suddenly said, Lord Yu Qin, you look. Yu Qin was taken aback and looked in the direction that he was pointing in, and discovered that Yi Yuan was still carrying 9 origin, walking outside of the camp. Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed. Then what the hell happened just now? Yu Qin's face changed wildly, a look of astonishment on his face, not understanding why this sort of thing would happen. Just now, he clearly killed Yi Yuan. Why was he still walking out perfectly fine? Even if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life for a long time, his old face flushed red at this time too. Just now, he even talked big. Who knew that in a twinkle, his face was really slapped by Yi Yuan. And this also made him somewhat angry from embarrassment. Humph. To dare play tricks in front of this progenitor, you'll die very horribly. Yu Qin gave an angry yell, his aura bursting forth again. This time was much more terrifying than just now. Even the divine race powerhouses present, each and every one of their faces changed slightly. Boom. Yu Qin struck a palm over again. The void shattered and debris flew everywhere. Yi Yuan was killed once again. This time, Yu Qin learned to be smart. He did not mock Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability right away. Only after several breaths seeing that Yi Yuan did not appear, he laughed coldly and said, Humph, got some skill. But, provoking this progenitor to my face is the biggest mistake that you've made. However, His voice had yet to fade when the void trembled slightly. Yi Yuan's and Ninja Raijin's figures appeared again. This time, Yi Yuan had walked even further and was about to walk out of the boundary of the camp soon. Yu Qin's smile instantly turned stiff on his face, only to feel his face burn hotly. He already used 70% strength just now. Even ordinary Deva Third Blights would have been smacked to death by his one slap too. Hence, that was why he was confident that Yi Yuan was already dead until he could not be any more dead. But who knew that Yi Yuan really did not die? Originally, it was Yi Yuan posturing. But now, it became Yi Yuan posturing and having Yu Qin's face slapped. A dignified peak middle stage 9 marks powerhouse actually could not deal with a measly little heavenly emperor realm. It was simply unprecedented humiliation. Still in a daze for what? Everyone, attack together. This progenitor wants to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ignoring the humiliation, Yu Qin was also no longer conceited, directly ordering everyone to attack together. If he let Yi Yuan walk out in a grand manner today, where would his face go? Where would the divine race's face go? At this point, how could everyone still not tell that there was something fishy going on with this human kid? Several dozen 9 marks powerhouses could not be bothered to care about anything else. Russ. I plussing in like a swarm of hornets one after another. This kind of horrifying lineup, even if a bunch of human Deva realms was here, they would be bombarded into dregs too. Only to see one terrifying energy undulation after another, crazily smars. I plussing over towards the place where Yi Yuan was standing. That place had long already been bombed into ruins. More than half of the entire camp had already been destroyed. Under this kind of concentrated attacks, they believed that even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have died utterly too. Stop. No idea how long they bombarded either before Yu Qin did a hand gesture, making everyone stop. That place already became a black hole. Spatial storm poured out of the black hole continuously, attempting to engulf everything. Got to be dead this time, right? Have to be. Who can block so many of us joining forces? This kid has some skill, but he's too arrogant to dare be unbridled in the camp. The group of 9 marks powerhouses searched for a long time and discovered that they completely could not see Yi Yuan's figure. Only then did they confirm that Yi Yuan was already dead. As for Ninja Raijin's life or death, they did not pay attention to it anymore. To these 9 marks big shots, 9 Origin was merely a minor character. However, Yu Qin's face still did not relax. The previous failures made him somewhat lacking in confidence. He could not tell until now just what method Yi Yuan used to avoid his attacks. At this time now, he was very scared of Yi Yuan jumping out again, carrying 9 Origin and walking outside. However, whatever one feared would come. The void trembled, 2 figures walked out of the void. Who were they if not Yi Yuan and 9 Origin? It was just that at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived outside of the camp. He looked back at Yu Qin and said coolly, busying about for the greater half of the day, "You all are tired too, go back and rest. I'll be bringing 9 Origin away." In Yi Yuan's hand, Ninja Raijin's eyes had a dead grey color. Only at this very moment did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. Indeed, Yi Yuan was not Yu Qin's match in a head-on confrontation. But, just based on Yu Qin's strength, he could not kill Yi Yuan at all. It was not just Yu Qin. Even if these 9 marks powerhouses joined forces, they could not do anything to Yi Yuan either. Just now, he was brought to a mysterious place by Yi Yuan. That place seemed to not have the definition of time and space. They evaded the frenzied attacks of Yu Qin and the rest there. Chapter 24:14, Must Kill. Chapter 24:14, Must Kill. Lord Daymeld, what in the world is going on? Just a major thing happening naturally alarmed a chief commander of the divine race, Daymeld. At this time, Daymeld was currently observing that area of shattered space. Yu Qin was currently standing beside him with a puzzled expression. Until now, he also did not understand how Yi Yuan did it. If Yi Yuan brought 9 Origin to flee crazily, this was still a little more explainable. But Yi Yuan was too calm. Under the siege of a group of 9 marks experts, he brought 9 Origin away slowly just like that. This was really a resounding face-slapping. Daymeld paced back and forth at the edge of the shattered SPACE, having a pensive expression on his face. Suddenly, he said with a deep gaze, "What a terrific SPACE illusion. I didn't expect that after an epoch, a genius who fused time and SPACE laws actually appeared in the human race again. It's not your fault for being unable to hold this boy behind." Everyone's expression changed wildly, a look of shock on their faces. The information that Lord Daymeld said was seriously too shocking. These divine race upper echelons all knew that it was precisely Grand Ancestor S.P.A. Setemi who cast the art of S.P.A. Setemi reversal chaos back then, exiling Lord Tian Qing to the S.P.A. Setemi turbulence. That was how it resulted in the divine race's overall defeat. That Grand Ancestor S.P.A. Setemi could be said to be the most terrifying enemy in the history of the divine race. Now, Grand Ancestor S.P.A. Setemi had long since said away. But who knew that another person who fused time and SPACE, two supreme laws, appeared again? How could this news not be shocking? Lord Daymeld, you mean, illusion? Yu Qin said with an ugly expression. Daymeld nodded and said, SPA Setemi illusion. It isn't any ordinary illusory art. This makes use of the law power of SPA Setemi, making a high-level difficulty martial technique of making SPA Setemi distort. It's an extremely profound application of SPA Setemi law. You all thought that you killed him, but actually, you merely killed the him in the distortion of time and SPACE. What you all saw isn't a real person at all. I've seen before progenitor Tian Qing and Grand Ancestor SPA Setemi's great battle back then, and more or less I know a little about the prowess of SPA Setemi law. After he mused for a while, he continued, this boy's SPA Setemi law is already evolving towards Grand Ancestor SPA Setemi's that kind of level. After he reaches Deva realm, he'll be my divine race's great enemy. Having said that, Daymeld had a solemn look. Tian Qing's battle with Grand Ancestor SPA Setemi back then was still seemingly before his eyes. That kind of terrifying power, even he could not intervene to. Those two people were both the most pinnacle existences in this world, no body could replace them. It was just that he did not expect that 10 billion years later, another human youth actually fused time and SPACE laws. Yu Qin and the rest had shocked faces after listening. Lord Daymeld, then we cannot let this boy remain alive, Yu Qin said. Daymeld nodded his head and said, you all don't need to be too worried either. Even if he really grows up, he's not progenitor Tian Qing's match either. Back then, how heaven-defying was Grand Ancestor SPA Setemi? Wasn't he also forced into bringing about his own destruction by Ancestor Tian Qing? However, I still need to look into this matter thoroughly and find this boy to avoid future troubles. Hearing this, only then did everyone let out a sigh in relief. Right at this time, a group of people flew straight from the distance in a panic. When Daymeld and the rest saw, they could not help frowning slightly. Aren't you all the Divine Children Legion? How did you end up like this? Where's Tianshu? Yu Qin said with a frown. This group of people was precisely the Divine Children Legion. Many of them were slaughtered by the human army until they fled helter-skelter. These remnants of defeated troops were no more than 100 people. Each person was wounded, looking very miserable and abject. These few days, they had been wandering outside all along, fleeing very carefully, fearful of running into the human army. It took many days before they escaped back to the camp. When the divine child leading them saw Yu Qin, he knelt on the ground with a thud and said sobbingly, Lord Yu Qin, we finally saw you. Our Divine Children Legion has been virtually annihilated. Everyone's body trembled, including Daymeld's. This news had not been transmitted back to the camp yet. When they heard it now, all of them were dumbstruck with shock. Even if there was Ninja incident, Yu Qin also would not have thought that the entire Divine Children Legion was almost wiped out. What the hell happened? Quickly say. Yu Qin said in a solemn voice. That divine child had a weeping face, recounting the events of the human army's surprise attack one by one. When Daymeld heard that Yi Yuan killed Yuan Zhun and the rest with the sword of SPA Setemi, his color finally changed. What did you say? He fused time, SPACE, and sword, 3 kinds of power of laws. Daymeld questioned. Fusing 2 power of laws and fusing 3 kinds of power of laws, the concept was totally different. Especially that it was even time, space, and sword, these 3. Once fused, the power was simply unimaginable. He was still saying no need to worry just now. But now, he was also not sure in his heart anymore. Grand Ancestor Spa Setemi was extremely monstrous, fusing the 2 great supreme laws into one. But this guy actually fused Sword Dao law inside too, Serpa. Sing Grand Ancestor Spa Setemi. If he grew up, how would that do? The divine child had a bitter look as he said with a nod, yes. That kid even has a Dao artifact in possession. It's a very strong bow. He paired the sword of Spa Setemi with the Dao artifact, and shot Lord Yuan Jin to death with one sword. Daymeld's expression changed wildly and he cried out in surprise, what did that bow look like? The divine child was pressured by Daymeld's powerful aura until he virtually could not breathe. But he did not dare to hide it, describing the appearance of the bow while sweating. Daymeld's expression changed again and again. Nas. Hi plussing his teeth in hatred, he said, limitless. God killing bow. So, it's him. It's that kid. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. In just less than 2,000 years, he had already grown to such a level. For so many years, that figure who cut off his arm was never able to dispel from his mind. Condensing heaven and earth sword intent for his one use, and cutting off his arm with a sword. That sword back then was truly breathtaking to the extreme. But so many years had Pares said, that young man's strength already grew to a frightening level. Now, he condensed time, space, and sword, 3 power of laws, coupled with the limitless God killing bow. How could this kind of power be what human strength could block? Killing a 9 marks powerhouse at Heavenly Emperor realm, this was simply too insane. Yu Qin and the rest did not know about Daymeld's thoughts and asked with uncertainty, Lord Daymeld, who on earth is this boy? Daymeld's expression was solemn, and he said in a cold voice, he's the person who cut off this ancestor's arm when this ancestor escaped from the blood pool back then. At that time, he was merely at the Empyrean realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, his strength actually already grew to such a level. This boy definitely can't be let to live. No matter how great a price paid, he must be killed. Yu Qin and the rest were shocked when they heard it. They did not expect that the mysterious youth who barged into the divine race camp alone was actually the person who cut off one of Ancestor Daymeld's arms. This guy was really the divine race's nemesis. But hearing that Yi Yuan fused 3 great laws, they were also aware of the seriousness of the situation. If they allowed this boy to continue growing unchecked, he would likely be Ancestor Tian Qing's life and death great enemy. They could tell that Daymeld already had the heart to definitely kill Yi Yuan. Chapter 24:15, Sorry about it. Chapter 24:15, Sorry about it but, Your Excellency, this boy's SPA Setemi law is transcendent. Wanting to keep him behind is too difficult. I think that he won't be stupid enough to rush to our camp again, Yu Qin said with an ugly expression. Dealing with Yi Yuan, even he, this peak middle stage 9 marks, was useless. Unless it was Lord Daymeld personally holding down the fort, only then would there be a possibility of catching him. Furthermore, it was also merely just a possibility. Daymeld gave a cold laugh and said, if he doesn't come out, we'll force him out. Yu Qin's eyes lit up and he said, Your Excellency's meaning is, Daymeld said in a solemn voice, pass us down the orders. All armies join forces at Ironwire Ridge and march toward the Middle Realms. Everyone trembled all over. This move was going to start a full-scale war. While on the other side, when the news of Cruz Hi plussing the Divine Children Legion was sent back, the entire camp was seething with excitement. Actually, before setting off, everyone was not optimistic about this army of young masters. Without a doubt, this army that Yi Yuan led, each person's strength was very strong. But each of them was stubborn and unruly, and they also never experienced the cruelty of war. This kind of army, the combat effectiveness was actually very limited. But no one could have thought that it was precisely this army of young masters that beat the Divine Children Legion, which had yet to taste a single defeat and had unparalleled combat power, until they were virtually completely annihilated. During this period of time, Ni Xian's biggest headache was this Divine Children Legion. This legion came and went without a trace. Furthermore, their combat strength was extremely strong. He was completely helpless. Who would have expected that the moment Yi Yuan came, he resolved this problem in less than a month's time? He was still rather discontented with Yi Yuan previously. But now, he was really convinced. Furthermore, he even heard that Yi Yuan fused time, SPACE, and sword, 3 great laws, and slew 3 9-marks powerhouses by himself. This kind of talent was simply too heaven-defying. Although he did not know the origin of Saint Azure, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed was likely the human race's last hope. Regarding this point, he was well aware in his heart. Ha ha ha. Terrific lad, well done. Got quite the air of an ancestor. Ni Xian personally went 30 miles out of the camp to welcome the army led by Pang Zhen. As soon as they met, Ni Xian gave Pang Zhen a punch to his chest as he said with a big laugh. The general welcoming in person, this was an extremely high standard of courtesy already. Pang Zhen was normally serious in speech and manner. But at this time, he felt like he somewhat benefited too and smiled embarrassed. Saidly. This was all Lord Saint Azure's credit. He practically broke the Divine Children Legion with his power alone. We almost became his burden, Pang Zhen said rather embarrassed. Saidly. Ha ha ha, you kid, have made progress. Not puffed up by success nor dismayed by failure, this is the style of a general. Ni Xian said with a laugh. At this time, Ni Xian was also shocked in his heart. Just one battle, this army seemed to have been completely reborn. Although the numbers were significantly reduced in this unpredictable army, their mental outlook and aura were already completely different from before. One could see that if this army was sent out again, their combat power would inevitably soar. Just what origins does this Lord Saint Azure have? Ni Xian could not refrain from exclaiming in his heart. In the unpredictable army, many people benefited immensely in this battle. After they returned, the strength of the vast majority of the people all made a fair degree of progress. But very soon, the Divine Race Army made irregular movements. Ni Xian got the battle report that all of the Divine Race's armies were already assembled in Ironwire Ridge, and had clear intentions of advancing. Receiving this news, the myriad races' coalition forces became disorderly at once. In the battles previously, both sides maintained relative restraint. The true experts did not partake. 1p8 in the battles or rarely took part in the fights. But this time, the Divine Race suddenly bore down menacingly, catching everyone by surprise. One had to know, the Divine Race's ancestor Tian Qing's injuries still had not recovered. Rashly launching a full-scale war now was an unwise move for both parties. At the human camp, the myriad races' heads were all gathered together. Are the people of the Divine Race crazy? Heavenly Tao Samsara hasn't started yet and they are in a great rush for the decisive battle? Is this going to be an all or nothing? A Stone Race major power said rather irritatedly. Clearly, the leaders of the coalition forces present were extremely apprehensive of the Divine Race. They were not willing to fight this battle, especially those smaller races. After the battle, they might get annihilated. I feel that we still have to avoid the edge. This battle can't be fought. Yes, the Divine Race is powerful. We can't go hand-to-hand with them. If we do, we'll definitely lose. I think so too. Our coalition forces better avoid the edge for the time being and retreat and stand on the defensive in the Middle Realms. The various races' leaders were all not willing to fight to the death. Right now, the myriad races still had depth, they would rather retreat than fight to the death. The White Tiger clan's major power suddenly said, before this, the Divine Race's battles have been very restrained. The sudden decisive battle this time is after the unpredictable army defeated the Divine Children Legion. Could it be that there's some connection between the two? Commander Ni, what do you think? If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely the Bai Chen who imparted to him the heavenly dragon mark in the Abyss seal back then. He was now precisely the White Tiger clan's leader. Ni Xian remained silent. Only when he heard Bai Chen ask about it did he slowly say, if my conjectures are right, they probably did it to force Lord Saint Azure to show himself. The stone race's leader laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Commander Ni, are you joking with us? The Saint Azure that you speak of is indeed incredible. But it's also impossible for the divine race to be in a great rush to have a decisive battle for him alone, right? Yeah. No matter how powerful Saint Azure is, his also merely heavenly emperor realm, it's at most a few hundred years before the divine race's progenitor will come into being. These few centuries, Saint Azure alone can change the battle situation." The myriad races' leaders all had disdainful looks. They were not that respectful toward a junior. Even if it was due to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's face, they were still very disdainful toward Yi Yuan in their hearts. Ni Xian was very disdainful toward these people's faces. What time was it already? They were still thinking about protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. Sorry about this. If I didn't guess wrongly, the divine race probably decided to start a full-scale war because of me. Right at this time, a voice came from outside. Following that, a youth in white robes slowly walked in and entered the camp. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? The stone race's leader was the most scornful. When he saw Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "What a shameless boasting brat. Don't think that just because we call you Saint Azure, you can regard yourself as very important. This war will still rely on Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses." When Bai Chen and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they could not help sighing ruefully. The little baby back then already grew into a leviathan of a region now. By the side, the Dragon Clan's leader, Long Yi, directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Long Yi pays respect to Lord Progenitor. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Get up. I've already brought Xiaochun they all back." Long Yi hurried said, it was Long Yi who was incompetent in protecting, making Xiaochun fall into danger. Long Yi deserves death. Yi Yuan was the Dragon Clan's Samsara progenitor. Even a major power like Long Yi was a head lower in front of Yi Yuan too. He knew that Long Xiaochun and Yi Yuan were close relatives. That was why he said that. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Who can stay aloof from the doomsday battle? This matter isn't your fault." Chapter 24:16, based on that. I'm Saint Azure. Chapter 24:16, based on that. I'm Saint Azure. Those present, the leaders of the myriad races, opened their mouths wide one after another, looking at this scene in astonishment. Long Yi was a top Deva 5th Blight powerhouse, his strength being unfathomable. Among these various races' major powers, he was absolutely a top existence. No one could have thought that he actually extended such solemn respects to a junior. What they did not expect even more was that the young Yi Yuan was actually even the Dragon Clan's Samsara progenitor. The Stone Race leader and a few others who spoke coldly just now were frightened until they almost bit their tongues off. A few words of cynicism to a junior was no big deal. But offending the Dragon Race's progenitor with words, that was being enemies with the entire Dragon Clan. If they really angered the Dragon Clan, no one would gain anything good out of it. One had to know, the Dragon Clan's strength was a top existence when looking at the myriad races as a whole too. Let alone that the 8 great supreme demon races had always been of the same breath and branch. Sure enough, Long Yi's eyes turned dark and he said, "Shi plus Potian slighted Samsara progenitor with his words. It's a provocation towards our Dragon Clan. If progenitor feels that it was inappropriate, the Dragon Clan will wage war with the Stone Race right now." These words were said with decisiveness that could chop iron, making the powerhouses present involuntarily feel a chill. They could tell that Long Yi was not joking, and he was not fawning on Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan said a word, he would really go to war. Shi plus Potian had an awkward look and hurriedly said, "Brother Long Yi, just now, this Shi plus didn't know Lord Progenitor's ident. One tie and didn't have the intention." Long Yi smiled coldly and said, "Whether you did it on purpose or unintentionally, offending progenitor is a fact." Just as Shi plus Potian was in a dilemma, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's no big deal. The plan now is still placing priority on uniting." He looked towards Shi plus Potian and said coolly, "Didn't you wanted to know why the divine race dispatched Amar's Civ force? Let me tell you, I went to the divine race's Grant Bright Mountain camp, and I captured someone back." "What? You went to Grant Bright Mountain Camp. A alone. Grant Bright Mountain Camp has several dozen 9 marks powerhouses garrisoning. Even if a Deva Third Blight went, there's no return to. Lord Progenitor, you're joking, right? The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Yi Yuan Russ. Hi plussing into the enemy camp alone and abducted someone away from under the eyelids of countless experts. This sort of thing, no one would believe no matter what. Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "Don't ask me whether it's real or fake. I can't prove it to you. If you really want to know, you can go ask Yu Qin on the battlefield. I think that he will tell you guys." The group of progenitors exchanged glances, the gazes that at Yi Yuan were full of suspicion. Even Long Yi, Ni Xian, and the rest were dumbstruck with shock when they heard this. Just as everyone was shocked, Bai Chen suddenly said, "Although this sounds fantastical, looking back at it, doesn't this answer precisely the reason why the divine race launched a full-scale war? I think that in Dameld's eyes, the importance of Lord Progenitor has already said the war itself. What they are afraid of isn't us, but someone who can become Tian Qing's opponent appearing." Everyone was speechless. Yeah, if they had to give the divine race a reason for suddenly starting a war, wasn't it just right? The unpredictable army defeating the Divine Children Legion, no matter how miraculous it spread, it was also the strength of the collective. How strong Yi Yuan was, it was hard to say. But concerning Yi Yuan Russ, Hi plussing into Grant Bright Mountain Camp all by himself and abducted someone back, that was something completely different. If they were Dameld, wouldn't they feel fear toward this genius? The answer was definitely. Ni Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Pangzhen said that you went to chase after a divine race member. I even thought that you didn't catch up. I didn't expect that you actually went to tour around Grant Bright Mountain Camp." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not here to show off this to you all, but here to tell you all that, this battle, we have to fight." Silence was restored in the camp again. The topic returned to the beginning, when it concerned the interests of the myriad races, everyone was silent. This was not something that the title of a progenitor could suppress. With regards to this kind of awkward situation, Yi Yuan had long expected it. He just said coolly, "Let me ask you guys, what does the divine race fear most about us?" Everyone was still silent. In order to avoid embarrassment, Ni Xian spoke up, "Is it Dao ancestors?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Nay. What they fear most is the myriad race's numbers. Just the human race, our population is thousands of times than theirs. Even if we use numbers to pile on, we'll also crush them to death. Therefore, ever since the divine race emerged from the abyss suppressing 8 realms, places that they said through, not even chickens or dogs were spared. Let me ask you all again, after retreating to the middle realms and the divine race army continuing advancing, what do you all plan to do?" Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across everyone's faces. Everyone did not dare to meet his gaze at all. The answer was very clear, they planned on continuing to retreat. Not that they could not see the situation clearly, but that these people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky. If the sky fell, wasn't there still the human race to prop it up? But these people did not know about the cruelty of the last epoch at all. That period of history had been sealed in dust for too long. Even if it was mentioned now, they would still feel that there were elements of exaggeration. Yi Yuan beamed and said, "The divine race army will charge all the way towards the middle realms. There will come a day when they will charge into your clans. You all don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. In the last doomsday battle, the divine race was at a disadvantage because of numbers. So this time, they definitely won't make the same mistake again. They just need to keep on killing and killing, until one day, we discover that our numbers are already insufficient to deal with them, and it would be too late to repent." Got to admit, Yi Yuan's words were very convincing. It was just that this was still not enough. Shi plus Potian said in a solemn voice, "Lord Saint Azure, not every member of the race has your combat power. If we wage a full-scale war, we aren't the divine race's match at all. Yeah, we've fought with the divine race before, and we were defeated in a few rounds. We already suffered heavy casualties." Shi plus Potion's words represented the thoughts of the various races' leaders. The most fundamental reason why they did not dare to confront the enemy was still that the divine race's strength was too strong. Yi Yuan saw that the timing was about right and said smilingly, "If I can bring you all to victory." These words did not stir up much waves. Instead, Shi plus Potian smiled disdainfully and said, "Lord Saint Azure, I know that you're outstandingly talented. But a battle of this magnitude isn't a battle with individuals. Even if you yourself fall into the enemy's formation, you'll definitely die too. What are you basing on to bring us to victory?" Yi Yuan grinned and said proudly, "Based on that, I'm Saint Azure. Ha ha ha. Us calling you Lord Saint Azure is looking on the account of Lord Profound Secrets' face. Calling you Samsara Progenitor is looking on the account of Brother Long Yi's face. But, just based on this name, you want to make our entire clans work themselves to the bone for you." Shi plus Potian laughed loudly and said. Not that he was arrogant, but making him bet the lives of his entire race, he was not willing. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was simply too ridiculous. A mere Saint Azure, 2 words, and he wanted so many people to sell their souls for him. But Yi Yuan was indifferent, replying tirelessly, neither too fast nor too slowly. The more he talked, the more shocked the expressions on everyone's faces were. Until the end, everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter, and even revealed looks of excitement. Very clearly, they were moved by Yi Yuan. Chapter 24:17. Who's scheming against who? Chapter 24:17. Who's scheming against who? The present Myriad Races coalition forces is really much weaker compared to the last Doomsday battle. These guys can't take a single blow at all. At the summit of the high mountain, Daymeld stood with his hands behind his back, pointing at the country. Just earlier, the Divine Race Army crushed the coalition forces again and mowed down all resistance. He stood here, ascending to a height. He enjoyed the distant view, taking everything into his sight, and was filled with lofty sentiments. Just 3 months ago, both sides officially went to war. In the 3 months, both sides had experienced dozens of major and minor battles. The coalition forces were unable to stop the Divine Race's iron hoofs at all. The Divine Race Army headed all the way east and was already almost reaching the boundary between the West Realms and Middle Realms. The Myriad Races coalition forces fought as they retreated, and they could not organize a decent battle at all. "But Your Excellency, Yi Yuan hasn't shown up until now. I'm afraid that he doesn't dare to show face anymore. If we continue fighting, once we fight until the Middle Realms, I'm afraid that it will alarm the Dao ancestors," Yu Qin said worriedly. At this point, both sides were extremely sensitive. Once Dao ancestors took action, that would be the situation of not resting until one was dead. Most importantly, the Divine Race's few great sovereigns did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the Dao ancestors. No doubt that Tianqing's battle with the Dao ancestors previously made the humans extremely apprehensive. But the Divine Race also realized the might of the Dao ancestors' strength. Daymeld laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. Yu Qin, you're also looking down on this progenitor too much. You take a look. What place is it if we continue advancing from here?" Yu Qin was taken aback and said, "Further ahead, and it's the 8 Void Mountain range. Does Your Excellency have any brilliant plans?" Daymeld smiled and said, "Yu Qin, your ability to have an overview of the overall situation is still a bit lacking. You take a look again. What shape is our Divine Race Army summing currently?" Yu Qin was uncertain what it meant and swept his eyes towards the distance. The eyesight of this level of powerhouses was extremely good. One look and he could tell the army's shape. He was suddenly startled and said, "Your Excellency, our army seems like a pocket." At this time, the Divine Race Army was just like an enormous pocket, enveloping the Myriad Races coalition forces up. Looking from afar, it was just like a pocket enveloping the Myriad Races coalition forces up. Originally, with the numbers of the Divine Race, it was impossible to achieve this. But the Myriad Races Alliance's troops were not as many as imagined at all. The Divine Race had the support of the Abyss monsters. They were already not worse than the Myriad Races coalition forces in terms of numbers. "Ha ha ha, what you said is right, it's a pocket." Daymeld's face was rather pleased with himself as he said, "I've always been deliberately suppressing in 3 directions, forcing them in the direction of the Eight Void Mountain. 10 billion years ago, Grand Ancestor Skyformation isolated our divine race army with his power alone. Today, this progenitor will borrow his power and catch the myriad races coalition forces like catching a turtle in a jar. When they know that the array formation which their ancestor laid down actually became the thing that cuts off their final way out, they will definitely be very despaired, right? Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Daymeld laughed loudly without ceasing. His individual combat strength was naturally extremely strong. But being able to achieve victory in the great battle between two armies had more of a sense of accomplishment. Yu Qin's two eyes lit up when he heard that and said with a sigh of admiration, "Your Excellency is impressive. These 3 months, Your Excellency actually unknowingly forced them into a hopeless situation. Now, even if they react to it, it's also too late to turn around too. Except, if that kid doesn't appear again, what shall we do?" Daymeld smiled and said, "Don't you worry. They will definitely come out. At that time, I'll give them a way out and intentionally give them a slim chance of survival. This army's combat power is extremely strong. Ni Xian will definitely send them to attack this weak link. At that time, we'll round them up in one fell swoop." Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lord Daymeld took every conceivable possibility into account. It's really our divine race's blessing. Yu Qin did not stint with praises in the slightest. He was really impressed. Daymeld mapped out a strategy in the command tent and had long already calculated everything, only waiting for the fish to bite the bait. With such a commander, how could he not be amazed? Daymeld smiled and said, "It's also not that I took every conceivable possibility into account, but that the human army reminded me. 3 months ago, the two armies fought several great battles in a row, yet they retreated in the direction of the Eight Void Mountain. They were unintentional, but I did it intentionally. Ha ha ha." He originally did not pay attention to the retreat route of the myriad races coalition forces. But after several times, Daymeld suddenly saw the Eight Void Mountain range. This place was the divine race's place of humiliation back then. Grand Ancestor Skyformation turned the entire Eight Void Mountain into a mountain of restrictions overnight, slaughtering countless divine race powerhouses. That battle was the battle that the myriad races coalition forces fought to their heart's content. Grand Ancestor Skyformation's awe-inspiring reputation had spread far and wide ever since. Circume stances changed with the passing of time. Who could have thought that the Eight Void Mountain restrictions that sacred countless divine race members back then would actually become the insurmountable obstacle of the myriad races coalition forces? Thinking up to here, Daymeld had unspeakable delight in his heart. Presently, Grand Ancestor Skyformation had long since said away. It was impossible for the human race to have anyone who can cross the Eight Void Mountain range. On the order, the army will continue to advance toward Eight Void Mountain range. When Daymeld was laughing loudly at the top of the mountain, there were similarly roaring guffaws inside the myriad races coalition forces camp. Ha ha ha. Daymeld is really smart. Honestly speaking, I was really scared that he's too dumb to think of Eight Void Mountain, Ni Xian said with a big laugh. Long Yi also smiled and said, "Then you're looking down on him too much. He's the three armies commander after all. If he can't even see this, then he'd also be too dumb. TSK, it's still Lord Saint Azure who is incredible. He really took every conceivable possibility into account. It's a pity. If he could remain 10 billion years ago, maybe we wouldn't have needed to experience this battle." Potian said with vicissitudes of emotion. On that day, Yi Yuan recounted the origin of Saint Azure for everyone to hear. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. They did not dare to believe it at all. It turned out that the human race's Tao teachings in the last epoch were actually said down by Yi Yuan. For this, they even asked Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets to confirm this matter. After getting an affirmative answer, no one dared to look down on Yi Yuan anymore. Compared to this, Yi Yuan entering the enemy camp alone appeared too piddling. One had to know, the human races today was created by Yi Yuan single-handedly. Since that was the case, Those terrifying restriction grand arrays on 8 Void Mountain Range were actually all created from the Tao teachings that Yi Yuan left behind. Although Grand Ancestor Skyformation's strength later on was God knows how many times stronger than Yi Yuan, when it came down to it, they were still from the same direct line of lineage. Dealing with the divine race army with 8 Void Mountain Range's peerless grand arrays, Daimeld would never have dreamed of this, right? How could he know that Yi Yuan this Saint Azure traveled through SPA Setami and triggered the grand arrays again? This sort of thing, even thinking about it, made them felt excited. On the other end, Daimeld thought that he had cornered the Myriad Races coalition forces, cutting off the army with 8 Void Mountains grand array. While on this end, the Myriad Races coalition forces planned on reactivating 8 Void Mountains grand array and slaughtering the divine race army again. Speaking of which, we're really ashamed. Concerning this new world created by the ancient sages with hot blood, we're powerless to protect it. Lord Saint Azure traveled through SPA Setimi. He has to face the divine race's incursion twice. He really carries a heavy burden and has a long road ahead. Saint Azure is well deserving of being a virtuous saint through the ages, Ni Xian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Everyone nodded their heads one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Chapter 24:18, Climbing the Mountain. Chapter 24:18, Climbing the Mountain. When he arrived at 8 Void Mountain again, this place no longer had the prosperity of the past. Back then, there was no idea how many Myriad Races powerhouses who were gaining enlightenment on Tao on 8 Void Mountain. But now, 8 Void Mountain was cold and deserted. Those powerhouses were nowhere to be found. This place was the gateway to the Middle Realms. It would surely be affected by the war. Continuing to gain enlightenment on Tao here was no different from seeking death. However, there were always some people who were oblivious to the outside world. There were still some people scattered on 8 Void Mountain. Yi Yuan walked up the steps. The countless restrictions in front of him were a different sight in his eyes. Back then, when he was gaining enlightenment on Tao on 8 Void Mountain, his experience and knowledge was still too shallow. He could not discover the nucleus of this huge restriction at all. Now that he returned again, this restriction was already not as mysterious as back then in his eyes. Because the foundation of this formation Tao was par-s said down by him. Of course, being less mysterious did not mean that this restriction was nothing great. Grand Ancestor Sky Formation was a supreme existence that reached the level of rules. So how could this restriction power be of the common sort? This time, Yi Yuan was not here to gain enlightenment on the formations, but he was here to take over this Astonis. Hi+ing Grand Array. Isn't this young friend Yi Yuan? Why are you back at 8 Void Mountain in such a troubled time? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from not far away. Yi Yuan looked over. It was Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun who engaged in small talk with him before leaving, when he was comprehending the formations on 8 Void Mountain. He did not expect that this person was actually still here gaining enlightenment on Tao. Yi Yuan replied, "So, it's fellow Daoist Xiao Yun." Xiao Yun focused his eyes and looked, and he could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. Not seeing him for a short 1,000 years, Yi Yuan actually already reached peak Heavenly Emperor realm, and he was only a step away from Deva Rel. Furthermore, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was very illusory. He actually could not quite see through. Xiao Yun could not help feeling a little more solemn in his heart. Not seeing for many years, I didn't expect that young friend Yi is already almost becoming a member of my generation. It's just that 8 Void Mountain's great battle is nigh. With young friend coming to gain enlightenment on Tao at this time, I'm afraid that it's the wrong time, Xiao Yun said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not here to gain enlightenment on Tao. Xiao Yun was taken aback and said, not comprehending Tao? Then what did young friend Yi come here for? Yi Yuan did not answer. He instead asked, fellow Daoist Xiao Yun, it's currently troubled times, the human race needs a major power like yourself. You obtained the human race's inheritance, but want to become a recluse, is this really okay? Finished saying, he stopped paying attention to Xiao Yun and continued climbing the steps. Xiao Yun's old face turned red, but he became unhappy in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not have any consideration for his face. "Young friend Yi, aren't you the same? What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Xiao Yun said in a solemn voice. "I'm different from you." Yi Yuan did not turn back as he said coolly. This place was already above 6,000 miles. The restrictions here already reached close to the level of rank 3 source. Yi Yuan actually walked through here without any stagnation. "Very soon," he said Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun and continued up. When Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun saw this scene, he was dumbstruck with amazement once more. Could it be that Yi Yuan's current formation Dao attainments already surpassed him? This. How was this possible? But Yi Yuan had clearly already surpassed him. On 8 Void Mountain, whoever walked higher represented whoever was stronger. This point had already been affirmed by countless formation path powerhouses. The height that Yi Yuan climbed was higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan was stronger than him in formation path strength. There was no doubt about this at all. At this height, there were still some sporadic formation path powerhouses. They were all startled by Yi Yuan. That kid is the fellow who turned above 3,000 miles upside down back then, not seeing for just 1,000 years. His formation path strength is already so terrifying. He doesn't have the intention of stopping yet. Could it be that he's still planning on going up? Under the watchful gazes of a group of powerhouses, Yi Yuan slowly went up. 6,500 miles, 7,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 9,000 miles. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The mark of 9,000 miles was the watershed between rank 2 source and rank 3 source. Walking until here meant that Yi Yuan's formation path strength already reached rank 3 source. Except, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan continued up, 10,000 miles, 13,000 miles, 18,000 miles. At this time, the powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain were already startled one after another. A Heavenly Emperor Realm Jr. actually climbed to a height of 18,000 miles in one go. That place was the watershed of rank 4 source. Those who were able to reach this step were all Deva 4th Blight Supreme powerhouses. Each one was a heaven-shocking important figure. Now, a young fellow had reached it. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of stopping. He was still going up. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, each level one climbed up, the greater the distance that it crossed. The watershed of rank 5 source was 40,000 miles. All the powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain were shocked. No way, right? He wouldn't really go above 40,000 miles, right? This is really too crazy. All my years of living were really utterly wasted. Could it be that his formation Dao already reached the level of rank 5 source at a young age? I really don't dare to believe it. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan walked up to 40,000 miles. Rank 5 source. At this moment, the entire 8 Void Mountain was stirred. Those Deva 3rd and 4th Blight powerhouses even became short of breath. They already did not remember how long it had been since they lost such composure before. It was also that right now, the number of people on 8 Void Mountain was too few. Otherwise, at this moment, it would definitely be full of discussions all over the hills and valleys. However, this was still not the main point. Yi Yuan was still heading up. 8 Void Mountain range, the main peak reached as high as 80,000 miles. That place was the top of 8 Void Mountain, the place where the ultimate profound intent of formation Dao lied. It was just that, there had been so many geniuses since time immemorial, but nobody had ever been on it. Even for Deva 5th Blight formation pathmasters, it was absolutely impossible to climb to the summit too. Because that place was where rules lay. That place was where Grand Ancestor Skyformation's lifelong painstaking effort lay. It was precisely because of this insurmountable peak that had blocked countless divine race powerhouses. Above 53,000 miles, progenitor Yu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, rays of brilliance shooting out of his eyes. That gaze landed on precisely Yi Yuan. He was currently the only Deva 5th Blight formation path sovereign on 8 Void Mountain. Who on earth is this boy, to actually climb up to 40,000 miles with the realm of Heavenly Emperor? Looking at his appearance, Is it possible that he's still continuing to go up? Progenitor Yu Feng exclaimed. Sure enough, Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. That appearance was seemingly like admiring the beautiful scenery on this 8-void mountain. Those terrifying to the extreme restrictions did not seem to exist to him at all. 41,000 miles. 45,000 miles. 53,000 miles. Yi Yuan finally arrived at progenitor Yu Feng's height. Reaching this level, the remaining land on the mountain was already very small. The place where Yi Yuan Par's said through was not far from progenitor Yu Feng. However, he did not have the intention of going up to say Hel Lo. At this point now, he did not like the people who still remained on 8-void mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao. Young friend, wait. Progenitor Yu Feng suddenly said. Chapter 24:19, Acknowledging Master. Chapter 24:19, Acknowledging Master. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued on. Yu Feng's expression instantly turned sullen. This brat was also too condescending. He, an exalted Deva Fifth Blight Supreme Formation God, was an existence that tens of thousands admired wherever he went. But a heavenly Emperor Realm little fellow actually completely ignored him. If this could be endured, what else could not be? He did not say a word, repeatedly pointing at the void, and was about to unleash the power of restrictions. Reaching this level of realm, every movement and action was a ray formation. They did not need to prepare anything when killing the enemy with formations. What they prepared were all terrifying to the extreme killing moves. Even if Yi Yuan reached the level of rank 5 formation path source, it was no different to him. But he discovered to his shock that he was actually unable to ignite the surrounding restrictions. What in the world is going on? I've clearly already understood the mysteries of these restrictions completely. Why can't I activate it? Yu Feng's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped at this time, looked towards Yu Feng, and said indifferently, "You wanted to kill me just now?" Yu Feng's expression changed wildly. Suddenly, a hint of a ferocious look appeared on his face and he said in a cold voice, "So what if kill you? A brat actually dares to belittle this ancestor deserves the death penalty." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "You, as the human race's major power, received the human race major powers imparting of Tao on 8-void mountain, but you didn't think to repay the human race. Someone like you, so what if I belittle you?" But Yu Feng sneered and said, "What has the human race's life and death got to do with me? Kid, don't you be rampant. Killing you, I don't need this 8-void mountain's restrictions at all." Done talking, the imposing aura on his body suddenly shook, a terrifying power suddenly spread out. The power of a Deva Fifth Blight was sufficient to make heaven and earth change colors, let alone using it to kill a heavenly Emperor Realm Jr. Only to see Yu Feng send a punch over, it was as if the entire 8-void mountain started shaking. 8-void mountain was indeed trembling. Because Yi Yuan moved too. It was only to see him raise his finger. A pale yellow light was sent into 8-void mountain's restrictions. The restrictions above 50,000 miles suddenly activated. Rumble. At this moment, it was as if the entire 8-void mountain's restrictions were boiling over. Yu Feng's expression changed wildly. He only felt a power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas directly crushed his attack completely. The power struck on his chest. The Deva Fifth Blight Supreme Powerhouse fell to the ground seriously injured. Yu Feng looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified look, his eyes full of fear. What happened just now? What did you do?" Yu Feng said in alarm and horror. He felt like he was facing the power of rules just now. Reaching his level, apart from the power of rules, what else could hurt him? How could a heavenly Emperor Realm little fellow mobilize the power of rules? The power just now was absolutely not just the power of restrictions above 50,000 miles. He felt as if the entire 8-void mountain's restrictions were Hi plussing to his face. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Feng coldly and said with a sneer, "I'll spare your life for now. Want to know what I did? Open your dog eyes and take a good look." After he finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Yu Feng and continued walking up. This scene already shocked all of the powerhouses on 8-void mountain, severely wounding progenitor Yu Feng with one attack. How on earth did he do it? He's still climbing. Could it be that he's going to climb to the top of 8 Void Mountain? This is impossible. 8 Void Mountain has existed here since ancient times. Since time immemorial, how many peerless geniuses have attempted to reach the summit, but no one has succeeded. What right does he, a puny little heavenly emperor realm, have to reach the summit? Seems like this 8 Void Mountain's highest record is the 71,000 miles created by Heavenly Emperor Heartless, right? He wouldn't really be challenging this record, right? At this time, there was already no one comprehending Tao, everyone was paying attention to Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan already surpa. Said Heavenly Emperor Yu Feng, becoming the present 8 Void Mountain's #1 person. Then, would he surpa as the highest record and really reach the top? At this kind of exciting moment, how could they still have the mind to cultivate? Sure enough, the powerful restrictions above 50,000 miles, Yi Yuan completely regarded them as nothing. Very soon, he climbed to 60,000 miles, 61,000 miles, 62,000 miles. Each step that Yi Yuan took seemed to be stepping on their hearts, making them palpitating with anxiety and fear. It was already getting closer and closer to 71,000 miles. Finally, Yi Yuan took a step out and arrived above 71,000 miles. He surpa said the countless ancient and modern formation path sovereigns, and he reached the highest peak. The scattered powerhouses on the mountain immediately seethed with excitement. The record through the ages was broken by a heavenly emperor realm just like that. This sort of thing, they still did not quite dare to believe it. But this was merely just the beginning, because Yi Yuan was still climbing upward. He was climbing toward 80,000 miles. Everyone felt a little hard to breathe. This sort of thing really subverted all of their understanding. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun looked at that back view in the distance, all sorts of emotions spilling over in his heart. Just what kind of existence was he talking to earlier? Yi Yuan got closer and closer to the summit, increasingly closer. The entire 8 Void Mountain seemed to be shaking in pace with his rhythm. 8 Void Mountain range was trembling under Yi Yuan's feet. This earth-shaking restriction seemed to gradually be waking up from a deep sleep. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan also felt an upsurge of emotion. He did not expect that Grand Ancestor Sky Formation actually comprehended such a vast and unfathomable terrifying grand array based on his legacy. At this time, what was wandering around him was a force that was hard to describe. This power was not something that one could explain clearly and make people understand, but also really existed. As if the source of all formation Tao came from this power. Yi Yuan understood that this was formation Tao rule. The power of rules towered above everything. With Yi Yuan's current strength, it was naturally impossible to reach the summit. But Yi Yuan was different from the others. Walking along the way, he had been releasing his own power of source. He was searching for resonance with the 8 Void Mountains grand array. In other words, he was trying to awaken the entire 8 Void Mountains grand array. Arriving above 50,000 miles, the entire 8 Void Mountains grand array seemingly already acknowledged Yi Yuan's existence. The situation was as if it was acknowledging a master. The entire process was like Yi Yuan was refining the 8 Void Mountain grand array. But Yu Feng wanted to kill Yi Yuan in front of the 8 Void Mountain. Wasn't this him seeking death? In a twinkle, Yi Yuan was only 100 steps away from the summit. Yi Yuan could even see the situation on top of the mountain already. That place had 9 ghostly fires of different colors. They were operating on their own with some sort of magical power, lasting, a power that was as vast as the firmament transmitted from there, and actually made Yi Yuan somewhat have the impulse to prostrate in whirs. Hi plus P2. However, his body released an even more terrifying power very soon, suppressing this power. This is the true power of rules. Yi Yuan looked at those 9 ghostly fires as he muttered. At this time, he arrived before the ghostly fires without the slightest hesitation and reached his hand over. Rumble. The entire 8 Void Mountain started trembling violently. Chapter 2420, Grand Ancestor Sky Formation. Chapter 2420, Grand Ancestor Sky Formation. At this time, a torrent of laws poured down from the top of the mountain. It was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down. It was a grand sight to behold. The 8 Void Mountain Grand Array that stretched for tens of millions of miles were all activated at this moment. Such a vast power made everyone quake in fear. Even Yu Feng, this kind of Deva Fifth Blight, was also eclipsed in front of such a powerful force. He reached the summit. He really reached the top. That is the land of rules. How did he do it? Shock was written all over Yu Feng's face. The impact that the scene of Yi Yuan reaching the summit gave him was seriously too shocking. Rules, that was the ultimate that all Deva realm martial artists pursued. But in this epoch, for 10 billion years, apart from the few great Tao ancestors, nobody was able to comprehend rules at all. Even if all of the Deva realm powerhouses knew that the top of this 8 Void Mountain was the land of rules, no one had ever reached it before. Once, Heavenly Emperor Heartless climbed to 70,000 over miles and was also just a step away from the land of rules. But he did not manage to take that step in the end. But today, someone actually reached the summit. Furthermore, this person was merely just a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist. The shock that this scene brought could be imagined. The first person in 10 billion years. The ones who were shocked were naturally not just Yu Feng alone. The powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain never thought that those who stayed on the mountain during such a time of chaos actually witnessed such a miracle. Could it be that this kid already comprehended the power of rules? But he's just at the Heavenly Emperor realm. If he didn't comprehend the power of rules, how did he reach the summit? It's really contradictory. Something that no one has done for 10 billion years, he actually accomplished it. I simply somewhat doubt my eyes. All manner of exclamations were unable to describe the shock in their hearts. The power of rules, that was the existence that dominated above all things. It could be hoped for but not sought after. Now, a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist actually reached such a realm. How could they not envy? It was just that their shock was not over yet. At this moment, it was only to hear Yi Yuan say coolly, "Come out." The 9 ghostly fires suddenly gathered together and finally turned into an old man. The moment this old man appeared, an illusory to the extreme formation Tao power of rule instantly enveloped 8 Void Mountain range. Originally, 8 Void Mountain was just a dead place. But his appearance made the entire 8 Void Mountain come to life all at once. It was as if this place was born for him. Even a fool could tell too. This old man was none other than definitely 8 Void Mountain Grand Array's master. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the old man in shock. This was a rule powerhouse. This old man, Lin Wushuang, pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the old man actually prostrated down toward Yi Yuan. It was prostrating. A rule powerhouse actually prostrated in solemn respect to a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Furthermore, this level of supremacy tend to have their own resounding names. But he referred to himself with his real name. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses felt like their brains were not quite enough to use. Everything that happened today was too bizarre and too shocking, virtually already exceeding their understanding. They all thought that Yi Yuan might have obtained Grand Ancestor Skyformation's legacy, that was how he could reach the summit. But when Lin Wushuang appeared, they naturally thought that Yi Yuan should be prostrating toward Lin Wushuang, to thank him for his legacy. However, the result was totally different. At this time, Yi Yuan became an incomparably mysterious existence in everyone's eyes. Just what did he rely on? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Wushuang. It was only to feel that he looked a little unfamiliar. The time he stayed in the ancient period was too short, it was naturally impossible to know everyone. Among that batch who stood out among the rest back then, there did not seem to be Lin Wushuang. "Get up. You've seen me before?" Yi Yuan asked. The time he stayed in Heavenly Hidden World was not long. Furthermore, the majority of the time was in close seclusion, he did not really go and guide these geniuses. Lin Wushuang said, "This disciple was in the first batch to enter Heavenly Hidden World and had the honor of seeing your Excellency's graceful bearing. Although I wasn't able to see your real face, the aura on your Excellency's body won't be wrong. Furthermore, this disciple is best friends with Qin Chao." Mentioning Qin Chao, Yi Yuan could not help looking downcast. In the last epoch, The one who had accompanied him the longest was Qin Chao. It was just a pity that he could not save Qin Chao. Yi Yuan said, "You became a grand ancestor." Then Qin Chao, Lin Wushuang said, he could get the personal guidance of Lord Saint Azure, and so he naturally ascended to the position of a grand ancestor. It's just a pity. He perished in the battle with the profound lineage's progenitor, Yuan Yi, back then. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a sigh, "It's just a shame that I couldn't fight side by side together with you all back then." Lin Wushuang said, "Since ancient times, it's been hard for things to be perfect. Lord Saint Azure's contributions went down in history. There's no need to blame yourself. Moreover, the burden on Lord Saint Azure's shoulders is far heavier than ours. What Lord Saint Azure said back then, we still didn't understand. Seeing Saint Azure again today, Wushuang understands everything. Your Excellency collecting this formation, I'm afraid that the divine race has staged a comeback again, right?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The divine race army has invaded our territory. The myriad races are powerless to resist. So I thought of this formation." "Hand this formation over to me then," Lin Wushuang said respectfully. "This 9-rule formations foundation is the essence of what I learned in my lifetime. It can evolve into thousands of grand arrays. Back then, I shed my heart blood to lay down this formation overnight, killing 8,000 divine race powerhouses, but I also died because my heart blood was exhausted." Yi Yuan sighed and said, "It was hard on you." Finished talking, Lin Wushuang tapped a finger on Yi Yuan's glabella. Rays of brilliant light erupted. The 9-rule formation bases entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness one by one. Yi Yuan just felt that a vast amount of information entered his sea of consciousness. Although there were only 9 formation bases, the formation Tao rule contained inside could not be calculated using words at all. When 8 Void Mountains powerhouses heard these two people's conversation, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They could not understand many things, but they heard Lin Wushuang call himself a disciple. A terrifying rule powerhouse of his generation actually professed himself a disciple to someone at the Heavenly Emperor realm. What the hell? Was there anything more terrifying than this? "Xiaoyun, do you know that young man? Just what is his origin?" At this time, there were already Deva powerhouses who gathered over, inquiring about the situation from Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's expression was ugly as he said he came from an imperial city in the southern border, Imperial City. "Xiaoyun, are you joking with us? How could anyone believe such words?" But Xiaoyun said, he seemed to have made a very big name for himself in the southern border. "I sent people to check before. He's indeed from a remote imperial city. Furthermore, his rise was also just something that happened in the recent 2,000 to 3,000 years. His speed of rising makes people speechless. The last time I saw him, he was merely at the Empyrean realm. But now, he's already a peak heavenly emperor. If my conjecture is right, he might very likely be the reincarnation of some old monster." Reincarnation of an old monster? What kind of old monster could make a rule powerhouse call himself a disciple? Everyone was silent. Chapter 24-21. Consider the future. Chapter 24-21. Consider the future. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. There were actually 9 ghostly fires rotating indeterminately in his pupils. It was his first time feeling the power of rules at such close range. At this moment, he finally understood why Tao ancestors dominated above the world. This kind of power was not what the mortal realm should have at all. Even if your power of laws was comprehended to perfection, it was also not as good as 1/10,000th of rules. This is the power of rules. Although I've long known it, this saint still feels that it's inconceivable that you all could rely on the inheritance grand arrays to comprehend the power of rules, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. When he saw Saint Profound Gen Rufeng, he knew that the countless powerhouses later on were created by him. But at that time, he was just a late-stage world realm martial artist after all. The inheritance grand arrays that he left behind were able to groom 18 rule powerhouses. Even he himself also felt proud. Lin Wushuang gave a bow respectfully and said, "The legacies that Lord Saint Azure left are legacies through the ages. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. We feel this sentence most profoundly. The 18 legacies are the perfect ways to cultivate the supreme great Tao. Unfortunately, Lin Wushuang has a low apartment-itude and wasn't able to comprehend the true heaven-defying grand array and wasn't able to salvage the declining trend. The rule formation base that I comprehended is likely hard to enter Your Excellency's arcane sights. I won't impart it to Your Excellency either, but I'll leave it in Your Excellency's sea of consciousness for Your Excellency to refer to. He did not know what kind of uproar this sentence caused below. Rule formation base. Hard to enter Your Excellency's arcane sights. That was rule formation base. Those comprehending on Tao here were all formation Tao powerhouses. Which person did not set comprehending rule formation base as their lifelong pursuit? But this rule powerhouse actually said that it was hard to enter His Excellency's arcane sight. Just what kind of existence was this Lord? These 9 formation bases, even if Pares sing one of them to them, they would be moved until they cried inordinately too, shedding tears of gratitude towards Lin Wushuang in their hearts. Even if it was digging their hearts out, they would be willing to. The lucky chance of a rule legacy was too hard to come across, but the opportunity that they viewed as a treasure was actually not worth looking at when placed in front of Yi Yuan. Everything that happened before their eyes today completely subverted their worldview. Yi Yuan became incomparably mysterious in their eyes. Sure enough, Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "These 9 formation bases, leave them with me first. After I find a decent successor, I'll help you Pares them on." Lin Wushuang was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Lord Saint Azure." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Wushuang, what's the relations? Hi plus P between this realm of rules and Deva Fifth Blight?" Yi Yuan had never clarified the difference between Tao Ancestor and Deva Fifth Blight. Deva Fifth Blights also had distinctions of strong and weak. The strong ones could even stand up to Tao Ancestors as an equal, while the weak ones could only rule a region. Lin Wushuang said, "Deva Fifth Blight is the superlative of cultivation realm, because after our small world reached Deva Fifth Blight, it won't be able to improve any further. Even Tao Ancestors are actually only Deva Fifth Blights too. It's just that they are augmented with rules and possess the power of rules. Hence, they dominate above all life. Incapable of breaking through cultivation realm, and so there's only seeking a breakthrough in the power of laws. If one can reach the realm of rules, they can make their strength improve further, reaching the realm of Grand Ancestor. However, Tao Ancestors are able to mobilize a complete power of rule. Ordinary Grand Ancestors aren't their match either. Unless they reached Shonghang that level of realm, only then would they have the capital to contend with Tao Ancestors. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Why is the small world unable to improve further?" Lin Wushuang shook his head and said, "After reaching the extreme realm of Fifth Blight, it's as if you reach a bottleneck, and can no longer integrate the power of heavenly Tao into the small world. Back then, us Grand Ancestors studied it before together, and expended immeasurable effort, and yet we were unable to break this shackle too." Hearing what Lin Wushuang said, only then did Yi Yuan know what kind of realm Tao Ancestor was. This was also to say that after reaching Deva realm, what you competed in was not cultivation realm but the power of laws. Especially after reaching Deva Fifth Blight, whoever's power of law was stronger, whoever's strength was greater. Then would his cultivation realm be able to shatter heavenly Tao's fetters? This was a path that no one had ever walked before. Where could he walk to? Even Yi Yuan himself could not say for sure either. But Yi Yuan had a strong feeling that this path that he took was correct. Right now, Yi Yuan already reached the threshold of the 9th major realm. How to take this crucial step, Yi Yuan did not have a complete idea yet. Because to him, each cultivation realm needed to go through countless deductions, and could not have the slightest mistake. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Actually, the human race's cultivation system originally already had problems after reaching Heavenly Emperor realm. One must transcend the Deva Blight tribulation to break through the realm. This actually deviated from the normal cultivation method. Although their strength increased, they also walked into a dead end. Therefore, this step was similarly of vital importance to Yi Yuan. Striding over, he might be able to open up another path. Although my Chaos World is far inferior to other martial artists in terms of SPACE, in quality it completely crushes Deva realm powerhouses. In fact, my Chaos World is even somewhat struggling to make ends meet when absorbing the Heavenspan world's heaven and earth spiritual energy. My Chaos World shouldn't lose to the Heavenspan world, in terms of quality. Now, heaven and earth have already opened up. The next step is creating myriad life. It's just that I need to think more about how to create a world that belongs to me. I need to be extra careful. Yi Yuan tried to figure it out in his heart. Yi Yuan finally let out a deep sigh as he said, "Forget it. This step still needs to continue to deduce, can't be impatient." Lin Wushuang's gaze was flickering indeterminately by the side. He knew that Yi Yuan was thinking about the matter of cultivation realm. But he similarly also knew that Lord Saint Azure was simply a freak. These people, weighed it over later on. They concluded that even if they had the same cultivation realm as Yi Yuan at that time, and the same law comprehensions, it was also impossible to destroy the Century Celestial Palaces without any trace. What did this indicate? This indicated that under the same cultivation realm, Yi Yuan was almost invincible. This sort of thing, even these grand ancestors, were unable to accomplish it. If so, then how terrifying was Lord Saint Azure's strength? He had once discussed it with Shong Hang before. If Lord Saint Azure reached his realm of grand ancestor back then, he could absolutely have directly annihilated Tian Qing. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan was not able to take part in the last doomsday battle. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Wushuang and said, "I want to make a trip down the mountain. You help me to seal off 8 Void Mountain. This period of time, no one is allowed to go out. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Lin Wushuang said respectfully, "Yes." Down the mountain, the expressions of all the powerhouses changed one after another. But none of them dared to act rashly. 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array was already activated, it was too easy to eradicate them. Even Yu Feng, this kind of powerhouse, would face certain death too. After all, this was a rule Grand Array. Yi Yuan went down the mountain. When he said by Yu Feng suddenly plucked up the courage and asked, "Are you really Lord Saint Azure?" Yi Yuan looked at him with a slight surprise and said, "You know about Saint Azure?" Yu Feng's expression was ugly as he said, "My family's ancestor had also experienced the last doomsday battle. There's the legend of Azure and profound 2 saints in our family. Ancestor taught that when we see Saint Azure, we must show the most solemn of ceremonies." Done talking, Yu Feng directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 24-22. Unpredictable Army Moving Out. Chapter 24-22. Unpredictable Army Moving Out. Lord Yu Feng actually knelt down too. Who on earth is this Lord Saint Azure? Xiao Yun, didn't you say that he came from an imperial city? But these few in front are clearly all old monsters who had lived for countless years. At this time, Xiao Yun was also somewhat doubting his own judgment. Could it be that the things he investigated before were all misconceptions? The scenes that happened before his eyes were seriously too puzzling and shocking. Yi Yuan gave Yu Feng a beating, but now, Yu Feng turned around and directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a pious look. It was as if Yi Yuan was not a person, but a god. A genuine god. But Yi Yuan was clearly just a heavenly emperor realm expert. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Yu Feng, he said in a solemn voice, "Since your ancestor experienced the last epoch, then you should know even more that the human races today wasn't easy to come by. You want to stay reclusive, there's nothing wrong with it. But do you think that the divine race will let you live a sequestered life with peace of mind?" Yu Feng had a fearful look, lying prostrate on the ground, not daring to move rashly. When Yi Yuan saw his appearance, he found it hateful and pitiful, and said, "Forget it. You still remember your ancestor. So at least you have some sense of shame. I'll spare your life today. Whether you want to resist the divine race or not, you weigh and consider it yourself. If you really feel that you can stay aloof from the affair, being a carefree immortal is good too." After he finished talking, he went straight down the mountain. Yu Feng's entire body trembled, not daring to say a word. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually the legendary Saint Azure. The family teachings that his ancestor Pares said down was that azure and profound two people were virtuous saints through the ages, founding the great age of humanity. It was just that the era was too long ago, he only took it as a legend. He did not expect that there was really such a thing. What he did not expect even more was that Saint Azure was actually a fine young man. Although it was fantastical, he knew that this could not possibly be fake. Being able to make a rule powerhouse so respectful, Yi Yuan must be Saint Azure without a doubt. But why would Saint Azure appear in this era? This matter, he could not figure out after racking his brains. During the course of Yi Yuan conquering 8 Void Mountains' Grand Array, the outside world was already fighting fiercely. The land of Western Realms was presently already a stretch of scorched earth. Deva realm powerhouses moved out one after another. They really fought until mountains collapsed and the earth fissured apart, long rivers getting cut off. Countless spiritual lands and countless creatures were all wiped out. However, the myriad races' coalition forces were fighting as they retreated. Although there were losses, they were not heavy. Furthermore, the vast majority of the time, it was the human race charging in front, the other races had nothing to say. At this time, hundreds of Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses were currently in a bloody battle with the divine race's top masters. This battle was already fought until SPACE collapsed and storms were raging. Ha ha ha, the present human race is really too weak. Your dozen over Deva 5th Blights joined forces and can't even deal with me. Back in the days, beneath the 18 Grand Ancestors, there were as many powerhouses as Cloud. There were even quite a number of powerhouses who could compete with this progenitor, but today, you all are too weak. In the heat of the battle, Daymeld let out a burst of loud laughter, full of contempt toward the myriad races experts. He alone tied down 14 Deva 5th Blight powerhouses. Even so, he still accomplished it with ease. This level of strength simply made the various races' powerhouses despaired. Reaching Deva Realm and 9 marks this level, the might of the divine race truly revealed. This series of confrontations fought until the human race did not have any strength to fight back. Many Deva Realm experts had fallen. In contrast, the divine race's casualties were much fewer. It was also that the coalition forces had a large number of experts, purely using numbers to resist Daymeld. Otherwise, with Daymeld's strength, he would have long killed these Deva 5th Blight powerhouses several times over. The various races' 5th Blight powerhouses all had livid expressions, but they were powerless to refute. Although it was just an astonished HI+ grand plan that Yi Yuan laid down this time, the strength displayed by the divine race still made them despair. Especially Heavenly Tao True Martial, once it was executed, it was really killing Gods if Gods blocked, killing Buddha if Buddha blocked. Its amplification of the divine race powerhouse's strength was too terrifying. If there was no 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, this kind of confidence, they might be completely defeated after a battle. Commander, we almost can't hold out any longer. Patriarch, we're about to fail. Behind, the commanders of the coalition forces shouted out one after another, their voices full of despair. Those who knew about this plan were only those high-level powerhouses. The despair that the rest showed was not fake. Ni Xian's expression changed several times and he said in a cold voice, "Continue retreating." The commander shouted, "But Commander-in-Chief, it's 8 Void Mountain at the back. Any further back and we won't have any path anymore." Ni Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Just retreat as you're told. What's with all the nonsense? Otherwise, you can fight to the death with the divine race." That commander had nothing more to say, he could only retreat as he fought. When Daymeld saw the situation, he laughed loudly and said, "Weak? Really weak? Don't you humans even have an elite force?" Ni Xian's expression was very ugly, but he still retreated. The army retreated as they fought, and very soon they arrived at the foot of 8 Void Mountain. At this time, the divine race army already surrounded the coalition forces tightly like an iron bucket. There was no way to retreat at all. Either go up the mountain and get killed by the Grand Array, or fight to the bitter end with the divine race. Of course, the outcome was still being killed. A subordinate asked Ni Xian, "Commander-in-Chief, what should we do now?" Ni Xian had a dark look as he said, "What else can we do? Break through. But we've already been surrounded. There's no way out at all. Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Find it. I don't believe that such a large 8-void mountain, they can seal off all of the path." The subordinate received the order and left. Very soon, news came over. The subordinate reported to Xian with an excited look and said, "Commander-in-Chief really has God-like foresight. The divine race indeed missed out a path. We can break through from there." Xian sighed emotionally in his heart. How could it be him who had God-like foresight? It was Lord Saint Azure who foretold it with God-like accuracy. In order to force out Lord Saint Azure, the divine race really did it according to Lord Saint Azure's plan and dropped into the pit bit by bit. Of course, he would not show it on his face. His eyes just flashed and he said, "Pass us down the order. Have the unpredictable army blaze the trail and carve out a bloody path. We'll charge out." The unpredictable army was their final trump card. The moment the subordinates heard this, they knew that it was time for the decisive battle. All of them were extremely excited. Actually, the subordinates had long suggested sending out the unpredictable army, but Xian refused to loosen up. Now, he finally relented. It was just that how could they all, these ordinary soldiers, know the true significance of the unpredictable army? Kill. Pang Zhen took the lead. Wan Zhen worked in concert from the side. Places that the unpredictable army said through, all obstacles were swept away. When they moved out again, the combat power of the unpredictable army already rose several levels. The cooperation between them and their individual combat power both obtained huge improvements. Even more so, there was a batch of people who already transcended the Deva Blight tribulation, becoming Deva realm powerhouses. Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen were two of them. Their strength, once they entered Deva, their combat power skyrocketed. Over there, obtaining the news that the unpredictable army moved out, Daymeld could not help being overjoyed. "Ha ha ha. Xian, that brat finally can't maintain his composure anymore. This progenitor wants to see this time. Whether that Yi Yuan can really have supernatural powers or not. Everyone, heed this order. Give up on encircling and attacking the Myriad Races Coalition Force's main force. Focus all power on besieging the unpredictable army. All 9 marks powerhouses, move out. You must kill Yi Yuan for me." Daymeld dispatched the order loudly. Chapter 24-23, Completely Reborn. Chapter 24-23, Completely Reborn. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. The Divine Race Army retreated like the tide. This made the coalition forces somewhat at a loss on what to do. What came immediately was a burst of ecstasy. They did not know what happened, but they knew that they were saved. But Xian and the group of upper echelons had solemn expressions on their faces. This place had not entered the influence range of 8 Void Mountains Grand Array yet. Yi Yuan, they all were luring the enemy deep in using themselves as bait. It was just that, how could a mere unpredictable army be able to resist the entire Divine Race's army? This battle was too dangerous. Xian, they all had also urged Yi Yuan before, to not risk his life. But Yi Yuan said that if he did not take the risk, he would have to use the coalition forces' lives to take the risk. The two sides' armies, the numbers were too many. It was impossible for all of them to enter the range of 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. Once both sides went to war, in this kind of narrow place, it would be a life-and-death battle. At that time, there would be countless casualties. In contrast, the unpredictable army being the bait would be much more agile. Hence, he did not scruple to risk his life to be the bait. Daymeld's ultimate goal was him. As soon as he appeared, the divine race would inevitably pour the power of the whole army to encircle and suppress him. Currently, it was indeed the case, except, this war tactic was seriously too dangerous. Once the army fell into heavy encirclement, Yi Yuan would undoubtedly die. One had to know, the opponent this time was not just several dozen 9 marks heavenly Dao realms. Disregarding the others, just one Daymeld was terrifying to the extreme. The 3 armies, listen to this order. Attack the Divine Race Army and work in concert with the Unpredictable Legion, Xian said in a stern voice. The unpredictable army fell into the sea of divine race army very quickly. A mere 70,000 people, they were insignificant like an ant in front of the entire divine race army. But the combat power of these 70,000 people was surprisingly powerful. The places that it said through, the divine race army actually did not have any who could last more than an exchange. The powerful divine race army appeared like a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this unpredictable army. These few months, the divine race army had long already been accustomed to victory. Suddenly seeing such a courageous human army, it shocked them. Why is there such a powerful legion in the human army? Too strong. I feel that they are like a moving fortress, unable to shake at all. I got it. They are that mysterious army that annihilated the Divine Children Legion. Really so strong. The unpredictable army was like a bulldozer. The places that it said through were all mowed down. This kind of might was something that the divine race army had never experienced before. In their perception, the human race was a bunch of ants, not worth mentioning at all. All the way until they encountered the unpredictable army. But they did not notice that in the unpredictable army, there was a figure who was illusory and did not make a move to kill the enemy. The unpredictable army may seem scattered, but actually, they were extremely organized. These unpredictable children, every 3 people formed a combat unit, becoming a miniature combat group. Each combat unit formed a slightly larger combat group, so on and so forth. This army was carrying out a group battle with precisely a powerful array formation. This array formation was somewhat similar to Yuanzhan 3 people's lesser 3 origin formation back then, but it was much more brilliant than theirs. But the entire unpredictable army had many invisible threads controlling, and the end of the threads was held in Yi Yuan's hand. It was him controlling the entire unpredictable army in battle. The time that he returned was not long. The warriors of the unpredictable army were still unable to fully control the battle formation that he created. Hence, he thought of an idea, controlling every unpredictable child as a sword. He planted a sword intent in each person and conveyed orders with the sword intent. Each unpredictable child only needed to move and fight according to his instructions, and they would be able to maximize their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, being controlled by him compared to the unpredictable children fighting on their own, the power unleashed was several times greater. The current unpredictable army, their combat effectiveness was more than 100 times stronger than when they fought with the Divine Children Legion back then. Among the unpredictable children, each one of their combat power was extremely fearsome. Now, with the help of array formation, they were even more invincible. Your Excellency, can't anymore. We almost can't stop them anymore. They are too strong. We can't stop them at all. Only by sending 9 marks powerhouses over can we stop them. The divine race's battle will was very strong. But even so, they were also killed by the unpredictable army until they felt chills. At this time, Tian Lin brought a group of 9 marks powerhouses and just happened to arrive in time. Seeing this scene, he could not help giving a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "A bunch of ants also dares to challenge the majesty of the divine race. Attack together. Destroy this bunch of guys." Done talking, he took the lead and charged toward the unpredictable army. The moment Heavenly Dao True Martial was unleashed, a horrifying combat power spread out. This squad had several dozen divine race powerhouses, and also close to 100 Deva realm abyss monsters. This kind of strength was sufficient to squash a human army of several million experts. With hundreds of 9 marks powerhouses attacking in full force, how shocking was the commotion. When the divine race army saw this scene, each and every one of them was greatly aroused. PFFFT. Pew, pew, pew. Tian Lin, who took the lead, was blown up right away. Following that, those 9 marks powerhouses behind him were blown up one after another. 100 over 9 marks powerhouses were practically slaughtered cleanly by the unpredictable army in an instant. The impact that this scene brought to the divine race army was seriously too strong. Although Tian Lin was initial stage 9 marks, his combat power was already equivalent to Deva Second Blight. In front of an army formed by a group of heavenly emperor realms, he actually did not survive a single exchange. This level of lethality was too terrifying. A momentary silence actually appeared on the originally noisy and chaotic battlefield. In a single exchange, 100 over 9 marks powerhouses were killed. It really shocked the Divine Race Army. Gee, got to be joking, right? Those were all 9 marks lords. They even activated Heavenly Tao True Martial. They couldn't even last a single clash. Even the Divine Children Legion doesn't have this kind of ability either, right? Monsters. This army is really a group of monsters. For a moment, the Divine Race Army actually did not dare to step forward. They were daunted by the unpredictable army's overkill. However, they did not move, but the unpredictable army did not have the intention of stopping. With Yi Yuan controlling the army and Brandy's HI plussing the butcher's knife, they charged all the way. The places that they said through were akin to a no-man's land. The Divine Race Army wailed all around. When the news in front came over, Ni Xian as well as the group of major powers were dumbstruck with amazement. This is a joke, right? 100 over 9 marks powerhouses were killed in a single exchange. The last time they faced off against the Divine Children Army, although they won, their losses were very grievous too. Just how long has it been? How did they become so strong? TSK, Lord Saint Azure is indeed well deserving of being Lord Saint Azure. He truly transforms the rotten into something magical. That army of young masters actually became so strong after letting him drill them. The group of big shots was marveling endlessly. But right at this time, auras that blotted out the skies and covered the earth surged over from the distance one after another. It was akin to a huge wave attacking them. Ni Xian's expression changed and he said, Daimeld arrived. Let us hurry up and get on it. Chapter 24-24. All fronts making emergency request. Chapter 24-24. All fronts making emergency request. An Astonis. HI plussing aura approached from afar, arriving with a howl. Daimeld's aura outshone the others, overshadowing all of the Divine Race powerhouses. He was too strong. Detecting Ni Xian and the rest approaching them, Daimeld gave a cold snort and said, Humph. A bunch of bugs who get in the way. You all go and stop them. This progenitor will personally go and kill that brat. Also, that army, don't let a single one off. Kill them all for me. He clearly became aware of the unpredictable army's terror too. He decided to directly eliminate it and sever future troubles forever. Under the word of command, thousands of powerhouses rushed in like a swarm of hornets and confronted Ni Xian and the rest very quickly. An Astonis. HI plussing great battle instantly broke out. While on the other side, Yi Yuan detected Daimeld's arrival. Yi Yuan immediately sent the order to retreat. Wn Zhen, Pang Zhen, let's split up and retreat in the direction of 8 Void Mountain. Don't feel attached to the battle. Just retreat to 8 Void Mountain, and you guys will have won, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The two people's hearts turned somber, and they hurriedly complied. Charging all the way, the unpredictable army opened up a gap very quickly and retreated in the direction of the 8 Void Mountain. Daimeld already issued a certain kill order. The unpredictable army affected the entire Divine Race Army's nerves. The moment they retreated, the entire Divine Race Army chased after. As for Yi Yuan, he urged SPA Setami law to the limit, heading in the direction of the main peak. With his current strength, it was simply impossible to be Daimeld's match. Once Daimeld caught up, that would be a road that led to death. Ha ha ha, kid, we meet again. Today, this progenitor is here to repay your courtesy of an arm. What are you running for? Behind him came Daimeld's unbridled laughter. Daimeld was well deserving of being the Heaven lineage's progenitor level powerhouse. His speed was actually much faster than Yi Yuan. His strength was suffocatingly strong. Humph. It's a pity that my cultivation realm back then was too low. I wish that I could have slaughtered you, this old dog. Yi Yuan's head did not even turn back as he said with a cold snort. Daimeld was indifferent and said with a big laugh, Kid, there are no IFS in this world. You couldn't kill me back then and me killing you today, this is all destined by heaven. You run, I want to see where you can run to. 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array is a rule Grand Array. Unless you can escape to the top of the mountain, otherwise, this progenitor can still kill you. To Daimeld, 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array was nothing. As long as it did not reach the level of rules, it did not pose any threat to him. Let a puny little heavenly emperor escape to the top of the mountain? How could this sort of thing be possible? Dameld knew that Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments were merely just at the level of rank 2 source. There was already no one who could reach the summit of the mountain in the human race currently. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "All right, then you come up the mountain to kill me. I want to see until where you, this old dog, can chase me." The two people, one in front and one behind, bickered through the air, but their speed did not slow down in the slightest, akin to two streaks drawing an arc across the horizon. While on the other side, the unpredictable army was also fleeing frantically. It was just that the current unpredictable army was obviously much more mature. Their retreat was orderly and did not show the least bit of panic. However, without Yi Yuan controlling the Grand Array, the entire unpredictable army's combat power dropped significantly, and casualties also started appearing. After all, an army of 70,000 people being obstructed and intercepted by an army of hundreds of millions, no matter how strong, it was also impossible to be completely unscathed. Fortunately, Yi Yuan already led them to break through the heavy encirclement. They only had to retreat step by step will do. But right at this time, the divine race used their trump card. The Divine Children Legion. Although the Divine Children Legion suffered heavy casualties, there were still 40 to 50,000 people left after all. Lumping these 40 to 50,000 people together, they were still a team with extremely strong combat power. The re-emergence of the Divine Children Legion suddenly delayed the unpredictable army's speed of retreat. However, it was also merely slowing it down. When they crossed swords again, even if this army did not have Yi Yuan, their combat power was already completely different. Under Wen Zhan and Pang Zhen's lead, the unpredictable army fought as they retreated, but the Divine Children Legion's casualties were continuously increasing. The Divine Children Legion's warriors were all extremely shocked. They did not expect that after experiencing one battle, these unpredictable army soldiers would actually be formidable to such an extent. However, they were under orders and desperately held the unpredictable army back. The Divine Children Legion's soldiers all seemed to not care for their lives, Russ. Hi plussing towards the unpredictable army as if being suicidal. The casualties of the unpredictable army were also rising sharply. Wen Zhen's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Continuing like this isn't the way to go. I'm afraid that we'll have already suffered heavy casualties before reaching 8 Void Mountain. Pang Zhen, you lead the main force away first. I'll bring 10,000-man squads to cover the rear." The moment Pang Zhen's heart, his expression changed wildly and he said, "No way. Want to go, go together. Want to stay, stay together. Playing the hero like this, what kind of ability does it count as?" After experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, the friends Hi+P of comrade in arms was already cultivated between Pang Zhen and Wen Zhan. Wen Zhan was very magnanimous and furthermore, selfless, being deeply respected by the unpredictable army. Even Pang Zhen was subdued by his bearing. Wen Zhan said in a solemn voice, "Enough crap. At this rate, no body can leave." Pang Zhen said furiously, "Want to cover the retreat? It should be me too." Wen Zhan said in a cold voice, "Rubbish. Plus you have excess power and lack endurance. Rest assured, even if I fall into a heavy encirclement, I have the confidence to protect myself too. As long as they are lured into the range of the Grand Array, I'll be safe." Pang Zhen knew that what Wen Zhan said was the truth. His combat power was extremely strong, but in terms of difficulty to deal with, it was still Wen Zhan who was more troublesome. His expression changed over and over again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good brother, you take care." Wen Zhan smiled and said, "Don't say it like it's a parting of life and death. I still want to receive Lord Saint Azure's training and become a supremacy of my generation." After he was done talking, he said in a clear voice, "Which brothers are willing to cover the retreat with me?" Me. Those 1,000-man squad leaders stepped out of the ranks one after another. From the initial-most avoidance, it already reached the current taking the initiative to volunteer for battle. Got to admit, the growth of these unpredictable children was tremendous. Wen Zhan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, good brothers. Lin Xiao, Wu Cheng, the 10 of you, follow me to cover the retreat. The others, retreat first. Without a doubt, the ones who remained behind to cover the retreat would definitely suffer heavy casualties, and even be completely wiped out. Even WN Zhen, this Deva First Blight powerhouse, might not be able to come out alive. But no one cowered. Kill. WN Zhen did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly killing over towards the Divine Children Legion. Only through madness could one achieve greatness. With no retreat, these 10,000 people seemed to have gone crazy, fighting desperately. Both sides fell into tragic hand-to-hand combats. These 10,000 people were unrestrained. They were not fearing of death in the slightest, and they actually forcefully stopped the army. But very soon, they were also surrounded by the countless divine race army, and they were engulfed inside. When Pang Zhen saw this scene, tears instantly swirled in his eyes, and he roared sobbingly, "Everyone, listen up. Retreat." On the other side, Daimeld was in hot pursuit, the gap from Yi Yuan getting closer and closer. It looked as if Yi Yuan was about to escape into 8 Void Mountains' Grand Array. But right then, Daimeld suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Brat, do you think that I'll let you enter 8 Void Mountain? Lions go all out even when hunting a rabbit. Heavenly Tao True Martial, shrinking Earth into an inch, activate." Chapter 24-25, Barely Escaping with His Life. Chapter 24-25, Barely Escaping with His Life. Not good. This aura, could it be that Daimeld's Heavenly Tao True Martial is? Ha ha ha, you guessed it right. Lord Daimeld's Heavenly Tao True Martial is called Shrinking Earth into an Inch. That boy thought that he could escape from Lord Daimeld's hands. It's really laughable. Hearing his opponent's words, Ni Shen's expression became ugly to the extreme. Shrinking Earth into an inch, hearing the name and one would know that it was a movement technique type Heavenly Tao True Martial. Daimeld's speed was originally swift to the extreme. Now, coupled with Heavenly Tao True Martial, Yi Yuan would not be able to reach 8 Void Mountain at all. For a moment, Ni Shen burned with anxiety. While on the other side, WN Zhen delayed the Divine Children Legion, the Divine Race Army continued chasing after Pang Zhen. Without Yi Yuan taking the charge, WN Zhen these 10,000 people fought very bitterly. Fighting at a disadvantage of numbers, under the situation where they did not have an advantage in strength, it was even more unbelievably tragic. Fortunately, WN Zhen already broke through to Deva realm, attracting the vast majority of the force. Many unpredictable children gambled with their lives, fighting extremely miserably. Many unpredictable children used methods that stimulate potential to greatly increase their strength. After a bout of fierce fighting, they could even kill several people in a row. But in the end, they were surrounded and beaten to death by divine children. The numbers on both sides were rapidly being depleted. Boom! A terrifying attack arriving from behind with a howl. The entire world seemed to be trembling. After activating Heavenly Tao True Martial, Daimeld's speed was too fast. In virtually a blink of an eye, he caught up. 8 Void Mountains' Grand Array looked like it was still a step away, but he could not make it anymore. That area of SPACE was unable to withstand this horrifying power at all, directly collapsing. Even those spatial turbulent flows were knocked back too. The might of the power could be seen. All the hairs on Yi Yuan's body stood on end, feeling as if the sky was falling down. He had never seen before such terrifying power. Only then did he truly understand what was called Doomsday Battle. Even Daimeld was like this. What about Tian Qing and the other progenitors? That kind of power, using destroying heaven and decimating the earth to describe it, was also not over the top. At this moment, the entire foot of 8 Void Mountain was shattered. A huge black hole was a ghastly sight to behold. This terrifying scene made everyone extremely shocked. Especially the unpredictable armies and coalition forces' upper echelons, each and every one of them was staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Everything was over like that. Lord Saint Azure. Pang Zhen's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, looking at that black hole as he roared angrily. Tears actually already flowed down his eyes. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan already became the leader in his heart. At this time, with the leader dying, he was deeply saddened. Not just him, everyone in the unpredictable army, all could not help shedding tears. Why is it like this? Could it be that Lord Saint Azure is gone just like that? I don't believe it. This is impossible. The human race's hope is severed just like that. Painful wails lingered incessantly. Everyone was clear what Yi Yuan being killed meant. Ha ha ha, ignorant child, did you really think that you could escape from under this progenitor's hand? You completely don't know how terrifying this progenitor was when I roamed the world unhindered. So, everything is over. Killing the human race's hope, Daymeld was incredibly relieved in his heart. Yi Yuan's existence made him feel threatened. This feeling of extinguishing hope made him very contented. However, right at this moment, the void trembled, a figure covered in blood from head to toe, crawled out of the void. Yes, crawled out. The originally white long robes already turned a scarlet-red color at this time, dreadful to behold. The bones in his body was practically all shattered. The aura of his body was very weak. But he was still alive. Daymeld's laughter abruptly stopped. He looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked expression, full of incredulity. How is this possible? Is it SPA Setimi illusion? But this progenitor's attack can even shatter SPA Setimi. How did he do it? Reaching his level of realm, every move and stance carried the might of heaven and earth. SPA Setimi law could not ignore everything. Daymeld naturally knew about Yi Yuan's SPA Setimi illusion. Hence, he did not hold back on this move. He dealt a blow at his full power. Under this blow, even a Deva fifth blight would have to die too. But Yi Yuan actually survived. This was simply too inconceivable. I understand. It's a multi-layered SPA Setimi illusion. Fine lad, I didn't expect that your application of SPA Setimi law already reached such a profound realm. Like this, I can't let you stay alive even more. Daymeld came to a sudden realization, immediately understanding it. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan laid down several layers of SPA Setimi illusions. He completely disrupted SPA Setimi, narrowly avoiding this attack. Laying down multiple layers of SPA Setimi illusions, the difficulty did not increase a tiny bit compared to one layer of SPA Setimi illusion. This was an extremely profound application of SPA Setimi law. It was not that it could be done just by knowing SPA Setimi law. Of course, even so, Yi Yuan was still almost killed by the horrifying power. Daymeld's strength was too terrifying. It was already strong to the degree that it could ignore laws. Yi Yuan's powerful power of laws could even render Yu Qin at a loss on what to do, and yet he was unable to stop Daymeld. Old dog, you come and kill if you have the ability. The moment Yi Yuan spoke, it gave everyone a fright. That HOA. RSE voice was like puffing bellows. After he finished talking, he turned around and entered 8 Void Mountain. Daymeld sneered and said, "This 8 Void Mountain is merely a dead formation. How can it stop this progenitor? Brat, you're too naive." Done talking, he leaped and shot towards 8 Void Mountain. Rumble. 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array was immediately activated. The terrifying energy undulation smashed towards Daymeld overwhelmingly. However, Daymeld's momentum was overwhelming. He did not fear these powerful restrictions in the slightest at all. He actually relied on his powerful strength to forcefully resist 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array. The Grand Array that ordinary martial artists feared like a tiger, actually could not do the slightest thing to Daymeld. Daymeld charged all the way. Although his speed slowed down significantly, his speed of climbing the mountain was extremely fast. But in front, Yi Yuan smiled coldly in his heart. Entering 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array, he was considered to have returned home. As long as he was willing, he could reach the summit in one step. But he did not. In this position, the Grand Array could not unleash its strongest power, and could not severely wound Daymeld at all. He deliberately led Daymeld on, in order to bait him up. The two people, you chase and I run, went from 3,000 miles to 9,000 miles, then to 18,000 miles, then to 40,000 miles. Daymeld was in hot pursuit, the momentum getting stronger and stronger. Brat, you're almost reaching the limit, right? Let me tell you, as long as you're unable to reach the top, you're dead for sure today. Are you very despaired? Ha ha ha, Daymeld let out a burst of wild laughter at the back. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly without ceasing and continued climbing. Very soon, the two arrived above 60,000 miles. Daymeld's figure suddenly stopped, having a bad feeling arising in his heart. This distance already far surpassed said the limit that Yi Yuan should reach. But Yi Yuan was still climbing upward. He suddenly had a feeling of falling into a pit. At this time, Yi Yuan also stopped. Turning back, he said with a sneer, "What? Scared? Didn't you say that I can't reach the top of the mountain? Would you like to try?" Chapter 24-26. Make you lose 3 layers of skin. Chapter 24-26. Make you lose 3 layers of skin. Although Yi Yuan was seriously wounded at this time and his aura being feeble, his words were full of disdain and sarcasm. Daymeld's expression was very ugly as he said in a deep voice, "Are you goading this progenitor? What a joke! Even with how vast this world is there still a place that this progenitor doesn't dare to go to?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then you can come and try whether I can reach the top or not." Done talking, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk any longer, and so he continued climbing up. Daymeld could not help choking and actually did not chase after right away. He had indeed been intimidated by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's calm expression made him somewhat uncertain. Immediately, he smiled coldly and said, "Terrific lad, making an empty show of strength in front of this progenitor. Really almost got bluffed by you. A mere heavenly emperor realm also wants to reach the summit of rules. Do you really think that this progenitor grew up being frightened?" What kind of existence was Daymeld? It was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by a few words. But he did not know that Yi Yuan was making use of precisely this mentality of his. That was why he would intentionally go at Daymeld. Yi Yuan was able to climb above 60,000 miles. This itself was extremely unusual already. If Daymeld was somewhat fearful and did not dare to come up, then Yi Yuan would have wasted all his previous efforts. But, as long as he goaded slightly, Daymeld would definitely think that he was maintaining the appearance of strength, and chase after. Sure enough, Daymeld fell for it. 60,000 miles. 65,000 miles. 70,000 miles. When it reached 70,000 miles, Daymeld became more and more shocked. But he was still not willing to believe that Yi Yuan could really reach the top. Hence, he chose to continue pursuing 71,000 miles. 73,000 miles. When it reached 75,000 miles, Yi Yuan was still climbing. While at this time, it already became extremely strenuous for Daymeld to barge through the formations. All of a sudden, his heart thumped wildly, finally realizing that something was wrong. How could a mere heavenly emperor realm possibly climb to a height of 75,000 miles? Furthermore, he discovered that ever since he entered 8 Void Mountain, the distance from Yi Yuan had been constantly shrinking, but had been within a manageable range all along. It was like, this was simply a trap. Not good. Could it be that this kid is really able to reach the top? No way. I can't go up anymore. Otherwise, even if it's me, I'll be biting off more than I can chew too. Daymeld's expression changed wildly and he turned around and was about to leave. But right then, a burst of cold laughter came from behind him. "Daymeld, you already climbed so high. You're going to leave without resting for a bit?" Yi Yuan said sarcastically. Daymeld's expression was solemn as he said, "Boy, you're actually able to climb to the top of the mountain. This is impossible. However, even if you can reach the summit, it's no use either. This is a dead formation. It can't trap me." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? Maybe it can't kill you, but, not making you lose 3 layers of skin today, you can forget about leaving." Rumble. The entire 8 Void Mountain range suddenly started trembling fiercely. 9 ghostly fires emitted a dazzling light at the top of the mountain. A terrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire mountain range. Seeing this scene, Daymeld's expression changed drastically, all the hairs on his body standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. This is impossible. You activated the Grand Array? This is a rules Grand Array. How can you, a mere heavenly emperor realm, possibly activate it. The scene that happened before his eyes completely surpassed said Dameld's imagination. A rule's grand array was actually activated incomprehensibly just like this. Boom. The place where Dameld was standing suddenly erupted with a terrifying explosion, and actually directly blasted Dameld flying. This explosion came extremely suddenly, without any sound, but was extremely powerful. With Dameld's strength, he was actually unable to stop it. Boom. Bang, bang. Dameld was in midair when another series of shocking explosions came over, blasting until Dameld flew around everywhere extremely wretchedly. Each explosion sound carried a terrifying to the extreme power. Even ordinary Deva Fifth Blights would also be blown into smithereens under this explosion. This was the power of rules. Lin Wushuang's figure appeared beside Yi Yuan quietly and he said in concern, "Lord Saint Azure, your injury." Yi Yuan waved his hand and seethed with killing intent as he said, "Won't die. Of the divine race army, those who entered the range of the Grand Array, kill without mercy." Lin Wushuang said respectfully, "Yes." He then saw Yi Yuan make a gesture. Immediately, the entire 8 Void Mountains restrictions seemed to be like boiling water, instantly boiling over. Horrifying explosion sounds sounded out everywhere on 8 Void Mountain range. Those slightly weaker divine race and abyss monsters were directly blasted into flying ashes. In virtually an instant, more than half of the divine race army was killed or injured. How could the horror of a grand array of rules be described with words? Back then, Lin Wushuang used this grand array to kill the divine race until wails of doom filled the lands. At present, this scene was played out again under Yi Yuan's careful planning, while at this time, the human race powerhouses were virtually all trembling. They were dumbstruck with amazement by this scene before their eyes. Apart from Nishen and a few people, they completely did not expect that this 8 Void Mountains forbidden land actually became their place of heaven-defying turnaround. They only saw the divine race experts in front of them being blasted, becoming flesh and blood in a blink of an eye. This kind of power truly startled heaven and earth and even made gods and ghosts weep. While in another place, the unpredictable army led by Pang Zhen was already waiting until they were burning with fury. The moment 8 Void Mountains Grand Array erupted, Pang Zhen's angry roar immediately spread throughout the 3 armies. "Brother, charge back for me. Don't let a single one of the Divine Children Legions BASTARDS off. Kill." The unpredictable army's power spread throughout the vast expanse of open ground all at once. Seeing one sworn brother after another die miserably under the Divine Children Legion's besiegement, they had long already had a stomach pent up with anger. At this time, they finally exploded. Only to see each of the unpredictable Legion's warriors have bloodshot eyes, urging their speed to the extreme, pouncing over in the direction of the Divine Children Legion. At this time, the 10,000 people led by WN Zhen were already left with just several hundred people, and they were still hanging on their lives bitterly. These several hundred people protected WN Zhen in the middle. Even if they died, they were not willing to take half a step back too. Previously, WN Zhen led his men in a charge, and he rushed in front alone. There were 9 Marks powerhouses injected in the Divine Children Legion too. WN Zhen fought one on many, beheading all of the Divine Children Legion's powerhouses. However, he himself was also just left with half a life. Just as they were on the brink of despair, battle cries suddenly shook the sky. The army led by Pang Zhen already rushed over. Fighting in close quarters, Pang Zhen attacked with fury, lightning source surging wildly, slapping more than a dozen divine children to death with a palm. The unpredictable army had an unstoppable momentum, completely suppressing the Divine Children Legion's imposing momentum all at once. They fought one on many, coupled with attacking in rage, killing until the Divine Children Legion suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat. On the upper echelon side, a silent explosion blew up. Those initial stage and middle stage 9 Marks powerhouses instantly had a large number of them that was finished off. Even late stage 9 Marks supreme powerhouses were also utterly routed under this horrifying explosion. Nishen and the rest took advantage of the momentum to chase after them, slaughtering their enemies until the top experts of the divine race were completely powerless to fight back. The moment 8 Void Mountains Grand Array rose up, the situation instantly reversed. Coupled with that there were many coalition forces experts, fighting many on one, a large group of the powerhouses on the divine race's side fell very quickly. Those divine race powerhouses who did not enter the range of the Grand Array were all secretly exhaling that they got lucky. Chapter 24-27, Great Victory. Chapter 24-27, Great Victory. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounds coming from the top of the mountain made everyone's hearts palpitate. Someone as strong as Daymeld was actually blasted flying away here and there like a ball, without the slightest strength to fight back. The undulation of rules seemed to carry the might of heavenly Tao, making people awed at the sight of it. Daymeld was blasted until he was a blurry mess of flesh and blood from head to toe. It was a dreadful sight to behold. Clearly, he was already seriously injured. This kind of terrifying undulation, Daymeld's innards must have suffered tremendous shock. If not for his strength being too formidable, he would have long already been shocked into meat pace. What a pity. This isn't when I was at my prime. Otherwise, he would be dead beyond a doubt. Beside Yi Yuan, Lin Wushuang said with a sigh. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's enough. Leave the rest to me." Lin Wushuang said, "Your Excellency's advancement is a little slow. Otherwise, how could it be the divine race's turn to behave wildly?" Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Born in wrong times. What can be done about it?" Lin Wushuang's body already became very illusory at this time and was actually looking like it was about to dissipate. He bowed to the ground and said, "Your Excellency, the blood essence left behind by this disciple has been exhausted after this battle. In the future, this disciple won't be able to follow Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please take care." Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he said, "Destiny arises and fate extinguishes. Maybe, our fate is unfinished. If there's reincarnation, this saint will let you return again." Lin Wushuang's entire body trembled and he said, "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm also not too clear. It's just that I faintly sense something. Hope that what I sense isn't wrong." Lin Wushuang had a shocked expression on his face and exclaimed, "Entering reincarnation is just a legend. No one knows where we go after death. With Your Excellency having a faint feeling from forces beyond control, it looks like you've already reached a realm that we can't imagine. If there's a chance to do it again, Lin Wushuang is willing to follow Your Excellency to the death." Yi Yuan fell silent. Lin Wushuang's figure gradually dissipated. There was no Grand Ancestor Sky Formation in this world anymore. However, there was the legend of Grand Ancestor Sky Formation. It was he who shed his heart blood 10 billion years ago, laying down a heaven-shocking Grand Array overnight, blocking countless divine race experts. It was he who returned domineeringly 10 billion years later, inflicting heavy casualties on the divine race army again. He performed immortal feats for the human race, for the myriad races. All of you just be at ease. I hope that one day, I can activate you all again." Yi Yuan said with a light sigh. If there was war, there was death. No one could change this. As soon as Lin Wushuang left, the Grand Array became a dead object. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he was unable to truly control the Grand Array at all. Daymeld was a ghastly sight from head to toe, but he laughed wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha, brat, you can't kill me in the end. Lin Wushuang is merely a wisp of blood essence having a sudden spurt of activity prior to collapse. What can he do to me?" Yi Yuan looked at Daymeld and said coolly, "The next time we meet is when I'll take your dog life. Brat, do you think there's still a next time? I'm afraid that next time, who you'll be facing will be my divine race's various great progenitors." After a bout of fierce struggling, Daymeld finally broke free from the constraints of the 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. With regards to Yi Yuan's talent, he did not have the slightest doubt. Therefore, after this tragic battle, his dread towards Yi Yuan grew even stronger. Being able to awaken Lin Wushuang in itself was absolutely not what the average person could do. But Yi Yuan did it. There were too many secrets hidden on this kid's body. If he did not die, Daymeld could not relax. Leaving this sentence behind, Daymeld tore across the air and left. The Grand Array gradually subsided, restoring the peace of the past. In this battle, the myriad races coalition forces won a complete victory. More than half of the divine race army was killed or injured, with their vitality being affected. They no longer had the strength to counterattack. The unpredictable army chased them for 30,000 miles, and finally, the Divine Children Legion was completely wiped out. The myriad races coalition forces launched a counteroffensive frenziedly, causing less than 1 in 10 of the divine race army to remain alive. Supreme powerhouses teamed up to pursue and attack. The divine race's experts suffered heavy losses. The Battle of 8 Void Mountain had far-reaching significance. However, everyone was clear in their hearts that the next battle would be even more dangerous. The confrontation between the top powerhouses of the two sides was the final battle to determine the owners. HI+P of the Heavenspan world. Ha ha ha, awesome. Really awesome. Since the Doomsday Battle started until now, we've been unbelievably oppressed all along. Today, we can finally walk with our heads held high. Ni Xian returned from killing the enemy and let out a burst of wild laughter. These few years, he had truly been frustrated to the extreme. The strength of the opponent, the allied forces each harbored their own ulterior motives, the weakness of the human race's combat power, all made him mentally and physically exhausted. Fight a battle, lose a battle. Even if the number of the human army was hundreds and thousands of times that of the enemy army, there was virtually no victorious battle. But in today's battle, they completely defeated the divine race. Was it not delightful? He looked towards that slightly thin young man on top of the mountain, admiring immensely. This was the Saint Azure of Eternity. SHI plus Potian also laughed loudly and said, "Those DM things of the divine race were arrogant to the extreme in the past. This time, seeing their appearance of covering their heads and scurrying away, it feels really awesome. Ha ha ha, these DM things call us ants every day." This time, the ants bit an elephant to death too. The various races' powerhouses really felt exultation upon fulfillment. They all looked towards that figure at the top of the mountain without prior agreement, their eyes full of admiration. It was him who took every conceivable possibility into account, luring the divine race into the trap step by step. It was him who climbed to the top of 8 Void Mountain and activated the Eternal Grand Array. Without him, there would not be this hearty victory. Suddenly Ni Xian raised his arms and cried out, "Lord Saint Azure is mighty." The other leaders understood and similarly raised their arms and shouted, "Lord Saint Azure is mighty. Lord Saint Azure is mighty." The shouting grew higher than each previous wave. The entire 8 Void Mountain range was seething with excitement. Third. At the foot of 8 Void Mountain, Pang Zhen came over travel-worn and weary, directly kneeling on the ground as he said sobbingly, "Your Excellency, save Zhen. He's on his last legs." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, arriving at the foot of the mountain with a flash. It was only to see that on the ground, Zhen was already just exhaling and not breathing in air any longer. In the previous battle, he virtually blocked the Divine Children Legion with his power alone to delay them, but he also suffered extremely severe injuries. Yi Yuan swept a glance over, his expression easing up slightly, and he said coolly, "It's okay. He won't die." Done talking, a medicinal pill entered his abdomen. Zhen's aura became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. They did not know how Lord Saint Azure had such terrifying alchemy path cultivation. Pang Zhen opened his eyes wide and he said with a shocked look, What medicinal pill is this? It's also too magical, right?" Following that, he used an expression like having seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan again, and he said, "Is there still something that Lord Saint Azure can't do in this world?" In merely a moment's time, Pang Zhen already sat up. His complexion was deathly pale. As he was about to bow to Yi Yuan, he was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Many thanks for your Excellency's life-saving grace," Zhen said. The myriad races coalition forces cruise. HI+ing the divine race army, this news immediately spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world like the wind. The myriad races who were originally in a constant state of anxiety were inexplicably invigorated at this time. Everyone cheered joyfully, rejoicing in their victory. And Saint Azure's great name also spread throughout the Heavenspan world in a very short time. It was Saint Azure who overcame the raging tides, and he saved the myriad races. Chapter 24-28, Name spreading all over the world. Chapter 24-28, Name spreading all over the world. Who is Saint Azure? I never heard of him before at all. Heh, you're ignorant and ill-informed, right? This person is famous in the entire heavenspan world. Although his only heavenly emperor realm, his status is incomparably venerated. Amen. Stop leaving us hanging. Who the hell is it? A few years ago, there was a big earthquake in the alchemy world. The medicine ancestor was defeated, and a new ancestor was established. A heavenly emperor realm young man was conferred the title of ancestor by the entire alchemy world. Who do you still think that it can be? Next to him, a group of people revealed shocked expressions, with looks of disbelief. No one could have thought that the Saint Azure who was famous throughout the heavenspan world was actually ancestor Yi Yuan. A heavenly emperor realm martial artist actually became the key figure of this world-destroying battle. So how could they not be surprised? At this time, hundreds of heavenly emperor powerhouses surrounded a middle-aged uncle with a dreadful appearance. This wretched-looking middle-aged uncle was called Bao Tianda, a heavenly emperor powerhouse too, making a living from selling information. His information was very accurate and had never made a mistake before. So people gave him the nickname of Bao Inquiry. Bao Inquiry had always charged an extremely expensive fee. But this time, he had a rare free release of news, drawing a large group of heavenly emperor powerhouses to surround and look. Although these heavenly emperor powerhouses did not go to the front lines, they paid a lot of attention to the situation at the front lines. After all, a war of this scale affected their futures. A heavenly emperor said in disbelief, "This is impossible. I admit that Ancestor Yi has a shocking talent in the alchemy path, but what strength does he have to repel the divine race army with his power alone? There are likely elements of exaggeration in between this, right?" By the side, a heavenly emperor expert in RSE robes said with a nod, "I think so too. To say that heavenly emperor profound secrets repelled the divine race alone, I still believe it. He, a puny little heavenly emperor realm, based on what? Most likely, the news from the front SOB. Lulled the rumors, it's too exaggerated. Indeed so. Deva Fifth Blight is more like it. The impact of a heavenly emperor realm on the war is too small. It's simply impossible. This news, they heard a lot about it in this period of time. But it could be said that there were none who really believed it. A heavenly emperor realm influencing the war, this sort of thing was simply laughable. However, Bao Inquire had a sneer on his face and said, "You bunch of ignorant guys, what the hell do you know?" Lord Saint Azure ingeniously designed an interlinked plan, and he lured the divine race army to 8 Void Mountain, and he activated 8 Void Mountain's rules grand array. The divine race members beneath 9 marks were almost completely annihilated. Divine race's commander-in-chief, Daymeld, was beaten until he almost died. Lord Saint Azure isn't just an alchemy pathmaster, but he's similarly a formation pathmaster. Furthermore, I even heard a rumor. It's just that Bao Inquire's words made everyone dumbstruck with amazement. They knew that the news coming out of Bao Inquire's mouth was basically very real already. But the things that he said were too shocking. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, everyone knew that it was unfathomable. Since time immemorial, no idea how many formation path powerhouses were unable to truly comprehend the Grand Array. But Yi Yuan reactivated the rules Grand Array. This kind of means was truly fantastical. The means above rules to deal with the divine race army was indeed more than enough. It was just that, wanting to achieve this step was far too difficult. However, Bao Inquire's following words had whetted their appetite. "One tess up. It's just what? Hurry up and say, yeah, stop leaving us hanging. Could it be that there's still even more explosive news?" Everyone urged Bao Inquire one after another, but Bao Inquire shook his head with a mysterious look and said, forget it, not saying it. This news isn't confirmed, I don't dare to say nonsense." Everyone almost vomited blood. Their appetite. One tess were stirred up. So how could they let it slide so easily? I say, you're too much. It's better you don't talk at all. Don't stop after saying it halfway. What the hell is this? Even if it isn't real, you just say it, and we'll listen and laugh it off after listening. Wouldn't that do? Yeah, bowing choir. If you don't say it clearly today, we won't let you leave. This group of heavenly emperors was indignant, all saying it unhappily. Bowing choir chuckled and said, all right. Since that's the case, then I'll talk about this Lord Saint Azure. I heard, it's merely just hearing of it. The group of heavenly emperors perked their ears up, all paying close attention, afraid of missing the slightest detail. Lord Saint Azure's name was already famous throughout the entire heavenspan world now. Regarding his gossip, everyone was naturally very curious. Although these words were rumors, there was still some credibility coming out of Bowing Choir's mouth. As Bowing Choir said, his expression also gradually became solemn. When the rest saw the situation, their hearts became even more somber. I heard that Lord Saint Azure awakened the Rule Powerhouse on 8 Void Mountain. Furthermore, this Rule Powerhouse seemed to know Lord Saint Azure. The moment they met, he actually knelt down. Of course, this is merely just hearsay. There's no way to prove. Bowing Choir said with a solemn look. Actually, he paid a huge price for this news, inquiring it from a formation path sovereign from 8 Void Mountain. This news still had some credibility. It was just that this news was too inconceivable. Even he felt that it was somewhat fake. Sure enough, the moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors burst into an uproar at once. What? A Rule Powerhouse knelt toward a heavenly emperor realm junior? Bowing Choir, this joke of yours is too much. Ha ha ha, this joke is very funny. Bowing Choir, you've successfully made us laugh. Everyone laughed loudly, but Bowing Choir did not laugh. The laughter of those heavenly emperor powerhouses gradually stopped. In the end, it became dry laughter. They knew that when Bowing Choir had this expression, he had always been very serious. Which was also to say that he was not joking. A heavenly emperor said, cough, Bowing Choir, this wouldn't be real, right? But this is also too nonsensical. Bowing Choir shook his head and said, not sure, but it isn't a groundless rumor. Although 8 Void Mountain can't be compared to the past right now, there are still some people comprehending the Tao on the mountain. For this matter, I spent a lot of effort to go and inquire. In the end, those who came down the mountain all remained silent and said nothing. If it was really a joke, their expression wouldn't have been like that. Furthermore, there's one more thing. With this, no one laughed anymore. If it was really a joke, those who came down the mountain would definitely have laughed it off. Their expressions would definitely have been completely different. At least, the reaction should have been the same as theirs just now. Each of them held their breaths, listening to what Bowing Choir had to say next. Fifth Blight, Heavenly Emperor Yu Feng, knelt down in front of Lord Saint Azure's camp door and didn't get up. According to what I know, he was comprehending on the Tao on the mountain back at that time, and he was the only Fifth Blight powerhouse on the mountain back then. A Fifth Blight powerhouse kneeling and not getting up. Do you all know what that means? Bowing Choir said. Hiss. There were sounds of cold air being sucked in all around. The news that Bowing Choir told them were too shocking. Heavenly Emperor Yu Feng's great name, who did not know? In Formation Tao, he was enough to rank in the top 10, but it was this level of a powerhouse who actually knelt down in front of Yi Yuan's camp and did not get up. Chapter 24-29, Where Righteousness Lies. Chapter 24-29, Where Righteousness Lies. In front of the camp, Pang Zhen came beside Yu Feng and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, you don't need to kneel anymore. His Excellency said that if you really want to repent, follow Lord Ni Xian. Go into battles to kill the enemy and defend the human race. The current Pang Zhen was proud but not arrogant. In the past, he relied on Ancestor Lightning's prestige, and he considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. Now, he was relying on his own merits to turn his nose up at the world. As Yi Yuan's right-hand man, he could regard any powerhouse in this world as an equal. He had a powerful background and also proud feats. When Yu Feng saw Pang Zhen, his pupils could not help shrinking slightly and he said, Your Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Pang Zhen nodded and said, that's right, my ancestor is precisely the ancestor of lightning. Yu Feng sucked in a cold breath. How revered was the status of ancestor lightning status. Yet, Pang Zheng was actually willing to be a PAWN under Yi Yuan. His awe toward Saint Azure was entirely due to his ancestral teachings. Although he witnessed Yi Yuan's means, he still did not dare to believe that a dignified Dao ancestor would actually do this sort of thing that lowered his own status. Dao ancestor was different from Lin Wushuang. Lin Wushuang was merely a dead rule powerhouse, while Dao ancestors were living sovereigns. I know what you're thinking. His Excellency as Saint Azure of Eternity created the human race's 10 billion years of prosperity single-handedly. Even ancestor also have to call Lord Saint Azure respectfully in front of him. If you want to atone for your crime by meritorious actions, let go of your pride of fifth blight, and go to the front lines to kill the enemy. In the future, there will naturally be your meritorious deeds. If you remain impenitent, even the Jade Emperor can't save you too. Finished saying, Pang Zhen left with his hands behind his back. Yu Feng's expression was very ugly. But he was very clear about Saint Azure's influence at present. Perhaps his individual combat power was not strong, but all of the fifth blight powerhouses in this camp obeyed Saint Azure's command. The battle previously really shocked him. Producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another, it was talking about Yi Yuan, right? Overcoming the raging tides with his power alone, devastating the divine race. This outstanding feat was sufficient to be circulated through the ages. This doomsday battle was not over yet. If the human race was defeated in the end, everything naturally did not need to be discussed anymore. But if the human race won in the end, then Yi Yuan's stats would be par said down forever. At that time, not just the human race, the myriad races had to submit themselves at his feet too. Yi Yuan would be a living eternal saint. His Deva fifth blight was indeed very impressive, but in front of Yi Yuan, he did not even count as anything. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, strength was everything. However, Yi Yuan already said this level. His status could shake everything. Just based on him having offended Yi Yuan before, he would have no way of continuing in the human race at all. At that time, however vast the world was, there would be no place to accommodate him. This consequence was too terrifying. He never thought that his momentary curiosity actually caused such a big trouble. Therefore, he let go of the pride of a fifth blight and knelt in front of Yi Yuan's camp. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of seeing him at all. Looking at Pang Zhen's back view, Yu Feng could not help being absent-minded. He and Pang Zhen had similarities. But he and Pang Zhen walked toward two extremes. One was respected by thousands. One was reviled by thousands. Could it be that I was really wrong? Yu Feng muttered. No idea how long Pares said either. Yu Feng slowly got up and walked in the direction of the Central Army camp. Lord Saint Azure, Yu Feng already knelt for 3 days and 3 nights outside the camp, really don't need to care about him. Ni Xian said. He was a Deva fifth blight sovereign after all. It was impossible for them to ignore it. Yi Yuan said, time can smoothen out everything. Many people avoid and do not fight. I don't blame them. But his ancestor experienced that era, and yet he ignored the life and death of his own people. I can't forgive it. I know that there are similarly many people among you all who are puzzled. But if you all experienced Saint Profound's death, you wouldn't have this kind of thoughts. The Gen family's 100 people sacrificed their lives heroically for a cause. How moving and tragic was it? All of them chose death at the peak of their lives. Azure and Profound dual saints. In my opinion, it should be Profound and Azure dual saints. Saint Profound's merits are above mine. This saint traveled through SPA Setami and only left behind legacies. But Saint Profound, what he left behind is a centiliter US tur of inextinguishable kindling of the spirit. Where righteousness lies, his will is still alive even if tens of thousands die. A sovereign of his generation, sacrificing his life for justice, forging an eternal great cause. This is a true powerhouse. How do you all think the 18 grand ancestors reached the peak of rules? By relying on the legacies that I left behind? No. Because Saint Profound imprinted 2 words in each of their hearts, righteous cause. It's these two words that encouraged them to continuously become stronger and reach an unprecedented peak of the human race. It's also these two words that led them to fight the divine race fiercely, not resting till they are dead. And after them, there were no more rule powerhouses. The reason similarly lies here. Talking until the back, a trace of mist actually spun around in Yi Yuan's eyes. Many people lowered their heads in shame. Who Yi Yuan was talking about was not just Yu Feng, but it was also the vast majority of the people present. Although this battle was won, the majority of the myriad races powerhouses present were compelled by circumstances and had no choice but to fight. There were few who truly fought because of a righteous cause. Who Saint Profound saved was not just the human race. Their predecessors had also once fought side by side with the human race, fighting to the death without resting. But then, everything had changed. Your Excellency, this subordinate is ashamed, Ni Xian said with a look of shame. He could feel Yi Yuan's current mood fluctuations. And this was rarely seen in Yi Yuan. Being able to make Lord Saint Azure have such fluctuations, it could be seen how much that scene touched him. And Saint Profound's merits, no one could erase it. Your Excellency, we were wrong. The group of powerhouses apologized one after another. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Forget it. The past is over. No matter how much this saint talks, I can't imprint these two words in your hearts too. In this lifetime, this saint can only do what I can and leave it to fate. Circumstances change with the passing of time. Human hearts were not what they were in the old days." Yi Yuan was also speaking his mind earlier. He knew that these words did not sink in for everyone. Words were feeble at times. Without the infection of that occasion, no matter how much was said, it was useless too. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, not daring to speak. Ni Xian saw that the scene was rather awkward and spoke up, "Your Excellency, after this battle, the divine race no longer has the power to fight back. What should we do next?" Yi Yuan said, "Follow up a victory with hot pursuit, recapture lost ground, and drive the divine race back to the abyss." When everyone heard that, they were extremely surprised. A leader said, "Your Excellency, this isn't appropriate, right? If we anger the divine race's progenitors, there will be no way to clean up the mess." Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "I think that you all are mistaken. It's not that the divine race's progenitors aren't enraged. It's actually that they dread Tao ancestors. That's why they didn't make a move. Do you all think that you can sleep in peace after winning this battle? Now is when the doomsday battle truly begins. The moment of heavenly Tao samsara is the start of our various races' true disaster. Have you all forgotten Dameld's mocking laughter? The moment the divine race's progenitors make a move, you all can only be cannon fodders too. Therefore, don't harbor the mentality of getting lucky." Chapter 2430, Battling Dameld Again. Chapter 2430, Battling Dameld Again. Satisfying. Satisfying. Ha ha ha. Saint Azure deserves to be Saint Azure. This battle is really fought invigoratingly and free from inhibitions. When Profound Secrets heard the news of the big victory at the front, he laughed loudly without ceasing. Nothing was more uplifting than this news. The divine race suddenly launched a decisive battle. Each and every one of them, these big shots, were still very worried. Although the coalition forces' numbers were high, Profound Secrets was clear in his heart that they were all a bunch of paper paste. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually overcame the raging tides with his power alone, making use of 8 Void Mountains' grand array to kill the divine race until they were completely routed. However, this was only the beginning. The battlefield report of the victory at the front flew over like snowflakes. After the myriad races coalition force crushed the divine race army, they followed up the victory with hot pursuit, sweeping across the land of Western realms. At present, the coalition forces already fought to the vicinity of the abyss, suppressing 8 realms, almost going to send the divine race back to the abyss. This kind of result was what all of the big shots completely did not expect previously. The current coalition forces were completely crazy from fighting, winning battle after battle. But by the side, Shonghang had tears flowing down his old face as he said, "If Lord Saint Azure could have stayed in the last epoch back then, how great would it have been? Many of us, these old fellows, would have been able to survive. Profound Secret smiled and said, if Lord Saint Azure could have stayed in the last epoch, maybe it wouldn't have anything to do with you all anymore. Everything is long already destined. Why does Senior bear it in mind? Shonghang nodded and said, yeah, if we give Lord Saint Azure the time to grow up, with his talent, fusing several kinds of top laws, who can be his match? Sigh, it's just a shame, Lin Wushuang, that old thing is completely dead now. Everyone was silent when they heard it. He also felt that it was somewhat vapid and said again with a smile, oh, right, calculating it now, Lord Saint Azure shouldn't be far from breaking through to Deva realm, right? Profound Secrets was taken aback and said with a nod, with his talent, it should be about time. It's just that, with the strength of his power of laws, the Deva Blight tribulation will likely be quite terrifying. With him saying so, everyone's expressions became solemn again. Shonghang frowned and said, this old man had a hair's breadth escape when transcending the Deva Blight tribulation back then. After transcending the tribulation, I was weak for a full 3,000 years before recovering. Lord Saint Azure already fused time, SPACE, and sword, 3 great laws. His combat power is even strong until it makes people feel chills. The power of the Blight tribulation will likely be 10 times, even 100 times of this old man's. Silence again. Since time immemorial, how many major powers died before the Blight tribulation? Even a powerhouse like Shonghang had a close shave too and almost did not pull through. The stronger one's strength was, the more terrifying the Blight tribulation. Hence, they all knew that Yi Yuan's Blight tribulation would be terrifying to the extreme. This was the enormous gulf that blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Fighting with people, Yi Yuan could mow down all resistance. Then, if fighting with the heaven? Your Excellency, I see that your cultivation realm is getting looser and looser these days. It's clearly almost time to break through. We can't chase anymore, otherwise, once the Deva Blight tribulation arrives, it will be dangerous. On the battlefield, Wan Zhen urged. Ever since 8 Void Mountains battle, nearly a year had Pares said. In this 1 year, the unpredictable army experienced countless major and minor battles. Under the fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's comprehension became increasingly deeper, and he already had an idea in his heart with regards to the next realm. Right now, Yi Yuan's realm was very volatile. Clearly, he was about to break through soon. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan should find a place to go into closed seclusion at this time and face the life and death Great Tribulation. Deva Blight Tribulation was also called Life and Death Great Tribulation. Because the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses that fell at this step were really far too many, Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen already urged Yi Yuan many times, but Yi Yuan refused to listen and clung obstinately to his own course. After a year, the unpredictable army already grew into an invincible army. Their combat effectiveness and fighting will were terrifyingly strong. Along with the Pares Sage of Time, there were more and more unpredictable children in this army who already broke through to Deva realm. Currently, this army was also not the least bit timid when facing off against middle stage 9 marks powerhouses. Therefore, when the current unpredictable army encountered the divine race, it was virtually advancing unreasonably all the way, mowing down all resistance. When the divine race army saw the unpredictable army, they did not dare to confront head-on at all and would turn tail and run at the fastest speed. We have been chasing Daymeld for more than half a month. This time, we finally managed to corner him. We can't give up halfway. Once this guy runs back to the abyss, it will be difficult to want to kill him again, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The moment Wan Zhen heard this, he became anxious and said, Daymeld is nothing compared to you. Your safety is the human race's greatest affair. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it won't get in the way. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and flew away. Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of worry. They could feel that Yi Yuan's breakthrough was around the corner. If he were to break through to Deva Blight Tribulation in the midst of battle, wouldn't this be seeking death? Heaven rewarded the faithful. The unpredictable army finally cut Daymeld off this time. Daymeld suffered serious wounds in 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. Furthermore, fleeing all the way, his injuries showed signs of even worse deterioration. After all, under the power of rules, Injuries were not that easy to get better. If not for Daymeld's strength being powerful, he would have long died 10 times over. However, Daymeld was very cunning too. Along the way, his escape route was very strange. Yi Yuan they all pursued many times, but he slipped away. Daymeld, we meet again. Yi Yuan looked at Daymeld and said coldly. Daymeld's expression was very ugly and he said in a deep voice, "You brat," really lingering on relentlessly. His current combat power was at most equal to peak initial stage 9 marks. Furthermore, it was unable to last long. Being blocked by Yi Yuan was a very dangerous thing. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort, "How many human powerhouses' lives have your hands been stained with? Letting you leave, I'll find it hard to rest easy." Daymeld smiled coldly and said, "Just a bunch of ants. If killed, then they are killed. Do you think that with the likes of you, you can hold me? Hey, you're about to break through? Ha ha ha, brat, you really don't know life from death. With your talent, the Deva Blight tribulation must be extremely terrifying, right? You don't find a place to go into close seclusion now, but come hunt me down, really courting death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm still a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Finding you can just nice help me to break through the bottleneck." Daymeld laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, my pleasure. Brat, I'll lend you a helping hand." Yi Yuan said, "Leave Daymeld to me. I'll leave the others to you. You don't have to say anything now. I've decided." Wen Zhen still wanted to say something but was stopped by Yi Yuan sternly. This remnant division that Daymeld brought still had many powerhouses and needed Wen Zhen they all to deal with. Battle cries shook the sky. The two armies clashed together. While in the army, Yi Yuan and Daymeld faced each other from afar. Daymeld laughed hard and said, "Brat, you're really too proud. Proud until you think nothing of heavenly Tao. Today, I'll send you off, let you die at your own hands." Heavenly Tao True Martial, unparalleled iron arms, shrinking earth into an inch, activated. This was his second Heavenly Tao True Martial. Boom. Daymeld threw a punch out, carrying the might of Heavenly Tao True Martial, terrifying to the extreme. "Sword, come." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The sword of Spa Setami was already in his hand. The great battle was at an explosive point. Chapter 2431. Who told you that I have to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation? Chapter 2431. Who told you that I have to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation? Boom. 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 Above the void, came a series of rumbling sounds. The powerful force fought until SPSCE trembled in waves. Although Daymeld's cultivation realm fell, his strength was placed there. Coupled with two Heavenly Tao True Martials, his strength skyrocketed, and he was locked in a struggle with Yi Yuan. Under the meeting of karmic fate, the human and divine, two great camps' chief commanders, finally clashed together. Daymeld activated Heavenly Tao True Martial, a pair of iron fists akin to two drumsticks, pounding the horizon until it rent the air. Yi Yuan's sword of Spa Setami could cut everything in the world. But it could not cut Daymeld's pair of iron fists. Daymeld was deserving of being a progenitor class SS figure. Even if his realm fell, he was also not what anyone could bully. In fact, he even overpowered Yi Yuan in terms of strength. The cooperation of two great Heavenly Tao True Martials was truly formidable to the extreme. Brat, you're really very strong. Although this progenitor's realm fell, ordinary Deva Second Blights are absolutely not my match too. But you can actually fight to a draw with me. You can be sufficiently proud. If you went into closed seclusion and cultivated, transcending the Deva Blight tribulation, you'll definitely be able to beat me. It's a pity, you're too stupid. Ha ha ha, Daymeld said with a big laugh. He could feel that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already showed signs of breaking through the soil under his powerful pressure. Becoming stronger in battle, only Yi Yuan, this sort of peerless genius, could do it. Except, the current breakthrough was a life-and-death great tribulation to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan himself also had this feeling that his cultivation realm was already almost breaking through uncontrollably. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan had been continuously searching for himself in the midst of battle, perfecting the next realm of the Chaos Heavenspan canon. At present, It was already time for the melon to fall off its stem when it was ripe. Daimeld's powerful offensive made Yi Yuan's world realm become more and more complete. Boom! Finally, the cultivation realm could no longer be stopped. Endless spiritual energy surged over here frenziedly. The breakthrough started. Unpredictable army, everyone's expressions changed wildly. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually broke through so quickly. Not good. His Excellency broke through so quickly. This. What to do about this? Wan Zhen exclaimed. Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "This guy, he wouldn't listen no matter how we persuaded. Damn it, transcending the tribulation at the last moment, what difference is there from seeking death? Everyone, listen to the command. Ignore the others. Pledge to protect His Excellency to the death." Under his word of command, the army of several tens of thousands flew over to Yi Yuan that sighed crazily like locusts. "No need to care about me. Do your own things properly." Yi Yuan's low voice came over. The faces of Wan Zhen and the rest changed wildly and they said, "Your Excellency." "What? My words aren't useful anymore?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. With him frowning, he radiated or without being angry. At present, he was the supreme authority in the unpredictable army. A word carrying the weight of 9 tripods. Sigh. Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen let out long sighs, and could only charge towards the enemy army again. When Daimeld saw this scene, he let out a burst of even louder laughter and said, "Kid, your talent is really too terrifying. Your improvement can really be seen even using the naked eye. However, it ends here." Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan breaking through, the commotion was seriously too big. Just the gathering of heaven and earth spiritual energy needed to take a lot of time. This place was the land of Western realms, the spiritual energy was not rich. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough already came into contact with heavenly Tao. Not accumulating enough spiritual energy, he would not give up. Yi Yuan carried the berserk spiritual energy and was locked in battle with Daimeld. Originally, Daimeld could still overpower him. Now, Yi Yuan coming into contact with heavenly Tao, he was already evenly matched with Daimeld. Furthermore, he got stronger the more he fought. Rumble. Yi Yuan's small world also had a huge commotion at this time. Black and yellow two energies became more and more refined. Although Yi Yuan's current realm was world realm, it did not form a true world. Accurately speaking, his world was actually just dividing chaos into two. Chaos was still chaos. But, after Yi Yuan's so many years of cultivation, these two regions of chaos gradually became pure, having their own color. Heaven was black energy, and earth was yellow energy. At this time, the black energy became more and more blue, while the yellow energy became more and more turbid. Heaven and earth became more and more distinct from each other. This was the real heaven and earth. Of course, this process evolved very slowly. At the outside world, Yi Yuan's battle with Daimeld also became increasingly fiercer. Daimeld was originally still laughing loudly without ceasing. But the more he fought, the more alarmed he got, and the more puzzled he became. Logically speaking, the Deva Blight tribulation should have started long ago. But why did Yi Yuan seem to not have any happenings at all? Deva Blight tribulation was the tribulation of heavenly Tao, terrifying to the extreme. When the Blight tribulation erupted, the physical body of the martial artist would decay crazily. At the same time, it would even be accompanied by lightning tribulation, fire tribulation, tribulation of mental demon, so on and so forth. The current situation was complicated to the extreme. It could be said that this was a one-time eruption. The goal was to kill you. Of course, there was also powerful heavenly Tao power mixed in this. As long as the martial artist pulled through, they would be like carps leaping over the dragon gate, their strength scaling new heights. However, apart from drawing incomparably colossal spiritual energy over at Yi Yuan there was not the slightest sign of crossing the tribulation. As steady as Mount Tai. Not only did Yi Yuan's current body not decay, but it also became stronger and stronger instead. This was also too weird. The battle over here naturally affected the hearts of the unpredictable army. Wan Zhen and the rest also waited for a long time. In the end, they discovered that Yi Yuan did not have any happenings at all, and could not help feeling very strange. Odd, it's been close to 2 hours since His Excellency started breaking through. Why doesn't there seem to be any signs of decay at all? Wang Zhen said. Pang Zhen also had a strange expression as he said, "Decay? Didn't you notice? His Excellency's aura is currently soaring crazily. It doesn't feel like he's transcending the Deva blight tribulation, but experiencing Deva strengthening." They had both already experienced the Deva blight tribulation and were deeply aware of the horror of the blight tribulation. Once they crossed the tribulation, the martial artist would directly enter a period of weakness, unable to face the enemy at all. But Yi Yuan seemed to have been strengthened by heavenly Tao, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. This kind of Deva blight tribulation, it was still their first time seeing. Daimeld's expression became uglier and uglier, and he said with a furious roar, "Why hasn't your Deva blight tribulation started yet? With your strength, the Deva blight tribulation should be very terrifying." Yi Yuan looked at Daimeld pitiably and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Who told you that I need to transcend the Deva blight tribulation?" Daimeld's expression changed wildly and he said, "This is impossible. Each human has to transcend the tribulation. You also cultivate the small world. So how can you possibly not transcend the tribulation?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Kicking up a fuss over nothing. Don't your divine race not need to transcend the tribulation? The divine race only cultivated heavenly Tao, strengthening themselves with heavenly Tao, and did not need to cross the tribulation. Apart from this, all races had to transcend the Deva blight tribulation, and this was also one of their capital to stand above myriad races. But Yi Yuan clearly cultivated the small world but did not need to cross the tribulation. This sort of thing was too fantastical. Daimeld could not help being shocked. There were really too many uncertainties on this young human. He used common sense to gauge Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan would cross the Deva blight tribulation and die. But he forgot. Yi Yuan, this person could not be gauged using common sense at all. Chapter 2432, Strangers when Meeting Again. Chapter 2432, Strangers when Meeting Again. Yi Yuan's small world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Black energy metamorphosed. The sun and moon, as well as the constellations, began to gradually take shape. On the earth, mountains and lakes were also being derived from the yellow energy. The outline of a great world was currently slowly taking shape. The chaos world that was initially without the slightest life had now started to glow with vigorous vitality. At this moment, Yi Yuan truly felt the power of the world. That sort of surging world power made his strength soar in an instant. This kind of strength gave him the feeling of having everything under control. In this world, he was the absolute master, a paramount existence. This surging sense of power made him have a feeling of being able to blow everything up. Clearly, Daimeld also sensed the surge of Yi Yuan's power. Not just him, everyone present felt it. This power was too terrifying. Daimeld's complexion was ashen as he said in shock, "You. Just what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? This sort of power increase is definitely not Deva first blight." Judging from Yi Yuan's current aura, he was no idea how many times stronger than Deva first blight. The gap was indeed very large between Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor and Deva first blight. But it was absolutely not large until Yi Yuan's extent. Hence, that was why Daimeld would be so shocked. Yi Yuan's current strength was sufficient to rival Deva second blight powerhouses. Coupled with Yi Yuan's terrifying law attainments, his combat power approached middle stage 9 marks powerhouses. Before breaking through, Yi Yuan's combat power was already on par with Daimeld. Now, killing him was merely a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You don't need to care about what cultivation method. Either way, what can kill you is a good cultivation method. Alright, I can send you on your way now." The sword of Spa Setimi lit up, a chill was revealed. Daimeld's expression changed drastically. He knew that he could not block Yi Yuan's next attack. A feeling of despair spread in his heart. In the last epoch, he fought against several Deva 4th and 5th blight human sovereigns alone, and he could preserve his life. In this life, he originally wanted to bring the divine race army to crush the human race. Who would have expected that in the end, he actually ended up with the outcome of Peries Hi plusing and his Tao dissipating. This result was something that he had never thought of before. In his view, the present human race, there was already no one who could kill him apart from Tao ancestors. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, this level of a sovereign, wanting to kill him head-on was basically impossible too. But he never thought that he would actually die in the hands of a junior, Woos H. Plus the moment the cold light appeared, a large gap was directly torn apart in SPACE. The void seemed to have been directly sliced in half. That sort of sharpness was simply irresistible. Daymeld's pupils constricted, casting shrinking earth into an inch without the slightest hesitation. But this sword contained profound power of SPA Setimi. How could it be what the current him could evade? In a blink, the sword's edge already arrived. It looked as if Daymeld was about to be cut in half. But right at this critical moment, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out of the void. Only to see the arrival cast a palm over. A formidable force actually collided head-on with the sword of SPA Setimi. Boom! The void trembled, the two people were each repelled back. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "You finally still came." The arrival nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I have to come after all. Daymeld can't die." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "I'm really not used to you talking like this." But the arrival said indifferently, "You'll get used to it in the end. There will come a day when you and I will meet on the battlefield. If you don't get used to it, you'll die." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, "You really bear to make a move against me?" The arrival did not carry the slightest emotion as she said, "The past has been severed. There isn't any cannot bear it." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said firmly, "I'll bring you back." The arrival said coolly, "I'm still me. It's just that I'm not the me in the past." "How will you bring me back?" Yi Yuan suddenly somewhat fell dispirited and waved his hand and said, "You guys leave." The arrival did not have the slightest nostalgia, turning around and bringing Daymeld away. Everyone in the unpredictable army looked at this scene with shocked faces, being uncertain of what it meant. But His Excellency already spoke up. So they naturally did not dare to stop. Wen Zhen and Pang Zhen exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other person's eyes. They had never seen such a His Excellency before. In their impression, His Excellency had always been calm and composed. He never showed mercy to the enemy. But facing that woman who covered her face with a light gauze just now, His Excellency actually did not make a move. Furthermore, it looked like the two of them were old acquaintances. Furthermore, the feelings were not shallow. How did Lord Saint Azure know a woman from the divine race? Yi Yuan watched that figure disappear into the horizon. His body seemed incomparably lonely and melancholic. Even though a light gauze was covering her face and she was executing a pure heavenly Tao true martial, Yi Yuan still recognized this woman with one glance. Because she was none other than precisely Yu Mengli. Yi Yuan did not think that he broke through at the last moment, and just as he was about to kill Daymeld, it was actually his beloved who suddenly rushed over and rescued him. He was not surprised, but he was heartbroken. That sort of indifference and resoluteness was like a knife, continuously gouging the flesh of Yi Yuan's heart. As early as when he brought Nine Origin back, Yi Yuan already knew that Leah was no longer the original Leah. She accepted the baptism of the God statues and already became a true divine daughter. Furthermore, Leah's talent was very suitable for the divine race's cultivation method. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast and had long already reached the level of 9 marks. Judging from the strength that Yu Mengli displayed earlier, her combat power was not the least bit inferior to Yi Yuan's. The speed of her improvement could be imagined. Actually, this was also something that Yi Yuan had always been worried about. Ever since he regained his memories, he had been reluctant to face this issue head-on. Ninja Raijan's appearance left him no choice but to think about this problem. Since Nine Origin brought Leah away, he definitely had a way to make her a divine daughter. Otherwise, what did he expend so much effort for? It was just that Yi Yuan could not think of any method that the divine race had that could wipe away the feelings between him and Yu Mengli. But, the moment when he brought Nine Origin back, he finally knew. The divine race's 8 lineages, Each lineage possessed a totem god statue. These 8 god statues were the foundation of the divine race, and these 8 god statues were precisely those 8 that Yi Yuan saw back then at the hidden lineage. It was just that those were reproductions of the 8 lineages' progenitors, and they were not the god statues' true bodies. Divine race members that experienced the baptism of the god statues would be irredeemably committed to the divine race. Or should he say, this person had a strong sense of pride and belonging to the divine race. But this was not an ordinary method of control. Apart from being most loyal to the divine race, this person even retained their original emotions. Pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, not one was lacking. They were no different from ordinary people. Yi Yuan learned from Nine Origin that Leah was no longer that Leah before. Under his rage, Yi Yuan killed Nine Origin without hesitation. But this could not make up for the wound in his heart. All the way until he saw Leah again today, Yi Yuan's heart hurt like a knife was twisting in. Suddenly, Yi Yuan actually fell stiffly backward. Wen Zhen and the rest turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to support Yi Yuan. Chapter 2433, You are not qualified enough yet. Chapter 2433, You are not qualified enough yet. Slander. You all are slandering blatantly here. At present, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Do you all plan on casting him out now that he has served his purpose? In the Great Hall, came Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' furious roar. This hall was located on the side of Heavenspan Mountain, the Bodhidharma of Tao ancestor life. At this time, the hall was packed, each person's aura was heaven-shocking. There was actually not a single person's strength who was lower than 5th Blight. Even the human army's commander, the Deva 5th Blight, Ni was also merely seated at the back. Above the Great Hall, Tao ancestor life was situated in the head seat, overlooking the world. Facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets roars, he just said coolly, Profound Secrets, you calm down first. Letting Daimeld go under the watchful gazes of everyone, this matter, Yi Yuan got to give everyone an explanation, right? Profound Secrets sneered and said, give an explanation. What explanation do you want? Did you forget who this world was captured by? When Yi Yuan escaped death by a hair's breadth on the battlefield, where were you all, these Tao ancestors? When Yi Yuan's beloved was abducted by the divine race, where were you all? Now, you all are finding Yi Yuan to ask for an explanation? What a joke! The current Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was without the slightest demeanor of an expert, already furious to the extreme. After Yu Mengli took Daimeld away, the Doomsday Battle finally came to a conclusion. This battle ended with the complete victory of the coalition forces. The divine race no longer had the strength to fight. What remained was the life-and-death duel between the experts of the two races. And right at this time, the situation on the human race's side changed drastically. Tao ancestor life suddenly launched an attack by using the incident of Yi Yuan letting Daimeld off as the reason and demanded Yi Yuan to be relieved of all duties. And they stripped Yi Yuan of the title of Saint Azure on the charge of colluding with the enemy. This farce today gathered the upper echelons of the Heavenspan world's various races to discuss it at this time. Dismissing Yi Yuan from his post was very easy. But stripping Yi Yuan of the title of Saint Azure, the implications of this was too big and needed the recognition of all races before it could be pares said. The title of Azure and Profound, two saints, illuminated through the ages. Wanting to strip this title, how difficult was it? But the organizer was the head of the 9 great Tao ancestors, Tao ancestor life. This was different. No matter how resounding the name of Saint Azure was, he was currently merely just a junior. But Tao ancestors were existences standing at the pinnacle most of this world. But Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care that much. He was the son of Saint Profound, the master of the Gen family, and also one of the major powers of the Heavenspan world. Therefore, when Tao ancestor life raised this matter, he was the first to come forward and object to it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was very agitated, but Tao ancestor life was very calm as he said smilingly, how much effect can the divine race's ordinary clansman have on the Doomsday Battle? You say that his contributions are unparalleled. Isn't it overly exaggerating things to raise an alarm? Even if the divine race army completely occupies the heavenspan world, what does it matter to existences of our level? He was indeed unparalleled and domineering when he said this. But what he said was also the truth. Ordinary divine race armies were simply ant-like existences to them, these Tao ancestors. No matter how many, it was useless too. His light and fluttering sentence erased all of Yi Yuan's contributions. Yeah. If not for the three of us severely wounding Tian Qing at the risk of death, how can there be SPSCE for Yi Yuan to showcase himself? Of course, the three of us have long already become indifferent to fame and gain, and disdain to fight over it with a junior. That's all. But he actually colluded with the divine race and let a formidable enemy go. We can't turn a blind eye to it anymore. Ancestor Fire with crimson-colored hair said in a deep voice. What Ancestor Fire said is right. To really talk about contributions, the three of us matched Tian Qing in strength. That's the real great achievement. But did we say anything until now? To talk about Yi Yuan, this boy, his talent is exceedingly high. If he really goes to seek refuge with the divine race for a woman, that will be a truly mortal calamity to our human race. Ancestor Water also said. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could not help being shocked when he heard. He did not expect that the few great Tao ancestors actually already unified their statement. The 9 great Tao ancestors had always been disagreeable. For countless years, they disputed unceasingly for their own interests. He did not expect that at this time, they actually joined hands to deal with a junior. The consequences of this matter were even more serious than Profound Secrets imagined. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart sunk to rock bottom. Looks like Tao Ancestor Life came prepared. What in the world happened in between this that made Tao Ancestor Life rather abandon Yi Yuan this final hope than be willing to rely on him? Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that Tao Ancestor Life making a move this time was not just to abolish Yi Yuan's contributions but also to strip him of the title of Saint Azure. Azure and profound dual saints illuminated through the ages. The present human race's prosperity was all single-handedly forged by Yi Yuan and his father. Colluding with the enemy? Who? How ridiculous. Others might not know, but Tao Ancestor Life was already a top major power in the last epoch. He was just a step away from being a grand ancestor. Could he not know about this? Profound Secrets felt that there must still be something that he did not know involved. What in the world was Tao Ancestor Life afraid of? I also feel that the few Tao ancestors make sense. Yi Yuan's contributions, none of us deny it. But colluding with the enemy, this matter, the consequences are truly too serious. We can't sit idly and remain indifferent. A fifth Blight progenitor also concurred. I agree. I agree too. There were actually more than half of the progenitors present who agreed with Tao Ancestor Life's suggestion. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was rendered dumbfounded with his mouth agape when he heard it. Tao Ancestor Life had clearly already channeled for a long time for this today. If the vast majority of the progenitor powerhouses unified their statements, coupled with the name of the 9 great Tao ancestors, stripping the title of Saint Azure was virtually something that was a certainty. What deep scheming! How could Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets not know the trickery behind this? Tao Ancestor Life definitely secretly made arrangements for a long time for this today. Perhaps he gave these progenitors tremendous benefits. Otherwise, with these old things' shrewdness, how could they stand on Tao Ancestor Life's side so decisively? All of a sudden, Profound Secrets felt that it was a little scary. When he and Yi Yuan were bustling about and risking their lives for the human race and the myriad race's future, these Tao ancestors were actually scheming like this behind their back. This really made people feel chills. No idea what Yi Yuan would think when he heard this news. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets felt that his chest was about to explode. The era was really different. During the last epoch, how could such a thing possibly happen? On their side, it was the stronger the better. But now, haha. I object. Lin Chaotian, you're in the first batch of geniuses who entered the heavenly hidden world. It can be said that it was Lord Saint Azure who single-handedly trained you to your current position. But now, You want to join hands with others to strip the title of Saint Azure. Do you want face or not? Also, Lord Saint Azure founded an eternally flourish. Hi+ing age. Even if you're revered as a Tao ancestor now, what right do you have to strip away the title of Saint Azure? You're not qualified enough yet. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with decisiveness that could chop iron. He knew that these words were feeble, but he had to fight for it. Azure and Profound Dual Saints were an integral whole. Yi Yuan's actions back then, he took it into his sights. He could not let the title of Saint Azure be sullied by someone. Chapter 2434, Magnanimously Keeping the Appointment. Chapter 2434, Magnanimously Keeping the Appointment. Yes, I'm not qualified enough. Tao ancestor life was indifferent, but he changed the topic and said, but times have changed. His most beloved woman is now the divine daughter of the divine race. Furthermore, her talent is Astonis. Hi+ing. How can you guarantee that he's still loyal and devoted to the human race? Perhaps him letting Daemeld go was the precursor to betraying the human race. You also know that his talent is amazing. But it's precisely so that once he defects to the enemy, he'll be an even greater threat to the human race, no? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled coldly and said, if you are out to condemn someone, you can always trump up a charge. You're trumping up a charge here. Just based on this, you want to ruin Saint Azure? This emperor tells you, unless you pull my Gen family up from the roots, otherwise, don't think about it. Tao ancestor life fell silent. Profound Secrets' reaction was within his expectations. Azure and Profound Dual Saints were of the same breath and branch. He came from the previous epoch and personally saw before Azure and Profound Dual Saints' valiant and heroic deeds. So how could he not know? But Yi Yuan must die. However, killing Yi Yuan was not that easy of a matter. The name of Saint Azure was too resounding. He founded the human race's unprecedented prosperity. Now, he also established great achievements in battle. This kind of valiant and heroic feat, one false move and he might lose the game. It was correct that he was a Tao ancestor, but he could not possibly become enemies with the entire world. Let alone that the divine race still had a terrifying Tian Qing. Alright. Since that's the case, this ancestor has an idea. Invite Yi Yuan over to challenge him face to face. What do you think, Profound Secrets? Tao ancestor life said faintly. Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, a foreboding feeling arising in his heart. This guy wanted to make Yi Yuan walk right into a trap. The moment Yi Yuan came, he would probably never be able to go back anymore. Seeing Profound Secrets not speak, Tao ancestor life said with a faint smile, why? Don't even have the courage to be confronted face to face. Or is it that he really already defected to the enemy? Toward the myriad races in the world, trillions of life forms, shouldn't he give the world an explanation? Profound Secrets clenched his jaws tightly, being cornered by Tao ancestor life until he could not speak. Lin Chaotian was giving him a huge problem. Come, Yi Yuan would never return. Not coming, Yi Yuan's name of betrayal would be confirmed. Fine, I'll go and invite him personally. Profound Secrets said in a deep voice. Tao ancestor life suddenly launching an attack immediately caused an uproar in the heavenspan world. After the great battle, the name of Saint Azure was currently like the noonday sun. Furthermore, with the Par-S Sage of Time, the matter of Yi Yuan founding an eternally flourish. Hi+ing age was also revealed. Very soon, Saint Azure became a god-like figure. This kind of feat was simply incomparable. But no one could have expected that Tao ancestor life actually made a move against Saint Azure at this time. You guys guess, will Lord Saint Azure keep the appointment or not? Keep the appointment? Isn't this seeking death? Very clearly, Lord Saint Azure is already highly meritorious now that it threatens the master. Tao ancestor life can't tolerate him anymore. You can't say that. Concerning Saint Azure letting Daemeld go, this matter was a fact. His beloved is the divine daughter of the divine race. So who can guarantee that he won't betray the human race for a woman? Amen, your words make sense too. Right now, Tao ancestor life is going to confront Lord Saint Azure face to face. Let's wait and see then. When he saw Profound Secrets again, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Oh? Tao Ancestor Life wants to see me. Alright, then let's meet." Profound Secrets could see the sadness beneath Yi Yuan's calm surface. The blow to him this time was really huge. Having understood Yi Yuan's life, Profound Secrets knew that Yi Yuan was someone who valued ties and affection immensely. But the person that he loved deeply became the divine daughter of the divine race, who could understand the suffering involved. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed to it so neatly, without even thinking about it. "Did you understand what I said to you just now? Lin Chaotian has schemed for a long time. He must have already made perfect preparations this time. You won't be able to come back once you go," Profound Secrets said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I don't go, wouldn't it confirm the name of defection? Furthermore, you personally came to look for me, but I defected. This is also a great irony to you and to your Jian family. The name of Saint Azure isn't important to me, but your father's name of Saint Profound, I can't allow them to sully it at all." When Profound Secrets heard that, his expression could not help changing. He only cared about Yi Yuan's safety but did not think of this level. If Yi Yuan really escaped, it would be hard to guarantee that Lin Chaotian would not launch an attack against the Jian family. Profound Secrets frowned and said, "But do you know who Lin Chaotian is? He was in the first batch of geniuses who entered the heavenly hidden world. Back then, he was only half a step away from the realm of Grand Ancestor. In the Doomsday Battle later on, he became one of the survivors, and even became Tao Ancestor Life. After 10 billion years, even if Heavenly Tao takes back the power of rules, his strength will likely not be affected too much as well. It can be said that he's currently the human race's strongest person." But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You also know that he's the strongest, then why doesn't he come to kill me? With his strength, if he wanted to kill me, he would have long killed me. He's afraid of my influence. But he only launched an attack at this time. Have you thought about why?" Profound Secrets was startled and said, "You know why he's targeting you?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't know, but I can guess a little. Logically speaking, the person that he dreads the most right now should be Tian Qing. But the Doomsday Battle has yet to die down, and is already eager to attack me. This indicates that my threat in his eyes is even greater than Tian Qing's. Therefore, he'd rather kill me first than to give me the chance to grow up." Profound Secrets had a shocked look. But thinking back, it was really the case. But what was his basis to firmly believe that Yi Yuan posed an even greater threat than Tian Qing? In his view, even if Yi Yuan fused time, space, and sword, these three great laws, it was also just a 50-50 chance against Tian Qing. But, if it's like this, you can't go even more. Once you go, even if Lin Chaotian can't take you down, he'll definitely detain you. You can forget about seeing the light of day again in this lifetime," Profound Secrets said with a solemn expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "My mind is made up. You don't need to persuade anymore. I want to take a look at just why this Tao Ancestor Life wants to make a move against me." Lord Saint Azure magnanimously accepted the appointment. This matter made everyone's jaws drop. No one could have expected that Yi Yuan would really walk right into the trap. Even more people were watching the show. But the upper echelons who truly knew the inside story all knew that this was a certain death situation. No matter the result, Tao Ancestor Life absolutely would not let Yi Yuan leave alive. They all thought that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to come. After all, compared to his life, what did fame count for? Although the name of Saint Azure was resounding, he was after all not a true expert. Tao Ancestor Life, that was a supreme existence who could have a showdown with Tian Qing. Is it real or fake? Everyone says that Lord Saint Azure is wise without equal. But he actually have moments when he's dumb too. Heh, in my view, this Lord Saint Azure is merely a pedantic person who values his own reputation too much. From being admired by trillions of life, to falling to the mortal world, this sort of thing isn't what everyone can bear. Chapter 2435. So what if I hit you? Chapter 2435. So what if I hit you? Origin Enlighten Mountain Range was the closest mountain range to Heavenspan Mountain. The spiritual energy was abundant, being virtually no less than the Heavenspan mountain. This place was the Bodhidharma of Tao ancestor life and also the forbidden place of all powerhouses. At this time, two figures cut through the sky, arriving at the edge of Origin Enlightened mountain range. Halt! Who goes there? More than a dozen figures suddenly appeared, blocking the two people's path. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Lin Lang, you don't even recognize this emperor? To actually dare stop me. This Lin Lang was a genius figure among the Lin family's descendants, a Deva Third Blight mighty expert. Lin Lang cupped his fists and said smilingly, so, it's Lord Profound Secrets. Of course, you can enter Origin Enlightened mountain range. But, he can't. As he said, Lin Lang pointed at Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets snorted coldly and said, Lin Chaotian wants to see Saint Azure, now that I brought him here, you want to block him outside the door? The moment Lin Lang heard, he looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise and said, You're that Yi Yuan who let a formidable enemy go for a woman? He's also worthy to be called Saint Azure? In my opinion, calling him a traitor is more like it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's gaze turned dark. How could he not know that Lin Lang was doing it on purpose? A measly little Lin Lang definitely did not dare to be so unbridled. Behind him was definitely Lin Chaotian instigating it. What did Lin Chaotian want to do? At this time, Origin Enlightened mountain range already became the meeting place of the entire Heavenspan world's wind and clouds. There must be countless people paying attention to this scene. Lin Lang's words were incisive. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Lang, but turned to Profound Secrets and asked, Who is he? Profound Secrets said in a deep voice, Lin Lang, Lin Chaotian's fourth-generation grandson. Oh. Yi Yuan nodded his head lightly, indicating that he got it. Suddenly, Yi Yuan flung a slap over indifferently. This slap was too ordinary until it was like an ordinary person. But there were still several Deva second and third blight experts protecting him by his side. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, they immediately rushed up. Impudent. This place is Origin Enlightened mountain range, you actually dare to attack young Master Lin Lang. A group of people swarmed up, Russ. Plussing toward Yi Yuan. While Lin Lang had a mocking expression on his face. How could such an ordinary slap land on his body? Pa. A clear slapping sound suddenly spread out. It was clearly audible in the entire mountain range. Lin Lang was completely unprepared, his entire person directly being slapped flying, spinning dozens of rounds in the air before stabilizing his figure. His face was burning hot and already had an additional 5 fingerprints. The faces of those dozen over powerhouses changed wildly. They had clearly already stopped Yi Yuan. So how did Yi Yuan go over? These dozen over people were all Deva realm mighty experts. They actually did not even see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had a shocked look. After Yi Yuan broke through, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan make a move. This kind of strength could simply one-shot Deva Third Blight powerhouses. The scariest thing was that even he did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Yi Yuan's application of SPA Setami law already reached a level that made one's hair stand on end. One had to know, one blight tribulation, one firmament. The gap between Deva realm was incomparably huge. Yi Yuan just broke through to Deva realm, his strength actually already reached such a terrifying level. When he reached the pinnacle of Deva realm, how incredible would that be? At this time, he finally somewhat understood why Lin Chaotian would dread him so. Maybe after Yi Yuan grew up, Tian Qing was also merely thus, right? They were really unable to imagine an existence that even Grand Ancestor SPA Setami was helpless against. Yi Yuan could kill him at will. You dare to hit me? Lin Lan looked at Yi Yuan, having a look of disbelief on his face. His status was even higher than Pang Zhen, this so-called unpredictable child. Because he was the descendant of Tao Ancestor Life. Tao Ancestor Life was the sovereign called the number 1 Tao Ancestor. Now, Yi Yuan actually sent him flying with one slap in front of Origin Enlightened mountain range gates. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. What bulls? Hi plus T Saint Azure. He, Lin Lang, did not care. There was only Tao ancestor life in his eyes. So what if I hit you? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly. Lin Lang had a spiteful look as he said furiously, "You, a shameless person who betrayed the human race, what qualifications do you have to hit me?" Pa. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan sent him flying with a slap again. This time, Lin Lang's face was swollen on both sides. 10 fingerprints were clearly visible. "Say another word and I'll kill you." Yi Yuan was very calm. It was as if talking about something very ordinary. Sure enough, Lin Lang did not dare to speak anymore. Among the more than a dozen Deva powerhouses, each of them was dumbfounded with shock. They were here to protect Lin Lang, but now, they completely became decorations. Only when he saw Lin Lang shut up, did Yi Yuan slowly said, "This saint's merits and demerits isn't you, a junior's turn, to come and comment. Even if Lin Chaotian is here, he'll also have to be careful when speaking to this saint. Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense here? Get lost." Lin Lang's expression changed wildly. Being yelled at to get lost in front of his own home's door, his face was really utterly lost. It was just that he did not expect that this Saint Azure was actually strong to this extent. Profound Secrets was greatly relieved of his anger and said with a sneer, "Lin Lang, if you don't know how high Saint Azure's seniority is, best scram back and ask Lin Chaotian. This heaven-span world's myriad races leaders are also several hierarchies lower when they see Lord Saint Azure. Who the hell are you, to dare point your fingers and comment on him?" At this time, in Origin Enlighten Hall, Lin Chaotian sighed slightly and said, "Lin Huan, you go." "Yes." Behind him, a middle-aged man who was serving by his side stepped out of the ranks, and answered respectfully, and went out of the hall. Only after Lin Huan left did Lin Chaotian say, "Looks like this ancestor still underestimated Saint Azure. This ancestor thought that he just broke through. So his strength is at most able to suppress Deva second blights, and he is absolutely not a match for this many Deva third blights. But who knew that his strength is actually already able to one-shot Deva third blights? Really too terrifying. Did you all see it?" Ancestor Fire also had a shocked face as he said, "Deserving of being the eternal Saint Azure, this kind of monstrous strength is really too terrifying." Ancestor Water's gaze was piercing as he said, "Brother Chaotian, do you really think that there's something that can break the shackles on him?" Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Absolutely won't be wrong. Back then, the Heavenspan Mountain had abnormal activities, spiritual energy resuscitating, with the broken world completely restoring back to how it was. All this coincided greatly with Yi Yuan's appearance. Later on, this ancestor sent someone to investigate this. After several thousand years, I finally found a clue. Roughly over 3,000 years ago, a heavenly shocking scene appeared above the sky of a small jewel hill city of the southern border. The phantom of the Heavenspan Mountain actually descended upon a puny little county. This sort of thing is simply fantastical. And this matter just happened to be exactly the same time when calculated according to the time of the Heavenspan Mountain's spiritual energy resuscitating. This shows that back then in Jewel Hill City, there must have been an earth-shattering huge incident that happened. At first, what major incident can there be in a puny little country? Originally, this ancestor had no clues either, but as luck would have it, the place that Yi Yuan first appeared was precisely in Jewel Hill City. Chapter 2436, Receive a Sword from Me. Chapter 2436, Receive a Sword from Me. Heavenspan Mountain Phantom. When we corroborated our Tao, such a terrifying scene had never appeared before too. Ancestor Water said in shock. What in the world did he do to actually resonate with the Heavenspan world? Triggering heaven and earth great Tao, making spiritual energy resuscitate, this kind of means is simply inconceivable. Ancestor Wind also said in shock. These Tao ancestors revealed greedy looks in their eyes one by one. To them, there was already nothing that could move them. Only improving a step further could move them. They had already attained the power of rules for 10 billion years. No matter how hard they worked, they were unable to break the shackles too. Regarding this point, they were well aware in their hearts. But they saw hope in Yi Yuan. Tao ancestor Life's gaze was deep as he continued, "Originally, I didn't put my attention on Yi Yuan either. But ever since he returned with the name of Saint Azure, I have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. His talent is too monstrous. Monstrous to the degree that it makes even us, these Tao ancestors, daunted at the sight of him. Who can imagine that he created an eternal noble exploit with his power alone, grooming 18 grand ancestors? Who could have thought that he mopped up and quelled more than 10-century celestial palaces with his power alone? Who could have thought that he could kill Deva realm powerhouses effortlessly with the realm of Heavenly Emperor, just based on the power of laws that he comprehended? Impossible. Back then, I was in the same period as the 18 grand ancestors. When they were at Yi Yuan this realm, even by relying on the power of rules, it's also impossible to have such horrifying combat power. Then just what is it that he relies on? Only when I placed my attention on Saint Azure and studied his growth along the way did it make me extremely shocked. His growth trajectory is too terrifying. Hearing Tao ancestor life talking tirelessly, the group of Tao ancestors could not help drawing cold breaths. Yi Yuan's growth experiences were simply a monstrous legend. Abu Empkin, who ascended from a small world, rising all the way from Jewel Hill City, blooming lotuses at every step, and climbing to the summit. At present, he was also merely a step away from the true summit of the world. And he merely used 3,000 over years to achieve this. This was a legend. Even if they were Tao ancestors above all life, they also paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan's legendary rise. What was even more terrifying was that their legends were actually created by Yi Yuan. After pausing for a bit, Lin Chaotian continued, saying, therefore, as long as we obtain the secret on him, what does a mere Tian Qing count for? The few Tao ancestors felt as if their blood was boiling over. When Lin Huan appeared in front of everyone, it immediately caused an uproar. Lord Lin Huan came. His Adava fifth blight powerhouse. See if that kid still dares to be arrogant. Humph. Our origin enlightened Bodhidharma is a Tao ancestor's Bodhidharma, the foundation incomparably thick. How could it be a brat who just entered Deva realm's turn to be arrogant? So what if Saint Azure? In front of Tao ancestor life, he still has to lower his head. Lin Huan's appearance made Lin Lang and the others immediately feel much more confident. As a Deva fifth blight supreme powerhouse, Lin Huan's status was not what Lin Lang and the others could compare to. If Lin Lang was a rising star of the Lin family, then Lin Huan was a pillar of the Lin family. Even if it was the Bodhidharma that Lin Chaotian established, Deva fifth blights were absolutely not cabbages too. Deva fifth blight, those were existences who could suppress the destiny of a region. Lin Huan clasped his hands slightly at Yi Yuan and said, Lin Lang was insensible and affronted Saint Azure. I hope that Saint Azure forgives his offenses. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. I've already taught him a lesson on Lin Chaotian's behalf. The muscles on Lin Huan's face twitched slightly and he forced a smile as he said, logically speaking, with Saint Azure's status, you can enter Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. It's just that now, Your Excellency's actions have tarnished the name of Saint Azure. You're a sinner. Therefore, if you want to enter Origin Enlightened Mountain Range, Saint Azure must experience the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations like ordinary people, before you have the qualifications to enter our Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. As he said, Lin Huan pointed at a place in the mountain, and said, that place is the entrance, Lord Saint Azure, please. Lin Huan's words were much warmer than Lin Lang's, but the mocking in his words was not the slightest bit less. In the end, Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma was taking Yi Yuan down a notch. Actually, Yi Yuan's matter currently did not have a final verdict. Even if he was guilty, it was also not Lin Huan's turn to come and speak. It was just that this was a world where the strong reigned supreme in the end. Lin Huan said this with the honor of a Deva fifth blight. He reckoned that Yi Yuan did not have any temper too. Lin Lang being hit by Yi Yuan, it was just that his cultivation was lacking, that was all. Hence, that was why Lin Chaotian sent Lin Huan out. Suppressing Yi Yuan with the prestige of Deva fifth blight. At this time, everyone was waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. Lin Lang and the rest were even more proud of themselves, mocking expressions on their faces. While many people observing secretly sighed slightly. So what if Saint Azure? Strength lacking, it was the outcome of being trampled on by people in the end. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan did not look towards that place at all. He just said coolly, "Who the hell are you, to dare point fingers and order this saint? Is your Lin family also senseless?" Lin Huan did not get angry but smiled instead, and looked at Yi Yuan contemptuously and said, "Why? Saint Azure did it, so I can't say it? Or is it that Lord Saint Azure also wants to discipline me?" Lin Huan's words were said with backbone. He was certain that Yi Yuan could not do anything to him. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, and retorted with a question. "Lin Chaotian invited me here to confront face to face, to make a final decision whether my title of Saint Azure is to be retained or not. Do you have the right to speak?" Lin Huan's expression turned stiff and he said in a solemn voice, "I don't. But so what? Can you shut the mouths of everyone in the world?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Whether this saint betrayed the human race has yet to be determined. What qualifications do you have to pass as wind here? You dare to say so, it's simply that you think that you're Deva fifth blight, and this saint can't do anything to you. Okay, this saint just entered Deva, if you can receive a sword from this saint head-on and not get injured, so what if this saint goes and challenges the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations?" The moment these words came out, the entire mountain was shock. He was actually going to challenge Deva fifth blight. Hiss, is he crazy? No matter how formidable Saint Azure is, it's also impossible to hurt a Deva fifth blight. Is this Saint Azure's pride? It's just that this pride looks like foolishness. Heh, doesn't Yi Yuan know that Dao ancestor life this lineage cultivates would attribute cultivation methods, their life force power incomparably thick? It's simply impossible for him to want to hurt Lin Huan. Everyone expressed confusion and ridicule at Yi Yuan's action of inviting humiliation. This sort of arrogance without the slightest backing was simply laughable. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, it was just that no matter how strong, there was a limit too. Deva fifth blight, one firmament. The gap between each realm could not be measured with distance. This sort of gap could not be made up for by relying on talent. Yi Yuan could instantly kill Lin Lang, being heaven-defying, but he absolutely could not hurt Lin Huan. Otherwise, this heaven-span world's sovereign would also be too laughable. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed too and he said, "Lord Saint Azure, you can't do it. You wait outside. I'll go and find Lin Chaotian." Chapter 2437, Majesty of Saint Azure. Chapter 2437, Majesty of Saint Azure. "You're asking me to receive a sword from you? Ha ha ha, Lord Saint Azure's arrogance really makes Lin Huan admire you. It's just, don't talk about one sword, so what if 10 swords? After Lin Huan heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not resist laughing out loud. This kind of ridiculous ant-like pride was really hilarious. Saint Azure was indeed admired by thousands, but so what? In the end, Yi Yuan was merely a young eagle who had yet to take flight. In front of a real powerhouse, this kind of pride appeared that laughable. Even if you created an eternal prosperous age, so what? Times were already different. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need. One sword is enough. If you lose, scram for this saint. A good dog won't block the path." Lin Huan's gaze turned sullen and he said with a cold smile, "If I lose, I'll naturally move aside." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Amen, well behaved, a good dog." PFFFT, many people could not resist spraying out. Lin Huan smiled coldly and said, "Don't be so sure. Indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue again after you can hurt me." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Amen, then you receive it well. Don't say that you didn't prepare adequately when you lose." As he said, Yi Yuan slowly took out the limitless God killing bow. The might of a Dao artifact bloomed once again, however, this time, the aura emitting off of the limitless God killing bow was stronger than any other time before. That terrifying aura made everyone's expressions change abruptly. At present, Yi Yuan was currently developing a myriad of lives in his small world and already stepped into the realm of creation, his strength being much stronger than Deva First Blight. Reaching this realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Dao already reached an exceedingly terrifying level. His cultivation realm and strength was already completely capable of unleash. HI plussing the might of a Dao artifact. A soft jade light emitted off the limitless God killing bow. That power seemed to be the might of heaven descending upon the world. In the Origin Enlighten Hall, the imposing auras of the group of Tao ancestors also curdled. That's the arrow God's limitless God killing bow. Didn't expect that this thing actually landed in Yi Yuan's hand. Ancestor Water said in surprise. Arrow God's arrow pierced the clouds back then, severely wounding Daimeld, before sealing him up. Looking at Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, he's already capable of completely unleash. Plussing the power of this limitless God killing bow. Have you all noticed it? Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm seems like he just entered the Deva realm, the thickness of his divine essence is already no less than a Deva second blight. I don't know what cultivation method there is in this world that can be formidable to such a degree, Lin Chaotian said calmly. The few Dao ancestors looked over in earnest and discovered that it was indeed as Lin Chaotian said. Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably solid and vigorous. Even Lin Huan, this level of power, was also eclipsed in front of Yi Yuan. Although his aura was strong, the divine essence undulation was like a pile of loose sand in front of Yi Yuan, a pile of sand and a wall. This was the difference between the two persons' divine essence. With such divine essence strength coupled with terrifying laws of time and space, it was really like mauling vegetables for Yi Yuan to deal with the Deva third blight Lin Lang. Sword, come. Yi Yuan called lightly, there was an undulation in space, and a light sword condensed in Yi Yuan's hand. The cold air was oppressive. Breaking through to the realm of creation, the power of the sword of Setemi was no longer comparable to when he was in world realm. A Dao artifact at full firepower, coupled with the sword of Setemi with its power multiplied, this was Yi Yuan's powerful reliance. Everyone was taken in by Yi Yuan's astonished, plussing imposing momentum. No one could have thought that the Yi Yuan who just entered Deva realm could be so powerful. The smile on Lin Huan's face vanished bit by bit. What replaced it was a hint of seriousness. Indeed, this sword of Yi Yuan's was not enough to kill him. But a moment of carelessness, harming him could still be accomplished. At this time, Lin Huan could not help regretting it a little. He felt that he was too careless. It was just that how could he have thought that a mere junior who just entered Deva realm could actually unleash such powerful undulations? Yi Yuan arced the bow, notched the sword, and said coolly, "You seem to be a little scared. Give yourself 2 slaps, admit your fault, this saint can take it as nothing happened." Lin Huan's expression changed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "What a joke. Would I be scared of you? Bring it on." Done talking, the divine essence on Lin Huan's body surged crazily. Wood attribute law erupted crazily on his body. A powerful life force power, as well as world domain, surrounded Lin Huan tightly. He gave a loud roar, "Bring it." Everyone stared at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually forced out Lin Huan's full strength. A Deva fifth blight defending at full power, what kind of terrifying defensive power was that? At this time, they felt as if a huge mountain was lying in front of Lin Huan. Wanting to break this enormous mountain and injure Lin Huan's body itself, that was simply a joke. Yi Yuan gave a light laugh and said, "Looks like you're ready. Then, I'm coming." Finished saying, Yi Yuan's feet strode across the air, the bowstring was gradually pulled to a bend. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum became stronger and stronger. Drawing a bow was gaining momentum to begin with. When the bowstring was pulled fully, it would be when the arrow's momentum was accumulated fully. However, before this, Yi Yuan had never drawn the limitless God killing bow fully before. An astonishing plussing aura rose up. Even if Lin Huan had already made sufficient preparations, he also felt tremendous oppression at this time. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum was still rising. Finally, the bowstring and bow body formed a perfect arc. A full bow. It was Yi Yuan's first time drawing the limitless God killing bow fully. Whoosh. Plus Yi Yuan's fingertip released lightly, the sword of Setemi directly disappeared. Space was like a piece of paper, directly having a gap cut open. This sword was too sharp. Boom. The void trembled. In virtually an instant, the sword of Spa Setemi matched up against Lin Huan's defense. Lin Huan trembled all over, his figure involuntarily going backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 100 step. The sword of Spa Setemi plunged directly into Lin Huan's world domain, suppressing his domain and wood attribute law to the extreme. Power of wood spirit, birth. Lin Huan let out a loud roar. Rows of giant trees were born out of thin air, directly breaking out of the ground, rising up, and blocking in front of him. It was just that in front of Spa Setemi, these giant trees seemed like paper paste. The giant trees kept growing non-stop, constantly neutralizing the impact of the sword of Spa Setemi. Lin Huan's footsteps were still falling back. Finally, when he fell back to 1,000 steps, the sword of Spa Setemi dissipated with a loud bang. It was already a mess in front of the entire mountain par SS gates. The people who were watching the battle in secret were long already dumbstruck with amazement. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually force the Deva 5th Blight Lin Huan to such an extent. Although it was only a brief instant just now, Lin Huan already achieved the ultimate defense. Yi Yuan could actually rely on the power of one word and force a Deva 5th Blight powerhouse to retreat 1,000 steps. This level of strength was simply terrifying. Is this the strength of Saint Azure? T2 terrifying. That's the legendary sword of Spa Setemi. Being swordless beats having a sword. Truly a stunning sword. Saint Azure just entered Deva realm and already has such combat power. If his wings are fully plumed up, why fear the divine race? In the dark, came a series of exclamations.